or transcribed.
Can you hear? Mr. Speaker, the amendment is to reshuffle the agenda so that A is consent agenda 0135-20, 0164-20, B will be legislation 0159-20, C will be added to legislation 0166-20, D will be legislation 0160-20. Next part would be to move reports after legislation, and you'll be adding 3 reports in. D will be a report on the elections. C will be a report from NTU, A, and Native Renewables, and D will be a report from NHA. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, we have a motion second. Second reading has been in place. So let's vote. Board. Roll call.
Question of privilege.
On Mahona, what is thy question of privilege?
The question of privilege. I missed the part about legislation 16020. That was tabled for a workshop with Naabik'iyati. Are we still going through with that, or did we remove that from the agenda?
On Mahona, let me go ahead and give the floor over to Mr. Botero to explain that.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, on the 22nd of July, there was a referral motion to refer legislation 0160-20 to the Naabik'iyati Committee. Motion was by Honorable Ricky Nez, second by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, by a vote of 13 in favor and 9 opposed. The legislation was referred. In the committee report, there was no mention of a work session. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that. Roll call.
Begay. Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Paul Begay.
I vote green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes
Nathaniel
green.
Brown. Mr. Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton. Eugenia Charles Newton. Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knizbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knizbach-Crotty votes green. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Mr. Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Mr. Halona votes green. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Mr. James votes green. Ricky Nez. Ricky Nez. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Raymond Smith Jr.
Delegate Slater green.
Mr. Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Mr. Smith votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Mr. Stewart votes green. Charlene So. Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Otto So. Otto
I
So.
vote green. I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker
Thomas
votes
Walker
green.
Jr. Mr. Walker votes green. Edison Winnica.
Green.
Mr. Winnica votes green. Edwin Yazzie.
Next.
Mr. Yazzie votes green. Thomas Yellowhair. Thomas Yellowhair. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Jamie Hinu. Jamie Hinu. Ricky Nez. Okay, Mr. Nez votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Mr. Chair, the vote is 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 is excused.
Okay, with that, 18 in favor, 0 opposed. And Chairman is, your vote was counted as green. Before no voting. Okay, with that, moving on down, review and adopt the journals. We have July 9th, 2020, July 16th, 2020, July 17th, 2020, July 18th, 2020, July 19th, 2020, and July 28th, 2020. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion Winika.
Motion to accept
Second by
them.
Charles Newton.
Motion to accept the reports by Honorable Winika. Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Any comments, questions on that, colleagues? Going once, twice.
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Point of order by Vice Chair Smith.
The last count on the vote, was that just for the amendment? For the 18-0?
It's on the main motion.
Was that on the main motion?
Was on
What
the
was
main
the
motion. It was on the main motion. Vice Chair Smith, it was on a modification to the main motion. As Honorable Slater held the main motion, you held the second. So every time I came back to you, you agreed. Every time.
Okay, just for my records. Thank you.
Okay. That, there's all the comments, questions on the journals. Let's go to board.
Elmer P. Begay.
Vote green.
Mr. Begay. Mr. Begay votes green. Key Ellen Begay Jr. is excused. Paul Begay.
I vote green.
Paul Begay,
Paul Begay votes green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Ms. Junior Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Ms. Junior Charles Newton votes green. Amber Crotty,
Delegate.
Delegate Amber Canas-Valcrotti votes green. Thank you.
Amber Canas-Balk Crotty votes green. Herman Daniels Jr., Herman Daniels Jr., Mark Freeland,
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Mr. Freeland votes green. For now, Helena,
Helena votes green.
Helena votes green. Jamie Henio, Jamie Henio, Vince James, Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Mr. James votes green. Ricky Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Mr. Nez votes green. Charles Slater,
Delegate Slater green.
Mr. Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Mr. Smith votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Mr. Stewart votes green. Charlene So,
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So is excused. Otto So,
I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.,
Walker votes green.
Mr. Walker votes green. Edison Winnicott,
Green.
Mr. Winnicott votes green. Evan Yazzie,
Green.
Mr. Yazzie votes green. Jimmy O'Hare, Jimmy O'Hare, Nathaniel Brown, Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Mr. Brown votes green. Herman Daniels Jr.,
Good morning. I vote green.
Daniels votes green. Amy, Mr. Chair, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. That 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Moving on down, we do have an agenda before us. We did put receiving reports at the end and adopting that agenda. So let's go ahead and go on to new business. Under new business A, we do have a consent agenda items, legislation 0135-20 and legislation 0164-20. Soltero, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, legislation 0135.
I don't hear you.
Can you hear me? Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, legislation 0135-20, an action relating to law and order approving a budget reallocation in the total amount of $1.3 million from PL 93638 contract number A18AB00236 juvenile detention to contract number A18AB00235 adult detention programs within the executive branch. Legislation 0164-20, an action relating to Resources and Development Committee, Naabik'iyati and Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council requesting the National Park Service, Bureau of Reclamation, and Bureau of Indian Affairs extend the termination date of the quadrilateral agreement memorandum of understanding dated to September 16, 1994, and bridge agreement dated January 13, 2003. Both legislation have been read into the record electronically. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Patero. That, can I get a motion? Motion by Honorable Freeland,
Second, Alona.
second by Honorable Lona. That, to the board. Legislation 135-20 and 164-20. Vote.
Elmer P. Begay.
Elmer Pipigay votes green.
Begay votes green. John Begay, green. Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Mr. Brown votes green. Including Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Including Charles Newton votes green. Amber Cotton. Amber Knopf-Carty.
Delegate Amber Knopf-Carty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knopf-Carty votes green. Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Daniels votes green. Mark Bill.
Green.
Aaron votes green. Pernell Colonna.
Green.
Mr. Hernandez votes green. David Henry. David Henry. Vince James. Vince James. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Nez votes green. Clark Burns.
Delegate Slater green.
Mr. Green votes green. Lady Smith.
I can barely hear the speaker. I don't know if everyone else is having that issue.
Same here. Delegate James votes green.
Raymond Smith. Raymond Smith.
If that's for Vice Chair Smith, I can barely hear you. I vote green.
Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Stewart votes green. Charlie South.
I vote green.
Charlie South votes green. Daniel South.
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel South votes green. Steve South. Otto South.
I vote green.
Otto South votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Mr. Walker votes green. Edison Winnicott.
Green.
Mr. Winnicott votes green. Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Yazzie votes green. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Jamie Henio. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Mr. James votes green. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Mr. Chair, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed.
Right, colleagues. 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0135-20 and legislation 0164-20. That, moving on down, item number B on our agenda, legislation 0159-20. Sponsor by Honorable Chairman Yazi. Mr. Patero, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0159-20, an action related to health, education, and human services, and Naabik'iyati committee recommending that the state of New Mexico Public Education Department to delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2020 through 2021 school year. There are no amendments, and this is final authority. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, final authority here is at Naabik'iyati committee. Is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second?
Second, Helena.
Second by Honorable Lona. Any comments, questions? Once, twice,
Speaker.
eight times. That go to the board on legislation 0159-20.
Speaker?
Yes.
Sir, I really respect that we were going to vote on this, but there was several amendments that needed to be added on, by the HESI committee, and I would like to respect that. And Mr. Ron Haven supposed to have all the amendments ready to go. So I don't know if Ms. Barbara is online. So with respect to the HESI committee, could we add in the amendments that were talked about during their committee meeting, sir?
On legislation 0159-20.
Or sir, if not, our speaker, if not, we could just go ahead and, call
Is there anybody raising a motion to amend? Or once?
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. That's why I was trying to intervene.
Honorable Slater, are you making the motion?
Yeah, the motion to amend. I didn't have any questions or any discussion. It was just to add in the amendment.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bob Ross. I have forwarded the amendment to Manuel and to the amendment section. Mr. Haven is on the line.
Okay. Colleagues, the amendment section has just sent out those amendments to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So we'll read that into the record. Motion is by Honorable Slater.
Chair and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment 1, change heading as follows. An action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'iyati committee recommending that _ all schools, public and private, serving the Navajo Nation, including those operated by and _ the state of New Mexico Public Education Department, _ the states of Arizona and Utah, and all schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education, and _ to delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2020-2021 school year. 2, insert a new section E _ the Bureau of Indian Education, BIE, manages elementary and secondary schools and dormitories located on Indian reservations, including the Navajo Nation. Within the Navajo Nation, there are Navajo Nation control schools and schools operated under contracts or grants with the BIE. The BIE also provides funds for residential programs, and _ all subsequent sections shall be redesignated. 3, add F at line 14, page 2, under findings _ Arizona Public Schools are scheduled to reopen August 17, 2020. New Mexico Public Schools are scheduled to open August 3, 2020. Bureau operated schools are scheduled to reopen September 16, 2020, and _ 4, Add insert as I under findings on page 2, line 22. There are a number of comments from the general public, including teachers and students against reopening the schools. These comments are attached as Exhibit B. 5. Change resolve clause. The Navajo Nation strongly recommends that underscore all schools, public and private, serving the Navajo Nation and underscore, including those operated by the State of New Mexico Public Education Department, underscore, the states of Arizona and Utah schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education, and underscore, delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2020-2021 school year. Overstrike as proposed in its June 2020 re-entry guidance. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. There's a motion. Is there a second? Amendment 1.
Second, Winika. Second, Winika.
Winika. Amendment 1. Motion is by Honorable Slater, second by Honorable Edison Winika. Comments, questions on Amendment 1? Once, twice, 3 times. The board on Amendment 1.
Elmer P. Begay.
I'll go green on that.
Mr. Begay votes green. Key L. Begay Jr. Excused. Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Mr. Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knobloch Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knobloch-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knobloch-Crotty votes green. Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Mr. Daniels votes green. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Mr. Freeland votes green. Ernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Mr. Halona votes green. Jamie Hinyo. Jamie Hinyo.
Hinyo votes green.
Hinyo votes green. Vince James. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Mr. James votes green. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Mr. Nez votes green. Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Mr. Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Mr. Smith votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Mr. Stewart votes green. Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
Bill So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So is excused. Otto So.
I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Mr. Walker votes green. Edison Winika.
Green.
Mr. Winika votes green. Edwin Yazzie.
Green. Green.
Jay Yazzie votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Mr. Chair, the vote is 20 in favor and 0 opposed.
That colleagues on Amendment 1, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. That back to the main motion. Any other comments, discussions? Once, twice, 3 times. Second reading.
Mr. Chair, you have one amendment, one change heading as follows. An action relating to health, education, human services, and Naabik'iyati committees recommending that underscore all schools, public and private, serving the Navajo Nation, including those operated by and underscore the state of New Mexico Public Education Department, underscore the states of Arizona and Utah, and all schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education, and underscore to delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2020-2021 school year. 2, insert as new section E, the Bureau of Indian Education, BIE, manages elementary and secondary schools and dormitories located on Indian reservations, including the Navajo Nation. Within the Navajo Nation, there are Navajo Nation controlled schools and schools operated under contracts or grants with the BIE. The BIE also provides funds for residential programs. All subsequent sections shall be redesignated. 3, add F new at line 14, page 2, under findings, underscore, Arizona public schools are scheduled to reopen August 17, 2020. New Mexico's public schools are scheduled to reopen August 3, 2020. Bureau operated schools are scheduled to reopen September 16, 2020, and underscore. 4, add insert as I under findings on page 2, line 22. There are a number of comments from the general public, including teachers and students, against reopening of schools. These comments are attached as Exhibit B and underscore. 5, change resolve clause. The Navajo Nation strongly recommends that underscore all schools, private and public and private, serving the Navajo Nation and underscore, including those operated by the state of New Mexico Public Education Department, underscore, the states of Arizona and Utah schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education, and underscore, delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2020-2021 school year, overstrike as proposed in its June 2020 re-entry guidance, and underscore. Mr. Chair.
That, go to board, colleagues. Roll call.
Albert P. Begay,
I vote green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Key Al Begay Jr. is excused. Paul Begay,
Green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Mr. Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton. Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knazbach Crotty.
Amber Knazbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knazbach Crotty votes green. Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Mr. Daniel votes green. Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Mr. Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Halona. Mr. Halona votes green. Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Mr. Henio votes green. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Mr. James votes green. Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Mr. Ness votes green. Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Mr. Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Mr. Smith votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Mr. Stewart votes green. Charlene So,
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So is excused. Otto So,
I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.,
Walker votes green.
Mr. Walker votes green. Edison Winica,
Green.
Mr. Winica votes green. Evan Yazzie,
Green.
Mr. Yazzie votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair, Jimmy Yellowhair, Mr. Chair, the vote is 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Chair not voting.
That on the main legislation 0159-20, 20 in favor, none opposed, chair not voting. Moving on down to legislation 166-20. You can read into the record, Cheryl.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee tracking number 0166-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati Committee reaffirming the position of the Navajo Nation opposing the death penalty and the sentence imposed in the United States versus Desmond Mitchell, case number CR-01-01, case
Do you have a heading?
CR-01-1022-PCT. Whereas A, the Naabik'iyati Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 Indian C Section 700. The committee is empowered to coordinate all federal and state programs with other standing committees for purposes of providing the most efficient delivery of services to the Navajo Nation 2 Indian C Section 701A4. B, the Diné of the Navajo Nation believe that life is sacred, must be protected, and must be cultivated to fulfill the purposes of each life form according to the Diné that has on. D, understanding the sacred principle expounded upon by the Diné Hakasi practitioners and other spiritual leaders, the Navajo Nation opposes capital punishment in all forms. 1, the Diné have long believed in rehabilitative and restorative justice practice in many forms. Punitive justice, as expressed by Western and United States influences, by definition does not create harmony and serves to primarily reinforce discord in society. In 1994, the U.S. Congress passed the Federal Death Penalty Act, which created a tribal opt-in provision for guiding the U.S. government's decision on whether to seek the death penalty in the sentencing of American Indians. 1, the Navajo Nation has consistently opposed the sentence of death for prosecutions of its citizens by the federal government. 2, at this time, only one American Indian tribe out of 577, the Sac and Fox Nation, has opted in the federal death penalty sentencing prosecution. E, since the Diné emerged into the fourth world or glittering world with the Netra, they have exercised sovereign authority over the Naabik'iyati between the four sacred mountains. F, from 1868 to the present, the United States government has recognized the Navajo Nation's right to self-government over its land and its citizens, including many intra-Indian criminal matters. G, there is perhaps no higher expression of sovereign authority than the ability of a sovereign to deliver justice on matters between its citizens occurring on the sovereign's land, including the sense of the sovereign before other sovereigns on matters of the justice where other sovereigns have asserted jurisdiction. And while the Navajo Nation understands it has the inherent authority to settle justice issues between its citizens on matters occurring on its land, the United States has asserted jurisdiction over many inter-Indian criminal matters on the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation possesses the right to intercede on such matters. 2, the Federal Death Penalty Act affirms and defines the right of the Navajo Nation to intervene and express its views on death penalty prosecutions of Navajo Nation citizens. H, the Navajo Nation has and will continue to express its opposition to the death penalty conviction of Mr. Desmond Mitchell. 1, in 2001, 20-year-old Desmond was a juvenile co-defendant. Both Navajo citizens were charged in killing 2 other Navajo people. 2, the federal government prosecuted this crime in the U.S. District Court in Arizona. 3, although the co-defendant, Johnny Orsinger, was the primary assailant in the case, he was under 18 at the time of the crime and thus ineligible for a death sentence. 4, Mr. Mitchell, barely out of his teens, became the focus for then Attorney General John Ashcroft's desire to prosecute this case as a capital crime. 5, on at least 3 separate occasions, the nation formally petitioned the federal government not to subject Mr. Mitchell to a death sentence. 6. Marlene Slim, a Navajo citizen who is the daughter and mother of the victims, asked the federal government not to pursue a death sentence. Exhibit A. 7. Even the local U.S. Attorney's Office opposed capitally A. The federal government prosecuted Mr. Mitchell for carjacking resulting in death, a capital crime of general federal jurisdiction for which tribal consent was not required. I. The Navajo Nation acknowledged that peculiarities exist within the federal government's prosecution of Mr. Mitchell, and these peculiarities compromise the integrity of Mr. Mitchell's death penalty conviction. 1. After his arrest, the federal government abused the tribal court system, denying Mr. Mitchell his federal due process right. A. Specifically, Mr. Mitchell was held in a tribal jail for 25 days while the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs continually interrogated him. It was only after they allegedly obtained a full confession that Mr. Mitchell was brought to federal court, presented to a magistrate, and appointed counsel. The FBI neither tape recorded Mr. Mitchell's alleged confession nor allowed him to write a statement in his own hand. See, in fact, his only recorded statement, Mr. Mitchell fervently denies having a direct role in capital offenses. D. Were Mr. Mitchell a non-Navajo, the federal government would not have been permitted to use these alleged confessions against him. 2. There are strong indications that federal prosecutors work to keep American Indian people off of Mr. Mitchell's jury and play to anti-Indian biases during the trial. A. Mr. Mitchell was not served by a jury of his peers. He was convicted by a jury of 11 white persons and 1 Navajo person. B. Mr. Mitchell's lawyers have sought for years to investigate these issues, but the federal courts refused to allow them to interview the jurors. Now, therefore, be resolved: A. The Navajo Nation hereby opposes the death penalty against any of its citizens. B. The Navajo Nation requests the President of the United States to commute Mr. Desmond Mitchell's sentence to life in prison without the possibility of release. Mr. Speaker, this is final authority.
Is there a motion on legislation 0166-20?
I think many people are familiar with the genesis of this issue and its beginnings in 2002, moving toward the Public Safety Committee's extensive hearings that firmly identified that the Navajo Nation is opposed to capital punishment. It doesn't mean that there aren't diversity of opinions on that, but that the nation is opposed to capital punishment imposed by the federal government specifically. We are a sovereign nation, and we have the inherent right to handle and administer all matters of justice that occur within the boundaries of our territorial jurisdiction. Now, the federal government, since the late 19th century and continuing to the present, has asserted control over certain matters that occur on the Navajo Nation, even if they are between 2 Indians, 2 Navajo citizens, and occur squarely within our lands. Now, in the early 90s, the federal government made a commitment to the Navajo Nation and all of Indian country that the government would not seek the death penalty against American Indian citizens if the tribe did not elect for them to pursue that sort of prosecution and sentencing. So that was a commitment made in the Federal Death Penalty Act. What we have here is the federal government exploiting a loophole to kill one of our citizens. And it will set the precedent for all of Indian country that no matter what the tribe says, no matter what the sovereign-to-sovereign relationship is, no matter what other parts of federal law need to be incorporated into that relationship and understanding, the government will ignore the wishes of the nation and will elect to kill our citizens or citizens of other tribes. To me and many others, that is a grave, grave injustice and threat to the sovereignty and integrity of the Navajo Nation. Every time that we permit one of these sorts of little slights to occur, we add another chink in our armor of sovereignty. And it's critical that we treat every instance and every single threat to our sovereignty as if it will undo the whole thing. Because if we do not, then we'll fall for anything. If you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for everything. We have the power. It's inherent in our people, and it's what provides the authority of our government. And we need to exercise that and reaffirm this position that we've made over and over and over again to the federal government. We held extensive hearings, about 15 years ago that substantiate this position, that provides extensive documentation, that went through those difficult conversations. So I present this to you as a sovereignty issue, and I think that if there are any sorts of questions, I'm happy to answer them. We also have some agents on the line who should be able to assist with any sort of technical aspects, and I believe the Chief Legislative Counsel would be capable of answering questions as well. We've made this position over and over again. It has not been respected. We haven't legislated. We've always done it through letters. But this will firmly establish that it is not okay, that we will not stand idly by, and let another government, not our own, not us, not the NET, not the Navajo Nation government, let another government kill our citizens, kill our people. Because it's under their law and their justice and their conception of the world that they will do it. Not under the Diné conception, not under the Navajo Nation's conception, not under our authority, our oversight, the concerns of our people. And that's highlighted in this case. The victim's family petitioned the federal government and asked for life in prison without the possibility of release. And instead of honoring that, the federal government pursued that death penalty conviction. No. That is a re-traumatizing. There's someone talking on the line? No. Whoever that is. Now, we can settle this and put it to rest. And the president has taken a strong lead in petitioning to the clemency attorney at the Department of Justice this past Tuesday to request that, in this instance, Mr. Mitchell not have his sentence commuted from death to life in prison without the possibility of release. Life in prison without the possibility of release. We can stand up, support that position here, and stand up for the integrity of life, our values, our system of justice, and our sovereign right to administer our own affairs among our own citizens. We cannot dream of the day when we have absolute and full authority and the ability to handle all sorts of matters, whether they're different types of crimes that the federal government handles now, or matters that go to different courts in the states or the federal government. We cannot imagine a future where we have the full control over our land, our people, and our boundaries if we continue and permit these attacks on our sovereignty, on our justice system, and quite frankly, on dominant society's view of whether Indians can handle their own affairs. So instead of letting the nation, who is a victim in this instance as well, continue to be re-traumatized in this case and in future cases, we should settle this once and for all, legislate this position, make it the law of the land, and protect the integrity of our nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, almost later with that. We go to the floor of the lineup here. As you have Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, fellow Speaker, Chair, out on the later with this legislation, out of colleagues, I'm from Sawmill. In listening to this legislation and knowing the family, I want to say that this individual here probably does deserve what the law says. However, in knowing the family, Slim's family, and knowing her personally, I want to say that I know that this is what she will.
Delegate Slater, for bringing this legislation before us. I know that this is a very controversial subject. And before today, as delegates, we had vowed and taken oath to uphold the Nez teachings, fundamental law. And we've also said that we would listen to our constituents, what they held close to heart, their opinions, their stance. And so this puts us in a very critical position Shinanda'an, and all that are listening. And there is a broken translation over generations, lack of understanding of fundamental law, the Naabik'iyati. And a lot of our generation, my generation, do not fully comprehend, nor have they heard in depth the laws and teachings that start with the origins of the net creation and what we are supposed to abide by the net. So, I've been debating about where I would put my position on this matter. And majority, listening to the comments of our constituents, majority have that modern thought of, justice needs to be served. Justice will be served. In my opinion, yes, it will be. I feel anger, hate, bitter. I would definitely be heartbroken. How would I recover from this? So all of these scenarios played in my head, and in what the family may be feeling of the accuser, of what the mother, mother and
This
the
call may be recorded
granddaughter
or
could not
transcribed.
fulfill that life because it was taken from them. But we as the NEC cannot say for one individual, even as legislators, that this person deserves a death penalty. We would be going against our own laws. We would be going against what our teachings are as the NEC. And, you know, I see and I know that this accuser will see his maker. And that will be justice that day. But his fulfillment will be to live out his punishment incarcerated. So I, for one, will support this legislation, Shanand us. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak, Chat. And I reserve my time.
Again, moving on down, continue this discussion. We are now on to Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. On the legislation, I want to raise some issues that I have regarding this legislation that's being sponsored at this time. In terms of listening to the sponsor and reading the legislation, the council, or Naabik'iyati, is being asked to reaffirm the position of the Navajo Nation opposing the death penalty. But I can't find, because it's also reaffirming the position of opposing the death penalty and the sentence imposed by Mr. Mitchell. If Legislative Council can pull up that document where the council or committee took a position on Mr. Mitchell's case, I would like to see that be referenced. I do see that there is a response as an exhibit on the Attorney General, but I'm yet seeing a position from the council, which is the Navajo Nation's position regarding this case. So that would be my first request in terms of legislation 0166-20. I also then want to ask and have my colleagues review the section on page 7, Ms. Slim's testimony, and in her words, how her mother's abduction and her daughter's abduction was handled by Navajo Nation police. This is a case that we refer to in many instances regarding the legacy of missing and then murdered Navajo women and families, and the response and lack of response and acknowledgement from our own internal system. So if you don't have page 7 readily available, I want to read it. Or so, Speaker, it actually begins on page 6 of my document, 6 of 36. And so what the mother, Marlene S. Slim, on Exhibit A does indicate that her daughter was only 9 years old and had her whole life ahead of her, and that she will certainly miss the mother and daughter relationship and watching her grow up, and that her mother was about to retire after 30 years of devotion to Window Rock Unified School District as a bus driver. And this letter says that her daughter and her mother's lives and their future were taken from them in an instant. This horrific action affected many lives, including their family and many other families, adults and kids alike. From her family, there will be a significant void that is evident on an everyday basis. And it is an extremely difficult situation in which we will never get over and shattering our lives. And while Ms. Slim does ask this court for a life sentence, what I want to bring to the attention to my colleagues is how this case not only was reported to Navajo Nation Police Department, and so starting on page 7, in response to number 2, if there's any other comments or information you would like the Assistant Attorney General's office to know. Is in her second paragraph, she states, I filed a report on them missing on Tuesday, October 30th, 2001. It seemed that the Navajo Police Department did not really do anything as in looking for them. Other people are missing all the time. And that whole week we searched and looked for them. Even the school bus drivers, friends, and relatives posting their pictures and where they might have last been seen. It wasn't until one of the rangers or resource enforcement officers found my mother's vehicle in the Wheatfields area that the Navajo police and the criminal investigators finally responded and became involved. And when before, they were sitting at idle. I wanted to raise that, Speaker, because as we talk about the legacy of what has happened to our communities and how they try to heal from these heinous, horrific accounts, it's not new. It's something that our families have had to deal with, and most of the time have to deal with in silence, in shame, in blame. And so I think that's very important, because my questions then are going to put the responsibility back on our Navajo Nation government. So first, in looking at Exhibit B, a memo dated January 22nd, 2020, it stated that the Navajo Nation did have public hearings regarding the death penalty. And in these public hearings, it was noted that Navajo Nation does not have a comprehensive death penalty position. And so my question then is, and has the Navajo Nation developed a comprehensive death penalty position since 2002, which is nearly 18 years ago? My second question is, has Navajo Nation, in looking at this, where Navajo Nation can opt in, is Section 18 of the U.S. Code, 18 of the U.S. Code, Section 3598, is where Navajo Nation can opt in. But in this case, the federal prosecutor used a different section, 18 U.S. Code 2119. And so we're talking apples and oranges, because under this provision, Navajo Nation cannot opt into this provision. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be able to opt in. So my question is, what has Navajo Nation done since 2002 to have a conversation regarding this section of 2119? What have we done in our responsibility to fix this? Has our government done for this family for justice? And how have we been restorative? Because when I'm looking down and I'm seeing that not only does Navajo Nation has not adopted a comprehensive policy on capital punishment, according to this 2002 memo, they refer to our Navajo Nation and our teachings and what we've all been taught, and the wound that we come from, that information that's in there. But what has Navajo Nation done for this family to restore them? What have they done, not only just asking for their opinion, but what counseling have they provided? How have they given this Mr. Mitchell restorative counseling and brought harmony to them? How has Navajo Nation played a part in that? What peacemaking programs and activities were available to him? And the reason why I'm asking this is because at times, Navajo Nation, we can sit and say, these are our teachings and these are our values, but we do not implement, we do not put that into action. We do not provide that restorative justice for our families and victims of violence. So my third question, and these are written down and I would like them to be answered, is, did our Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor prosecute this individual for the crimes he committed on Navajo Nation. The Major Crimes Act does not allow us to sentence an individual for more than a year. But did Navajo Nation prosecutor prosecute? Did the courts who said they believe in restorative justice, did they hear this individual? Did they give the family that time and consideration? And that's my question to the office of the prosecutor. And then what I want to say is, I believe, colleagues, that because what Mr. Mitchell was convicted under in this section, and that that's not the provision that is asked the opting in of any of the tribal nations, I would ask, and I would say, that we allow our people the opportunity and the information on how they feel and the values that they bring to the table. Just like back in early 2000s, where all of those public hearings were held, that they have an opportunity to provide either an answer, to reaffirm, or to provide a direction so that those families who feel that they have been displaced by our justice system have an opportunity to say, if these heinous crimes are committed, this is how I want my family to be involved. And so in this case, I 150% support the mother and her position of the life sentence. But what this legislation is asking this council is to reaffirm a position from the early 2000s and not allowing our people to have a conversation now. And I think that's where we should be moving. It's challenging because of technology, but I think that's how important it is, because we have to have the families involved. We have to make sure that there's a restorative process, because these crimes are happening. We have families who are traveling down to Phoenix, where her son, by another gang violent in similar location, they are mutilating our people. And that mother has no support from her nation, no support from the Navajo Nation to deal with that. And so if we have a position that we want to reaffirm here, and I also want to see action from our government and how we support those families to bring them that healing, to provide them that sense that their child's life mattered. And so I would like those questions to be answered, Speaker. And I would want to hear from my colleagues. I believe that this should go back to the people, because this case is not regarding this section, but I also understand why the sponsor is bringing this legislation in front of us. But I believe that we should have more conversation. The law and order should possibly guide those conversations, or as a Naabik'iyati as a whole, because we all have our stories. And I also want to say that these violent perpetrators should know that it's not free roaming here on Navajo Nation. That the wounds that they inflict on our people are felt every day, and they no longer will be silenced. And so thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time, and I deeply respect how important this position is and the role that the government plays in restoring our people.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Naabik'iyati, those questions. Let me go on to one more individual, Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. And it seems like that those questions are probably going to need assistance. I hope there's some agents. I know that Honorable Slater stated that he might have some agents on the line, and then also Office of Legislative Counsel. And if there's anybody on from the Department of Justice, we can start texting them right now, getting them on the line. Staff, let's see if we can get the DOJ on the line. So let me go ahead and move on to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll go back to you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Begay.
Speaker, I know that out of the legislation that came before us too, I thought Mr. Slater too, Honorable Slater, out of the delegates that are on the phone conference call, okay, I think there's already been letters that was been submitted, maybe from 2 years ago during the regarding the Russell administration to address this issue. So I'm trying to look for it, but I can't really find it yet here. But thinking about the family, I know that now the legislation here is what we can do for a person that killed a little girl and the mother. I call it. I'm still thinking about what about the victim, what kind of help are we doing for them? I call it since we're here as the legislature and then we're here as leaders. So the mother, what I give them the victim on that side, which involved other family members. So I wonder what kind of help can we give them? What kind of seek for help can we do for them? Because they're very innocent. As you go, for this person, he committed a crime. I know that I guess that can happen if you don't listen. And I'm pretty sure. Hello? I'm pretty sure if you look at the person, the perpetrator that did this again, if you look at their record, see how good they were in standing of this 19, our own teachings. Was he already abided? Did he already was in good standing with the Navajo culture teaching? Or did he ever respected that? Right now, I always have a confusion. I get confused is when the person started using the fundamental law. I call the fundamental law is very strict and you cannot manipulate how you think. If you have if you never use it, if you're not living by that, I don't know why you would try to use that as a fundamental law. Okay, to use it to protect and then to try to use it for yourself, to gain. I always get confused on it until people start using it for themselves. I was thinking about it. So my question is, did the Navajo Nation government did anything for the victim? Is where I could find it too. That will be my question, and I'll say that I have reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Let me go back down to Honorable Slater. I know there's some questions from your colleagues and might need some assistance, so I'll go ahead and give you the floor. We can move from there. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Shania. We have I apologize, Speaker. I'm having service issues over here. I believe that there are Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Oh, okay. My call dropped and I had to call in from another phone. I apologize, colleagues. Okay. I appreciate the statements from Delegate Wilson Stewart and from Delegate Charlie and So. They, I think, reaffirm a lot of the content of the legislation and are respectful of the wishes of the family. And moving on to Delegate Karate Shima, I think that the points you raised are how we should think about justice issues in the first place. And that is centering our victims and survivors and how we deal with justice. And when we are presented with, really, this is an exogenous force. It's external. It's imposed upon the nation. This is not the Navajo Nation, imposing this death penalty against one of our citizens. It's an other sovereign, an external sovereign. And when that happens, when there's this sort of overlapping or cross-jurisdictional issues, the support for the victims and for our survivors, I think, responsibility gets lost, and we shirk that responsibility as a nation. So, the question was, what have we done to be restorative? And I think that goes to both the victim's family and the perpetrators as well. In testimony before or concerning the sentencing, someone remarked that Mr. Mitchell was an excellent student and was respectful in school, and that he possessed qualities that would make him someone who could do good in prison, someone who could have a positive effect on the people that he would be incarcerated with. And so I think that was part of the intentionality that people who were opposed to the death penalty at the time brought forward. And ultimately, when it moves into the federal system, the Navajo Nation doesn't have much interaction there. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, or that we shouldn't be doing those sorts of things. But too often, I think the point that Shima, you're getting at is that we wipe our hands of these issues and say, well, justice was served and that's it, right? And that's wrong. But that's not exactly what this legislation is about. But I think the point is, in every time that we consider these justice issues, and in particular, violence against women, which is way too prevalent in Indian country, on the Navajo Nation, and because of many structural factors, is I don't want to say encouraged, but can proliferate to a degree where it wouldn't elsewhere. And we need to affirm that our women are sacred. Everyone is sacred, and the purpose here is to demonstrate that that's a principle of the nation. So, what have we done to be restorative? I think that is a much more open-ended question. I don't want to deny the legitimacy of it. I just think that while it is related to the legislation, I'm struggling to figure out exactly who exactly we can go to get that sort of information. And then what has the nation done to have a conversation since then? I mean, in correspondence between the attorney generals and prior presidents and chief justices, they've communicated to the federal government the contents of the public safety committee report, and I think that's what really established the position. And when the chief justice, the former chief justice, and prior presidents, attorney generals, legal counsel, they've submitted this position using that public safety report to back that up. And then in terms of the Office of the Prosecutor, I'd have to defer to them. I don't believe that they pursued any sort of prosecution. And it might be a good question for a Chief Legislative Counsel on, I don't know, is it double jeopardy or something? Or I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Delegate Begay, I think you were getting at the same point. What did the Navajo Nation government do for the victim and the victims' families? I agree that is something that needs to be a part of our government and our care and our justice system. And I invite everyone on the council to help conceptualize that we need to, I think, honestly, reconceptualize our justice system and figure out what sort of resources we can input, but also what procedures we can change to center our victims. And a lot of that is very, 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 very complicated. But if we take these simple principles forward, it'll allow us to slash through, the weeds and get to truth and get to goodness and be able to effectuate Hajon. The comments about when a person starts using fundamental law, if they're not living by it, I think that's really cheap. The law, we came here and we couldn't talk, and then Johanna, gave us that ability. And us as five-fingered beings, we don't stop being that if we're convicted. We don't stop being that if we contravene some fundamental law. And, that's definitely not the teachings that I've ever heard expressed by any of the Hataklis that I work with, and I think some that Mr. Begay and I share in common with people we know. That's not a privilege that we as five-fingered people have the luxury of deciding. That's something that was endowed before us, and we can't contravene that. So I don't want us to think that, okay, well, if someone didn't follow fundamental law, then we can just discard them like trash. Because ultimately, that's just creating the permission structure for us to do more horrible and venal things to our people within our system. And it perpetuates a concept that you're only worthy if you are the most stringent adherent to fundamental law. But who defines that isn't clear. And I don't think it's necessarily the government's job to define it. It's the government's job to collect sort of consensus and apply that through our legislative process. So you don't stop being a child of the Diyindana. When you go to prison, it could easily be your nephew, your uncle, your cousin, anyone. And they might be in the wrong place at the wrong time. They might not actually commit the crime, but they end up getting convicted. And what we're doing is letting it slide, letting the precedent be set so that they can be convicted and killed because we didn't stand up this time. And I ignored one thing from Delegate Crotty, and I apologize, Shima. That was, so the gentleman, Mr. Mitchell, the perpetrator was convicted in this loophole. And I think in the findings section, that's what animates this portion of the legislation and explains that the nation doesn't believe in how justice was served here necessarily. And so in addition to establishing that we don't want other sovereigns executing our citizens, especially without our permission, but in general, then it's also talking about how due process and justice was delivered in this case. And, the FBI, I think it's clear to say, abused the tribal court system. If Mr. Mitchell were a non-Indian, he would have had to have been presented to a magistrate, I think within 6 hours of his arrest. and any statements made after those 6 hours wouldn't have been permissible in court or admissible in court. So over the course of 25 days, Mr. Mitchell was interrogated by incredibly sophisticated FBI interrogators, and they did not permit him to write a confession in his own hand. So there's an alleged confession that the FBI has, and he wasn't appointed counsel until after that happened. These are all very peculiar and suspect things. By saying that we agree with the conviction or we'll just let it slide, that's setting precedent that this is how we will permit the federal government to treat our citizens. So I think that is incredibly important as a facet of this case, that we need to stand up for our principles of justice and also the process and procedures that lead to that justice. I think that life in prison without the possibility of parole is infinitely harsher than the death penalty. I think that Delegate So spoke to that very well. And that is what Mr. Mitchell would face if President Trump agrees to this. So, you know, the Navajo Nation was complicit in this from the beginning, and we're engaged with it currently. We need to stand up for these principles and these processes. Nobody here is asking for someone to agree with the perpetrator, to agree that the crimes were good. This is about our sovereignty, our system of laws, and the principles that we stand on. So I would like to ask the Chief Legislative Counsel to address Delegate Karati's questions. I think they might want to start with the prosecutor if they prosecute this in the Navajo Nation, but I definitely would have to defer back to Shemut Delegate Karati on these the questions she asked.
Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I will answer Delegate, what I had down is Delegate Karati's first question was whether the Navajo Nation Council ever took a formal position on it. To the best of our research, the council itself never passed legislation. There was the Public Safety Committee report to the council back in, I think it was 2002, that attached Exhibit C in your legislation. And that report was compiled after the hearings throughout the nation. McDonald was chairwoman of the Public Safety Committee at that time. But there was never formal legislation. There was also the letter which is attached, I believe it may be Exhibit D in your legislation from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. That was Herb Yazzie. And as you know, the Chief Justice is a voluntary position that they are the final say on what fundamental law is within the Navajo Nation governmental system. There's also the position of the Attorney General at the time, LaVon Henry, as far as the position of the Department of Justice and the Office of the Attorney General. So that is how I can answer that first question. As far as the prosecution of the case, whether there was any, at the original time period, which was like 2001-ish, right in there. I'm going to have to defer to the Department of Justice, and I do believe that they are on the line. I'm not sure about the prosecutor's office, but the Department of Justice, I believe Michelle Yazi is on the line. Thank you, Speaker and sponsor and Madam Karate. Thank you.
Is this on the line?
Yes, Speaker.
Much later. I haven't seen. I'm seeing.
I was just saying, I went silent. I didn't know if I was still on or got disconnected.
Yeah, no, we're just seeing if there's anybody from DOJ, but seems like there's nobody wanting to from the Department of Justice. Nope.
Can you hear me?
It's the best of their ability then.
Hello?
This is Dana. I am hearing somebody from the Department of Justice. So I do think they're on the line.
Can you hear me?
I can hear somebody now.
Oh, okay. This is Michelle Brown Yazzie. I am on the line for the Department of Justice. I did send a text letting the AG and the Chief Prosecutor know that there are questions from the committee for them regarding the questions from Delegate Crotty. Other than that, I'm not sure if I would be able to answer any of the questions posed, being that I am relatively new to the department. I am a former prosecutor, but I don't want to speak on behalf of the Chief Prosecutor at this time. But I'll see if we can get them on the line as well.
Okay, there it is. All right, Arnold Slater, anything else? If not, I'm going back to the board, back to the floor.
That's it, Speaker.
All right, we have a couple new individuals on the board. Next up, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Adoshanantai, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Honorable Slater. Appreciate your legislation. I certainly think about how do we get to a certain point. How does such a horrendous crime happen all over the world, not just on Navajo? How is it that our dear loved ones are taken from us in such an evil way? Let me just go back. I had a niece who lived just down the road from us, and it caught worldwide attention. My cousin over here is Gary Mike, and continually pray for him and family here in the Lower Fruitland community as to what happened. I remember that day she was missing. I remember the day they found her. And the perpetrator is locked up now. And I believe that we need to teach our children. We allow our children to do things sometimes, not knowing what type of trouble they might get into. But now is the time. Every day when the sun comes up, I love you, my child. You have a blessed day. Go to school, pay attention to your teacher. Learn all you can. Or in the future, you're going to be an adult. You're going to have your own job, make money. Be blessed with whatever you work so hard for. What do we tell them? Education is the key to success. But not all parents are like that. Honestly, not all parents are like that. I feel for Miss Slim, her family. I was looking at the letter, and her letter is really heartfelt. It makes me want to cry. And I think about our niece, Ashlyn Mike, over here, and why? Why such an innocent life is taken before us? What do we learn from it? So we don't plead with the federal government saying, have mercy on our Navajo citizen who's on death row. To prevent that, it's up to us as parents now. All of us. It is a horrendous crime. I'm sure it is going to be very harsh to be locked up for the rest of your life. Every morning that we wake up, we're glad, we're blessed to enjoy, to do our work. For us, it's to serve our communities, our great Navajo nation. That's what we're here for. Naabik'iyati. When we do that, Naabik'iyati, we're coming to discuss certain viewpoints while our people are listening to us as leaders. If we just focus on clemency and not teach with it, what does it really mean? We have to reach out and teach. Fundamental law. Prayer is beautiful. You plead with our Almighty God and say, forgive me, Lord. I've made a mistake. Teach me to be a better person. Forgive me for the things that I do wrong. And pray for our children. And that's exactly what happened this morning in our prayer. So that's what we need to do. You know, we could sometimes have evil thoughts as well and say, create some sort of personal vendetta against a person. That's not right either. There's one verse in the Bible that's very difficult for us to think about and do. It says to love our enemies, to bless them, to pray for them, to do good to them. We do the opposite. We have adversaries. What do? We become adversarial and we start bashing, blame, shame. We shouldn't do that as leaders either. We should learn to work together as leaders, legislative body, executive branch, judicial. That shows our people, our young people, that in the future, when they choose to become leaders or elected to be leaders, they will know and figure out how it was done, how to work together, not to bash one another. This is what it means sometimes to reach down deep in your heart, deep in your mind, and learn what it actually means to forgive someone. And that's what I'm so proud of, that Mrs. Slim in her letter. She's merciful. We have to have that mercy. The nepa asens is not big a house, isn't it? The hot ego that had Hana had net budget job, but about hostels. Hot at egin that in tin a olia fundamental law. Nahara has to hit Halchin, but has to hit. Hot in and tinnicky needs. This is what it's all about now and the future. How do we teach that we make sure none of our people end up on death row? Yeah. May God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, for those comments. Let me go ahead and move on down to this individual. Madam Chair Charles Lewin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Otto, my colleagues. There is no question that this issue, this debate that is before us, is a debate that touches our heart. But I want to start by saying that, my heart really does go out to the family, as Delegate Slater stated, for them having to relive the crime that was committed against them, against their family, and against the people of the Navajo Nation. And so I know that there have been comments made already about what the family's wishes are, but I hope if they're listening, I want to say that I feel for you, and that I wish that we could ease your heart during this time and to ease your mind as well. But you are having to relive what happened in 2001 with the issues that are before the Navajo Nation, and then also the issues that are before the federal government at this time. And so it is, I can only imagine how difficult it must be for the family at this time. So I do want to start by saying that. And I also want to state, there was so many questions about the fundamental law versus the federal law that has been brought up. And as a former prosecutor, I have made arguments in court and also here before this body that it frustrates me when people want to use fundamental law as a means for leniency when it comes to sentencing. And in my opinion, fundamental law should not apply after a crime is committed. I have argued that, and I believe that in my heart, because if you truly understand and respect the laws of nature, the laws of our people, the laws of our culture and our tradition, then that crime should not have been committed. I guess in a way, it's like saying, if you have your prayers, if you have your belief, then, that should be the driving force of the way that you live your life. At the same time, none of us are perfect. And that's why I always start my prayer by asking God to forgive me, because I know that I'm not perfect. I know that I make mistakes all the time, and I know that in God's eyes, those are sins. So I pray for my sins every day, because I know that every day I sin. I think every person in this world can say that every day that they sin. And for many of us, it's a matter of prayer. For me, it's getting back into that idea of hajon. So there are degrees of sin, and in this case, there's no doubt that there was a sin that was committed, and that there was a huge degree of sin that was committed. But Mr. Mitchell didn't use fundamental law in his argument against the federal government. Mr. Mitchell has not even asked this body or the Navajo Nation to intervene and to ask that we consider or to even try to help him in this situation. The Navajo Nation has opted out of the death penalty. That was a decision, and that continues to be the decision of the Navajo Nation government. I do not believe there is one tribe out there that has opted in to the death penalty. And so when we're talking about fundamental law, I believe that my understanding, and it's good that Shana, Honorable Wilson Stewart, talked about the family and his relationship with the family. I don't know the family. I've never met the family of the victims of the family, but I can say that I think that most Navajo people have a clear understanding of the fundamental laws that are in place, that we don't take another person's life out of vengeance, and that we continue to live our lives, and that we continue to move forward in our life. I know that when each one of us pray, we pray for people. We pray for people that we know and then people that we don't know. So I think that fundamental law teaching is that because of those prayers that we say for our people and for our family, that we can't wish that kind of thought or even that type of action on someone else. I was always taught that, your children are the ones who may suffer. And for me, I always try to think about that. So I can't sit here and say that we should allow this to continue to happen, because I value life. I value the life of those that I love. And yes, I value my children's life. So at this time, when we're talking about fundamental law versus the federal law, that's what we're talking about, is just that fundamental law of respect. And then there was questions made about, the family, and where, like we should listen to, the families who are impacted by these. In the court, in any court hearing where there is a victim involved, the court has what's called a victim impact statement. This is where the family has the opportunity to speak directly to the judge after the individual has been found guilty. The family has the opportunity to speak to the judge, take part in that part of the hearing, and make recommendations that they see fit for the individual. I'm trying to go back into my notes, but I recall that the family actually did take part in the victim impact statement, and they did provide testimony saying that they did not want to have Mr. Mitchell sentenced to death. Instead, they did ask for the life in prison. So they were given the opportunity to provide their statement to the court. The other thing that I do want to point out is that the case, it was a very interesting case because the case of Mr. Mitchell, the death penalty was not imposed because of the death. The death penalty was sought because of carjacking that resulted in death. So I think that is very important that we all understand that the death sentence of Mr. Lesmond Mitchell was not because he killed the grandmother and the granddaughter. It was because of the carjacking. And when you read the case, that was the issue that the court focused on because it was a new capital offense at that time. Prior to 2001, it was not a capital offense. And so when the federal government used that along with the other 10 counts, which also included murder, that's what they focused on to ask the jury in that case to sentence Mr. Mitchell to death. So I think that clarification needs to be made. Again, when you read the opinion, that was the opinion of the court. And of course, recently we do know that Mr. Mitchell did file an appeal with the Court of Appeal asking that his death sentence be reconsidered. And they focused on, in that case, the racial bias of the jury, which I believe Honorable Carl Slater did talk about. So on page 3 of the Court of Appeals opinion, it was very interesting because Judge Hurwitz, who actually wrote in the opinion about, the case, did come back and he did say, and I'll read directly from the court, but it says, Judge Hurwitz wrote to suggest that the current executive take a look at the wisdom of imposing the death penalty in this case, in which the crimes were committed by a Navajo against a Navajo, entirely within the territory of the sovereign Navajo Nation, and where the Navajo Nation and members of the victim's family have opposed imposition of the death penalty on the defendant. So what that means is you have an Indian on Indian crime here. And it happened entirely on the Navajo Nation. We have had many deaths occur here on the Navajo Nation where there have been Navajo on Navajo offenses that were made. And yet in those cases, the death penalty was not sought. My brother, Honorable Rick Nez, talked about the late Ashlyn Mike and what happened in her case. And I think that's where a lot of people are a little bit confused because in that case, it was a Navajo against another Navajo, and there was a death that occurred. In this case with Lesmond Mitchell, it wasn't about the death again, it was about the carjacking. So it's really hard to be able to say that this is because a death occurred when that's not the case. And I will say that personally, I also, recently suffered the death of my niece in very similar fashion. And for many years, I carried that hate in my heart for the person who took my niece's life and who took the life of my nephew. And I can say that through prayer, I've been able to forgive that person. And through that process, I've been able to find some type of peacefulness in my heart. And I think that this is what the family is asking for. So I do support this endeavor made by Honorable Carl Slater. And I think, again, the issue in this case, there's so many different issues. But at the same time, we have to value the life of Mr. Mitchell and stand by the statements made by President Nez and also, I believe, by former President Russell B. Gay when they reminded the federal government that the Navajo Nation has not opted into the death penalty. So with that, thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues for listening. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you for those comments and those words, Madam Chair Charles Noon. Let me go down to Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith here. You hear me?
Yes.
Ashwadita. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Speaker, and for this time caution. And that's enough, Sagi. I'm hoping I'm not breaking up, and I'm in a bad area. This legislation that's in front of us, 0166-20, the wishes of the
Vice Chair Smith, you are breaking up now.
Is the victim still on that same mind frame of 2001 where they didn't want to opt in on this? That's my question on that. The other one is this crime that was committed. It's due to carjacking, which the federal laws are governed on that. And at the time this happened, it was something that I will never forget because I was a ranger at the time, and I had our rangers out there in the forests and woodlands and up in those areas being vigilant, and we heard about this and we came across it, and thank goodness that the rangers had found the vehicle and however, this same scenario with carjacking and the same scenario that Ms. Slim is going through, my family had just experienced 2 years ago something in that fashion. And we were asked the same question, whether we want to opt in or opt out. And we told them that the mother, who is my nephew, the mother says, no, I don't think we should. The same thing that Ms. Slim said. But accordingly, what we were told was that the Department of Justice, it's in their hands. And the request of that death penalty will be given to the U.S. Attorney General. And he makes the determination, or she makes the determination, whoever the U.S. Attorney General will be at the time. And it's based off the jacking. One of the major crimes. So with that, if the family member is wanting to opt out and wanting to the person to stay in prison, you know, that we as legislatures really need to think about and support the family on that. Yes, the crime has been committed. Yes, there is that capital punishment. But then again, how do we do this? How do we actually go forth with this? Because I was reading a book here, just to give a little history about the Dene history. And it's a book called Dene, A History of the Navajos. In there, it speaks about, and it's written by Peter Urbanson. And Peter Urbanson was a professor with the University of New Mexico. And here he says, there was an incident that took place in November 1854. A Dene man killed a soldier at Fort Defiance. The Dene not only acknowledged responsibility, but also brought in the person responsible. They agreed that he should be hanged. As Dodge reported, this is Harold Dodge, the Army did not hesitate to carry out the sentence, and the guilty party soon was dead, dead, dead. That's what it's quoted in. Just bringing up the information on what I was reading, and I'm not trying to sway anybody's thoughts about this, but it was interesting. I was reading this book, and on behalf of what took place back in 1854, before even the treaty was signed, and what the Dene people had thought about this back in that daytime. So, Shananda, I guess it's in the hands of the U.S. Department of Justice, and if they opt in and do this, I know that we're taking a position. We're saying we should honor the Slim family's request, and that puts a hard position on, because when you're involved in something like this, it does really hit the heart. It does really hit home. It does really make you think, should we just go ahead and do the death penalty, or should we let the... That is something that the families decided on. So being one-sided and saying we should just do the capital or just leave him in prison, then we should also, that's the question I ask, is the victim still, that was approximately almost 20 years ago, which is 19 years ago, made that statement, and currently is the victim still with that same statement, wanting to just have that person stay in prison without parole? That's the question I have, and I just wanted to bring this up. And I know that the crime took place and we were up there looking for that time that it was called in, and we were, it really brought a thought home when we were investigating that, when we were out there, and when we came across it, and when we seen this. It was something that I don't really care to relive or to come back on and talk about, but these are the things that we are faced upon. So I think it depends on the victim. And the victim, if the victim was saying, okay, let's do this, then that would be different. If the victim is saying, let's do this, then that, we know we should respect that too. So on that hand, I just want to say that, those that are listening in and hearing what is being done here, it's ultimately up to the United States government, but we can make our position and say, this is how we want to advocate for our people that are in these kind of crimes that has been committed on the Navajo Nation. That's what I wanted to say, Speaker. Thank you for the time, and I'd like to have that question answered on behalf of that. Thank you.
Okay, let me go to, thank you for that, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Let me go to one more individual, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. That Honorable Brown, the floor is yours.
Yate, Speaker, Chair of the Naabik'iyati Committee, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Shikado Shitaneda Asanagiyate Kodo Coordination Heshne. Ado, I do support this legislation, and I think thinking about everything that we have dealt with as the Net people in our communities, and then historically where our people are mentally in their healing, in our healing period right now. Looking at looking at the boarding school era over 100 years ago, and these historical traumas that have really messed up some of our people who are struggling. And today, I'm here in Kayenta. When I drove around Bashes, I saw a lot of our invisible people. And I'm looking at them and thinking, some of them are great people, great artists. They're wonderful people who are just struggling. And how far down the road are they? And I think with us as 24th Navajo Nation Council, I think this is where we need to work with our Navajo Nation behavioral and mental health services, that we need to step up on the prevention part, because my understanding on the hundreds of millions of dollars that they get every year, is, are we really focusing on our people who are suffering? And these individuals who commit these heinous crimes, I mean, looking into working with the FBI and working with the Sexual Assault Prevention Committee with Delegate Crotties and other delegates working on these and hearing from our people, when do we start to talk about the healing part of it as a nation? I know that everyone is hurting. I'm saying this because excuse me. My family is going through this right now, where I'm actually on the phone with Office of Medical Examiner out of Albuquerque, where my sister was heinously taken from us. And I'm thinking about the perpetrator. And the thing is, we didn't know this was going on. I don't think we started our healing process yet, but we have to sometime soon. This is something that our people are going through. This is a systemic issue with the missing and murdered and their relatives, and it has no boundaries. It's forgotten that. This is a problem throughout Navajo, and we're constantly, my family, we're thinking about this. We are. This morning, I was just talking to my aunties and my sisters, and like Shana, Chairman Ricky Nez stated, it's about going back to the dinner table. It's about having those conversations. And it has to be every day that we have to talk and show that as leaders. And my father said, adon le khatna nel khalek aketa ado amado je di anil khoyo khata izid ako le nasi ilchin no selot ahatan ke sitle nasi da shitle chayo ha sitle kweben naso hatajit o. And so we're all examples, and I truly Shanala, for your prayer. I'm sitting there and I absorb everything that you prayed about. Nathan, we're not perfect, and I think it's good to be reminded of that, and that's something that I do also. And kajopaye, ako question hijo ane hidibik ako. Thank you, Delegate Slater, for this legislation. It's really making me think, and we're at the right time to talk about this and to heal our people. And certainly, a death penalty is not what we would envision for any of our Navajo people. We are not. We're not the Yindane. We do not have the authority or the right to say this person shall be, we will give them the death penalty. None of us, we're not designed like that. We are not, we cannot make those harsh decisions. We can't with losing family members in such a heinous way. It's heartbreaking, and it does make you think. It does make me think right now for Shada, with her children, and but there's a resilient piece to my nieces and nephews. My nephew, who's only 18 years old, had to be the executor in this situation. We have such strong children, and he had to make this decision on giving her mom's heart and kidneys away, and right away they were placed in another Native American body, all three organs. What strong children we have, that very stoic, and to have such tenacity to answer these hard questions. That was hard for me. So I see a healing piece to this. Excuse me, colleague. But that's all I wanted to say, and we just need to start healing as a nation. So we just need to heal. Let's heal our people. Shananta. Agahajo Bias. Let's stop and talk to that homeless person. The hitchhikers. We need to do something. We have to stop this. We have been oppressed for so long. It's this racism in the government. There's racism in food. There's racism in the 1976 Supreme Court case laws, Oliphant versus the Squamish tribe. Those are the systemic issues that we need to change as a nation, as Indian country, that oppress us in Congress, in these laws, and state and county laws. And that's something that we need to also focus on. So and I have high hopes that we're going to groom our children.
Thank you, Honorable Brown, for those that information, your words, and personal thoughts too as well. With that, Honorable Slater, let me go back to you as a sponsor of this. I know there's some questions from your colleagues, and then we can go from there. Honorable Slater.
Yeah, Chennai. Thank you, Shatsuli. Thank you, Delegate Brown. I believe that Delegate Smith asked a few questions. It was a little choppy, so I might need to ask to restate the question. I think the first one was, did we opt in? We've never opted in, and you don't opt out the way that the legislation was designed, and that is the Federal Death Penalty Act, that the Indian tribe, and so us, the Navajo Nation, would have to opt in. And I don't think it's reversible. So once we opt in, then that's it. Originally, the federal government wanted to have it so that we'd opt out. But through the course of tireless advocacy by a lot of, I think, really intelligent Indian lawyers back in the early 90s, they knew that that was not the right way to do things. So we're standing on the shoulders of giants here. You know, we have our former public safety chair, Hope McDonald Lonetree, and we have Navajo Nation attorneys who worked on this back in the 90s and advocated in our political leadership. So that's I think where we're at in terms of opting in or opting out. And then, yes, this was carjacking resulting in death, and that is exactly how Delegate Charles Newton explained that. I think that's what Delegate Smith's question was about, or the second one. And then I think the third was, is the victim still with the same statement? In an effort not to re-traumatize the victim and the families, I've respected their privacy and issues, and I have not sought to reinvigorate their participation in this. They made their statements, and they started their process of healing, and I'm not there to get in their face and try and worsen things for them. But I think that Delegate Wilson Stewart address that issue, and that he knows the family, and he knows what their wishes are. And while all of us, agree that the circumstances are horrific, that we respect the family. And that goes back to Delegate Charles Newton saying that what are we doing to restore balance and harmony? And part of that is respecting the family of the victims. And then I'd say the other part of that is, affirming the moral integrity of the Navajo Nation. Delegate Brown spoke to a couple things at the end there about systemic racism. We know that at least 1 out of 9 people, who are executed in the United States are innocent. But when we consent to this process, we are putting the moral authority of the Navajo Nation. And we need to respect and retain whatever shred of moral integrity we have right now, and moral authority, because we represent the values of our people. If we are a lustful, blood vengeance people, then we would opt in. But that is not the teachings that I was brought up with. I don't think those are the teachings that you were brought up with, my colleagues. And I think that it's critical that we settle on those. We use them to inform our thinking. And Speaker, or any of the individuals who spoke, my colleagues, if I missed a question, I apologize. I was trying to take notes, but I believe it was only Delegate Smith who had questions and not just comments.
Thank you, Humble Slater. With that, let me go back to the board then. Humble Yellow Hair, Claire. Humble Yellow Hair.
Hello, good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
hear
can.
me?
Yes.
Okay, the Speaker. I just want to make some points to this is very important legislation that come before the Navajo Nation Council. This is one of the first time in history, one of the crimes that ever happened in the Navajo Nation like this. Anybody else? With the whole education family, but I know the family, but I really have tears, especially for the young child. I need the next because on protection of youth, juvenile. Not on juvenile protection under social services. On the kitchen that while you're this is where my point is. I don't the fundamental law. I think not on fundamental law. Led it the whole is done his larger. The net up to execute a year for good reasons. What that doesn't is just what I thought that is larger. Hardly your cotton is larger. This car is your cotton. Take a crumb it up our disease. Say, see, I keep a son that the son and later away. No, Jonas is not what a ship. The Jenna is not the tree. Attila, Hayula, and so. As you know, kind of wear job with answers kiss. Fundamental law with off 8 hours with off. I stop the tree. Fundamental law and dashes. And a rated Lana Feta. Especially this Law and Order Committee. And he's now that's what that ego, what the hot, net that don't lay there. Even in nothing, not only on these type of federal, did that any crime, go to federal state behind it. When I share on the heart, a lot of our Navajo Nation, even in it costs money. Even in that, even not there without that you own not only if could upon security, she should be added without the hot in the Banet, without a bonnet, even lot of a night on our time, Sinaya's castle. We will go to the same boat that people say it's not only. 이제 그 디셔부터 보고 할로도 노티 단시스 바디베 아르 안디바예 티든 사가 아디 펜스 비타르 방송통 the crazy nail that is not on it just it as don't the other they cause it not the execute the non the just no the judge time is too expensive the on the sheet no judge time you are too much expensive depends to give 8 hours on the other but this thing yeah but based on that and the benefit higher deep on just kids so China is not any retirement benefit these girls like my honorable chair vice chair so that was my our committee law and order committee in the hala ada in hand or it has a current all the board me parent he hold net or message around the corner or can the mat side the it all time as well to even the now happy with the decor you describe in the body to the law and order committee really need to study. There is a state law is not even have T2. Let me tell you one thing too. Let the chamber right ask the house this my chair. He should die years and learn how to cut up the method in this of how one did this to up so maybe yeah to the use on he share right how chin dan long double than thing out at the yeah being metal yeah this over giving because it actually yes this is only tied to the chamber right the name not equal opinion to teacher complex by ST I don't know the assault so the hot opinion they are delivered drugs that the hot in actually the legislation all those job like everything it's got many I would ask I don't see that you don't and not only clinically the whole you say your job but what she said she's 9 years of it so she don't care right now when I was a judicial employee. Thank you to the speaker here. Sitting for this strategy is one of the toughest decisions going to have to be made. But I don't know if they're going to hear us at the state level. There's only, I thought about it, that it's under the law that we have in Title 7, Navajo Nation. What about us? See, what errors to the Daronda. I was your heart many nationality, but also with the victim and also the criminals on both sides. But the victim has to be protected all the time, and the criminals have to be going to the other side. They also protect you with that assumption. Thank you. We're talking about justice. Thank you very much, my colleagues. I'll go back on mute.
So thank you, Honorable O'Hare. All right, anybody else lined up? So, Madam Chair, and McCarty.
Speaker and my colleagues, I did ask for the sponsor to consider possibly suggesting to table this legislation so that we could develop a way to engage our public and have hearings similar to what happened in how this resolution that is being asked to be reaffirmed, if we could go back to the people, have a similar process, and so that the families have an opportunity to engage. Because what I don't see in this position by Navajo Nation is how the families can be part of that decision making. I recognize Ms. Slim, and I would never ask her to come before us and retell her story, because I could read it here. I could read it in the document, and I acknowledge what she wants, and I also will support that decision that she has made. But that's not how Navajo Nation resolution is currently constructed. And that's why I'm having trouble in terms of just reaffirming a position that doesn't meet the requirement of letting the families be part of this healing process. I think we're only saying it in name, restorative justice. And I haven't heard anything in terms of how the government has provided that opportunity, how we have been involved in this restorative justice process. We can no longer just romanticize our teachings, but we have to be actively engaged. So how did we do that? And I don't think I heard that from the sponsor. I didn't hear that any kind of document. And so I wanted to know if that is something that we can consider, considering we're reaffirming not only that position, but that position is for a different section of the federal law that Mr. Mitchell was not convicted under. And so I do believe that at this point, we're talking apples and oranges. We're reaffirming a position that Mr. Mitchell wasn't convicted under. And then this is asking us to take a position on Mr. Mitchell's case. So I need those separate, speaker. And so I'd like to ask the sponsor in terms of the thoughts on tabling and going back to the people, because it's not us. I can give you my personal opinion, but I need time and opportunity to go back to my community because this was dropped less than a week ago. I haven't had an opportunity to go out and have conversations, but what I do know is I'm developing the Navajo position paper on violence against women, and I'd like to present that to this council. I'd like to present the hardship and the pain and the sorrow that is going on in our communities. And so some of these recommendations that were part of this position still have not been enacted. We haven't hired more police officers. We haven't provided community policing. We haven't provided grief counseling. And I know this because this council, we supported a night for victims, for victims of violence right here outside of the council. And we had community members come. They lost husbands on the line of duty being police officers. Their children were murdered. Their daughters killed in the courts on a child custody, and nothing from the government. I cannot reaffirm a position that continues to victimize them. And I cannot stand and say that this process is anyhow in order. We have to have our people involved, and we have to be willing to say we're missing the mark. And what can we do that's better? Where is the Navajo Nation priority to deal with the violence in our communities? Where and how is that being funded? And so that's what I want to ask. I want to say, can we pause and have time and opportunity and organize a way where the people can have this discussion, and it could be similar to the report that's provided on this exhibit, where you had family members come out, voice their concern. But I also want to say, in this legislation, there's recommendations that have not been implemented, and families who have asked for grief counseling, and that has not been part of the solution. So, Speaker, I'll ask that question to the sponsor in a second, and I'll wait for the reply. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're ready with that. Let me go back to the sponsor's request to, I guess I'll modify, but just agreement to table this legislation until further recommendations are met in order for us to come back to this legislation. So I'll go back to you, to the sponsor, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. The reason that this legislation is up against a timeline is that Mr. Mitchell's execution is scheduled for August 26th. So in 2 weeks, there will be a gross violation of the commitment made by the federal government to American Indian tribes, and a violation of the Navajo Nation's sovereignty and ability to administer issues of justice among ourselves and on our land. So I completely appreciate the comments made by Shimon, but this is why we were elected, to have these difficult conversations at times when it isn't fair. It's not fair that we as the Navajo Nation have to engage in this issue at this time under the gun. We could have engaged in it earlier, but just as the issues with implementing the reports or the recommendations in the Public Safety Committee report haven't been implemented, there are structural barriers and things that people aren't willing to engage with. But I think we need to take a step back and recognize why we're in this position. We're in this position because one sovereign has asserted authority over our people and our land. And the obligations that the United States government made to the Navajo Nation when they signed that treaty in 1868, and when we signed that treaty in 1868, is that we could handle our affairs within our nation, that there are serious funding requirements of the federal government to the Navajo Nation if they're going to impose a new economic system on us, a new educational system on us, a new system of living on us, and they want our buy-in, then they need to fund those programs. Because it's going to be different out here. We're still going to be Diné. We're not going to be San Francisco or New York or Atlanta. We're not going to have the values of Mississippi or North Dakota. We're going to have our own values. Now, the people do have a right to speak, and I believe that they have spoken, and that there isn't much more that could be said. It's an incredibly comprehensive report, and what was presented. I think that victims' rights is a huge issue, and yes, it should be integrated into a larger project that may include this position statement, because we should look at things holistically, but we shouldn't allow our sovereignty to be contravened because we don't have things in place that we should have put in place over the past 20 years. Because ultimately, much of that has to do with money, right? Much of it has to do with money, paying for these positions, paying for these resources. And we're rich in culture, we're rich in our language, we're rich in our traditions, we're rich in our land. But we don't have a lot of money. We have $167 million, $169 million in our general funds budget, out of over $1 billion in our overall budget. We can only self-sustain under a tenth of what the services are that are provided by this government. So we're here because of the structural issues imposed on the Navajo Nation by the federal government. And if we create more barriers based off of their inaction, their inadequacy, their lack of funding, then we're never going to be able to assert our sovereignty.
No, Bart.
This is going to continue to be a chink in the armor over and over again until it just disintegrates. So I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the request, and I respectfully decline the request to table. If we table this legislation, like I said, Mr. Mitchell will be dead in 2 weeks. The precedent will be set, and it's not just for the Navajo Nation, it's for Indian country across the board. This is the only person that the federal government has sought to circumvent that commitment and create that gross violation of that sovereign to sovereign relationship. But when it comes to the judicial process and how this went through, again, by assigning and agreeing and permitting, silence is complicity. And we need to take that stand. Sometimes we aren't able to hear everything from the people. But honestly, we've had the death penalty debate within Navajo. We've had it in the United States. We've had it in the rest of the civilized world, right? The quote-unquote civilized world that everyone always likes to point back at Navajo Nation. Come join us in the 21st century. That's BS. We have our own civilization here. And we can stand on those values. We're not going to add more information to this conversation than we already know through that process. So we consent to this immoral and unethical application in this country. We know that it supports racism, white supremacy, all of these structural disadvantages and targetings that our people have to endure. This is one of the chief cogs in that system. Because we know that it's white juries that convict people of color and disproportionately send them to death row. That's what happened here. 11 white people and 1 Native person. Is that a jury of our citizens' peers? No. And to what Delegate Nez Chanella, Chair, brought up, the jury was not allowed to consider Mr. Mitchell's upbringing and other parts of his life. And that doesn't excuse anyone's actions. That doesn't excuse it at all. But we have to think about our people who are also the victims of crimes and perpetuate this. We perpetuate this historical trauma. We perpetuate, unhealthy behaviors in our families. But the foundation of combating that is affirming that life is worth living, that it is sacred, and that we don't. Once in a while. Can somebody please mute your phone?
I got it.
That life is worth living, it's sacred, and that we have an obligation to help each life form fulfill its purpose. So I know this is hard. I know that we want to go back to the people, but we were elected to make these hard decisions at this time, at times like this. And that's what I ask for my colleagues saw in consideration. Thank you.
Another response that was going to go back to, or what's the response on the tabling motion? Recognize that Madam Chair Amber Crotty would still have to get the floor. We go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and then I'll go over to next individual in the queue. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. I want to say that I think the process, and I want to raise this issue to my colleagues, the process in which we're being asked to take a position today without giving enough time and consideration, because this is a controversial issue. Any other area that's considered controversial, we provide an opportunity for our people to have a part of that decision making, to inform us, to bring in not only their own stories, but bringing in terms of how they want us to decide as their representatives. I would like to have chapter resolutions to help guide me in this decision. I would like to talk to the advocates that are out there with the families and giving me guidance, so that we're not just merely reaffirming a decision that happened over 10, 18 years ago, but that we can shed light on what our people believe is justice, what our people believe that our families should be involved. I reject the notion that we should fast track this because Mr. Mitchell has, in 2 weeks, his fate will be decided. Because what's going back to what we're being reaffirming is not what Mr. Mitchell was convicted of. It's a whole different provision. He was convicted of carjacking for murder. So this legislation is asking us not only to reaffirm a position that none of us, or maybe just 2 or 3 of us were on council at the time, wholeheartedly not even being allowed to amend to add in the family dynamic, but to simply reaffirm and then to oppose the death penalty on Mr. Mitchell. Because then I have to go to page 9 of this report. This report on death penalty that said the worst case involved a young Navajo man with no prior criminal record who was prosecuted for the murders which occurred on Navajo Indian land. But he was prosecuted based on the jurisdictional basis that it was a murder in the course of carjacking. So this reaffirming a position of federal law does not cover the provision of the cases that go under murder in the course of carjacking. The facts of this case are highly unusual for a Navajo murder case and quite upsetting. Let's recall what we are talking about when we talk about Mr. Mitchell. In the fall of October 2001, 65-year-old Alice Slim and her 9-year-old granddaughter, Tiffany Lee, drove to New Mexico to visit a medicine woman. Miss Slim had a leg ailment and went to see a traditional Navajo medicine woman to seek relief. That evening, while driving home in their pickup truck, was hijacked at a local gas station by 19-year-old
Speaker.
I'm back on.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
By Lesden Mitchell, a Navajo from Rock Point, Arizona. Miss Slim's, the grandma's truck, was later used to rob the Red Valley Trading Post for $5,000. According to information provided by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Mr. Mitchell stabbed Grandma, Miss Slim, 33 times with a butterfly knife in a wooded area in the Saley Mountain, or Tushkai Mountain. Miss Slim, according to the autopsy report, put up a fight against her hijackers. Tiffany, according to the testimony provided by one of the attackers, indicated that she, 9-year-old, did escape from her attackers, but was recaptured. Then they shoved her body in back of her truck, her own grandma's truck, along with her grandma Alice. Mitchell then slit the throat of 9-year-old Tiffany and told her to lay down and die. They then stoned her to death with a 20-pound rock. A few days later, they returned to the bodies. They chopped off their heads. They chopped off their arms, their hands, and they buried them, and they burned their clothes. This is the person you want me to vote on today to oppose his death penalty without going to my people, without going to my grandmas and saying, what do we do to heal ourselves? How can we become whole knowing what this son of ours did to our people? How can you not give me that opportunity as a council delegate to tell their story and the stories of other families so that they can be part of the decision making? That's all I'm asking. I cannot vote to reaffirm a position that discounts the families being involved. Mr. Nez talked about baby girl Ashton Mike. We were there with the family at the federal courthouse. Navajo Nation was not there. They didn't hold the hands of the parents. They didn't give them comfort. They were there by themselves with the person who took their baby from them. And they were not given the opportunity to say what they wanted to be the penalty for them, because Navajo Nation had their position. And that is not right. This government is only 100 years old. We are worried about sovereignty and others taking from us when we've taken so much from our families. Because we say, don't take power away from us, but we're not willing to invest and protect those people that sovereignty encloses. I cannot vote for this without going to my people. I cannot vote in favor for reaffirming a position that doesn't allow their voice in there. And I certainly cannot vote for opposing the death penalty on Mr. Mitchell in knowing what he did. Not just that one decision, but that decision that took many, many decisions down the point. We all know where this gas station is. It's the Conoco, right there at Fort Defiance turnoff. So to drive all the way to Red Valley, commit another crime, go back up to the mountain and create these heinous crimes, and then come back. You can't say it was 1, 2, 10, 15. He never said anything. I cannot let that go. If it's an emotional response, then it's my duty and my obligation to let my emotions come out and say, I may get it wrong, but I cannot vote in favor of this. And we have not heard from Mr. Mitchell and how he has restored that to the family. There's nothing in this document that talks about that restoration. And I dare not ask the family. I dare not ask Ms. Slim, because it's not her job to provide that. It should be someone either on the Navajo Nation side who took this position to care for her, to make sure they're provided for, to make sure they're protected. And there's somebody in the Navajo Nation then who should be checking on Mr. Mitchell. But we don't see that, because what we're only willing to do is have a discussion on the teaching, and that we're not allowed to take life. But yet, on the other hand of that, you flip it over. We're a warrior society. We honor our veterans. We know there's time and there's a place to protect yourself. So, are we now saying we're passive resistors? We shall not entertain any type of warfare? I think we have to be very careful on how we try to make these arguments very simplistic, because it's complicated. And for all of us who have to endure this injustice by the government, if I'm the one delegate who votes red, I'm fine with that. But I'm asking my colleagues, support the initiative to table, and I'm going to make that amendment, and I'm asking for a second so that we can go back to our communities and hear them. Because I may be wrong, and I'm an imperfect person, and I'm willing to admit that I do sometimes make or say wrong things, but I'm willing to listen. And it's not until we are willing to listen and hear from our communities, then we could sit here and make a decision. But without that, in this very controversial issue, I want to support Ms. Slim. I want to support her and say, in her strength and in her healing, she wants a life sentence. But reaffirming that position keeps the family out of it, and it doesn't acknowledge that Mr. Mitchell was not sentenced under that provision. So Navajo Nation needs to say, Major Crimes Act doesn't work for us. We talk about this, the Oliphant case, doesn't work for us. We don't implement these violence against women cases against perpetrators because our system is underfunded. We have to stay strong on that. We have to be willing to commit to that, because that's how you do that's how you do healing. And so I'm asking, Speaker, please recognize my amendment to have this issue tabled. So, and asking if we can create either a virtual town hall discussion or with your staff and support that we can go back to the people and have them engaged. So I'll make that motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair Cardi, for the comments. Let me go ahead and, with that, recognize and tabling motion on legislation 0166-20 with those two provisions. We'll look into those two provisions. Thankfully, the communications department's working together on other public hearings, trying to get some information out there. So we're testing those options right now, so we can put together something if this tabling motion does happen and goes forth in that manner. Madam Chair, Member Crotty. That, colleagues, there's a motion to table. And the timeline, I guess, back to you, Madam Chair, Member Crotty, is how soon would you like, I guess, this would be a public hearing for our individuals to call in or have some questions. We can do this as early as next week. But when would you like to bring this back at the next Naabik'iyati committee after that public hearing has happened? I just need a time frame, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think public hearing virtual is in order. I know your staff already has agency daily calls. I think that could be an opportunity to transition or how similar to this Saturday's call regarding some of the community's concern. We're always open for a special Naabik'iyati, and I think that would give us enough guidance in terms of what the people are saying and the education that's needed, and hearing from the different programs like the courts, the Office of the Prosecutor, the Attorney General's office, because they hear all these cases. These cases are deferred. And so I think it needs to be clear to the people on how these cases are handled and the responsibility of the Navajo Nation government. So I think next week, if we could have a series of public virtual meetings and then schedule a special Naabik'iyati. Thank you, Speaker.
That timeline-wise, having a special public discussions with the community members, whether it be through different agency calls or whether it be through some of these overall public hearings as we are going to have this weekend. We can have a legislative date after that. I know that, let me look at the calendar here. There's a possibility even to have a next Naabik'iyati committee, maybe even next Thursday or Friday, special one, so that we can move in that manner. Ms. Patero, just until the next special Naabik'iyati committee, if not, the regular Naabik'iyati committee will bring this legislation back. So, tabling motion by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Is there a second?
Second, Alona.
Second by Honorable Vince James. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead. Tabling motion. There's no discussion. Only council will give the discussion back to the sponsor, but we're here at Naabik'iyati committee. So go to the board on the tabling motion.
Elmer P. Elmer P. Begay. Key Allen Begay Jr. is here. Paul Begay. Rick. What? How do you vote? Paul Begay votes Rick. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown.
Junior Charles Newton. Junior Charles Newton. Amber Kanazat Kadi.
I'll vote green, thank you.
Amber Kanazat Kadi votes green. Herman Daniels Jr.
Oh, it's been changed.
Herman Daniels Jr. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Mr. Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio votes green per text message. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Mr. James votes green. Ricky Nairn.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Mr. Nairn votes green.
If we
Carl
could just
Slater.
even add that it's up to the family. Even if we could just add it's up to the family.
I vote red.
Mr. Slater votes red. Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Mr. Stewart votes green. Charlene So.
I vote red.
Charlene So votes red. Daniel So.
I vote red.
Daniel So votes red. Eugene So is excused. Otto So.
I vote red. What?
Otto So votes red. Thomas Walker Jr.
Oh, no, who's second for that table motion?
Thomas Walker Jr. Edison Winika.
Green.
Mr. Winika votes green. Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Mr. Yazzie votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Just to table it right
I vote green.
Mr. Yellowhair votes green. Elmer P. Begay.
I vote red. I vote red. Hello.
Elmer P. Begay votes red. Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Junior Charles Newton votes red. Nathaniel Brown. Votes green per text message. Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Mr. Daniels votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Mr. Chair, by the vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed. They're not voting. Twelve to 8.
Okay, colleagues, thank you. The vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed, motion carries. Speaker or chair not voting on the tabling motion of legislation 0166-20 until there's some sort of public hearings, input, and then bringing that back in the next Naabik'iyati committee. That next Naabik'iyati committee meeting could be possibly a special one too, rather than going to our next one, which would our next regular Naabik'iyati committee meeting is on the 27th. So there could be one before that. So, colleagues, with that, let me move on down.
Speaker, question.
Privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege by Honorable Slater.
Speaker, did you just say that the next meeting is on the 27th?
No, I said that's when the next regular scheduled Naabik'iyati committee meeting is, but we could have a special Naabik'iyati committee meeting before that. And the next possible days that we're looking at, we could have a special Naabik'iyati committee meeting as early as next Thursday or next Friday, but we have to remember that there's budget hearings too that are going on at that time, or even into a Saturday. We just need an agreement. So we'll be working together with yourself and Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and then also working with the Office of the Speaker, the staff, particularly Mr. Byron in the Communications Department, to help set up the initiatives that were enacted in that tabling motion. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Wait, Speaker, I still have a question. I have multiple questions here.
Honorable Slater.
Can we suspend the floor rules to get a commitment on when we can have these hearings and when we'll have the special Naabik'iyati committee meeting? I mean, we're just, if not, we're just condemning a man who has always maintained his innocence to death. And we're setting a precedent for all of Indian country. We have the statements from the victims. We know exactly what they said. And
Honorable Slater.
I mean, I want a motion to suspend the floor rules to have that discussion right now and get a firm commitment. Because otherwise, we're just dodging and bucking the issue. I emailed and texted nearly every single one of my colleagues with a letter that identified the issues contained in this legislation. It's not true to say that this was rushed and that delegates did not have an opportunity to consult with their community members and with their, grandmas and whomever.
Okay, Honorable Slater, this is your option. You can amend to suspend the floor rules to add on a new item right now, and that would be new item number D, and that would be to discuss further action on when to schedule public hearings, and we would get some information. Talk to the speaker staff. We can start discussing that. So if you want to do that, I'll give you the floor right now, Honorable Slater.
Yes, sir.
I'll make that motion right now.
Okay.
Johnny Orsinger, according to the prosecution, was the primary assailant. Mr. Mitchell has always maintained his innocence. While he was there, he was not the assailant.
D.
He who kills
Speaker,
one kills the whole world.
A question of privilege.
He who saves the world.
Hold on.
Question of
Everyone.
privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Hold on, everyone. Honorable Slater is making the motion to add on a new item D right now. And this new item D is to discuss the scheduling of a special public hearings that are going to be taking place in accordance with the tabling motion of legislation 0166-20.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, let me get the almost Slater. That's your motion. I'm staying on that motion. Before I go to you, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, there was a question of privilege prior to that by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, is the public hearing for the Mitchell case, or is it for the stance on the death penalty and whether the Navajo Nation should opt in? Because I think if it's for the Lesmond Mitchell case, then it's really important that we educate the people about the case itself. Although we all agree that the facts of the case are they are hard to listen to, but you know the fact is, if we go back to ask that we change the reason, I guess I was a little bit confused when the argument was being made. So are we asking that the case be reheard? And if so, then that would involve the United States Supreme Court. And if the Court of Appeals is not willing to rehear the case, then how is a letter from the Navajo Nation going to change their minds? So I guess I'm a little bit confused as to the issue, because if we're talking about the family, then I think the families made their stance and they said, no, we are against the death of Lesmond Mitchell through the death penalty. We want him to stay in prison for the rest of his life. But it sounds like the argument that was made was to get the stance on where people are at with the whole death penalty case. Which again, you know, like, I guess that would be my question is are we talking about two separate things, or are we talking about them both, as far as
Talking
the
about,
public?
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, what we're talking about is on legislation 166-20. There is a motion to table until we have more input from the public, and on that input from the public, per the legislation, it says reaffirming the position of the Navajo Nation opposing the death penalty and the sentence imposed in the United States versus Lesmond Mitchell case. So it'd be on both, Madam Chair.
Okay, so just for clarification, so if the people come back and say they want the death penalty, we will be going against the family's wishes. Is that correct?
If that legislation states on the recommendation from the victims.
Speaker, then I would like to ask that we reach out to the family to let them know that if we listen to the people and they say, yes, we are in favor of the death penalty, that we are going against their wishes, and just to make that known to the family. Because again, they're the ones who are having to go through reliving. And if we go against their wishes, I would rather we explain that the people want to go against their wishes in this case. Thank you.
Okay. That, moving on down then. Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for that recommendation. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is legislation 0166-20 states that it's reaffirming the position of the Navajo Nation opposing the death penalty. Can I get a copy of that position? Because my question is to who can answer it, is if the current position of the Navajo Nation is opposing the death penalty. Thank you, Speaker, and that's my question of privilege. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, we can get that information from Office of Legislative Counsel, but it seems like there was really never been a position of the Navajo Nation. We're checking the committee reports, and Office of Legislative Services will be working on that, but it seems like the Safety Committee was one that enacted that back in the Public Safety Committee in 2002, enacted on that. So we can give you that information, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. But we're still having staff members from Tom Pachero's shop researching through the different legislations that were acted on, not only by the Public Safety Committee, but also by former committees under the 88 Council, and then other committees, whether they be done through the Law and Order Committee or by the Naabik'iyati Committee or even by the Navajo Nation Council, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. So with that, moving on back to Honorable Slater's question. Is it a point of privilege?
Yes, Speaker. My point is really quickly that your office sent me a letter that was sent by President Russell V. Gay talking about this issue when I brought it up to council back in the summer of 2019.
This case has been an issue back then because Mr. Mitchell was originally scheduled for the death sentence in December of 2019, but that was halted because of some issues dealing with the FDA, and also I believe it was had something to do with the concoction of, and that was the term that was used, was the concoction of the thing that they put in the shot. I don't know what it's called, the injection or something. So there was some FDA issues with that around that time. But Speaker, your office sent me a letter from President Begay, who had, I believe at that time, made a stance on this. So I think that may also need to be included in the documents that go out. Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess we position statement was clarified from President at that time, so we can get that information back. Madam Chair, Madam Chair Charleston. That, colleagues, Honorable Slater has made a motion.
Question of privilege?
Yes, this is Delegate Charlene. So.
Question of privilege, Madam.
Yes, my question to, well, actually, I'm trying to get a thorough understanding right now. I'm starting to think that a horrible mistake and move was made to table this, giving the understanding that the lethal injection execution is scheduled for August 26th. And my question is, how much weight is this going to carry with the public open forum and discussion with our communities, even if it's coming in the following days, and then when the special Naabik'iyati meeting is called and it passes, if it passes, will it have any weight at all? Because I'm trying to understand if it will be much more effective if we, of course it would be if we pass it today, but I don't understand if they'll make that difference coming, less than 2 weeks of the execution date. So that's what I'm trying to understand is it going to carry weight? And, I really wish I agree with Chavez and Bersati that this should have been, it should have been a public discussion. But even before council, before this was delayed, I think with every year, every council, 22nd, 23rd years following, that a public standpoint should have been made so that this would carry on and this could have been avoided. So can I get much more clarification on that? Thank you.
Question of privilege by Madam Chair or Madam Honorable Charlene. So I guess let me ask Ms. Barbara, if you're listening in on this one. The question is, if we pass this today or if we pass this next week, how much weight does this have? I think the question is, if we pass it today, we pass it next week, the initiative is still us presenting our position statement to not only the federal government and to the White House. I think that it would still be precedence for us to still continue the discussion, whether that discussion continues today or whether it continues next week. The final mandate on it would just be if the Navajo Nation Council acts on anything. And if that happens today or next week, I think it's just a pushing of what the federal government's recommendation will be coming down to. Ms. Barbara, I don't know if you have any further guidance on that.
Thank you, Speaker. I cannot answer all of those questions, but I think I can provide maybe some guidance, some background. If I think it would be important at this point, or helpful, let me put it that way, for council to take a look, or delegates to take a look, the committee to take a look at page 4 of the legislation under the resolved clause. You have two different paragraphs under the resolved clause. The first paragraph states that the Navajo Nation hereby opposes the death penalty against any of its citizens. That is really the position. That would be the nation's overall position on the death penalty. Your second paragraph is the Navajo Nation requests the President of the United States to commute Mr. Lesmond Mitchell's sentence to life in prison without the possibility of release. As while I'm certainly not his Mr. Mitchell's legal counsel, but it appears to me that the most important piece of this legislation, as far as Mr. Mitchell is concerned, is that paragraph B, that the Navajo Nation is requesting the President of the United States to commute Mr. Lesmond Mitchell's sentence to life in prison without the possibility of release. That is the immediate request. So it would be possible to basically break up this legislation, I guess that's the correct term, so that you could approve B without having decided A. So what I mean is, you could come to the conclusion to request the computation of Mr. Mitchell's sentence without determining the nation's overall position on the death penalty. So you could do the hearings on the overall position of the nation on the death penalty, but at the same time, still in this particular instance, carve out the part about Mr. Mitchell and do I don't know, you could have amended this legislation, I suppose. You could amend it with the next body, something like that. I hope that was helpful, Speaker. I don't know. And as far as the question as to what effect it's going to have, I can't tell you that, but I can surmise that the sooner you get, if the nation decides to go that direction, the sooner you get the request to the President, the more likely, the higher chance of him taking action. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that. One more question of privilege. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, Don. Thank you, Speaker. I think, like I said, I was confusing too to this legislation. I thought this legislation was supposed to be like the Navajo Nation Council against the death penalty of the accused Navajo citizen. But instead, what Delegate Crowley mentioned is reaffirming the position of the Navajo Nation Council opposing that. So it made it to where this legislation is, we keep mentioning that like we're trying to appeal this case through saying that we're making the allegation, keep mentioning that how the criminal proceeding took place. So we keep mentioning it like that. So it makes us to where that that we're trying to appeal this case with this legislation. That's how we understand it. So I wanted to make it clear that what are we trying to do here? We can with this legislation. What I was going to recommend is that we should just, if it's going to be like, we should craft this legislation to where it simply says we oppose this death penalty of our own tribal member, and it's not within our tribal belief system. That's it. And now we're trying to say this, we're reaffirming, and then we're trying to go back to how these criminal proceedings took place. So that's where I get confused on it. So that's why I was saying that, if you want to use the non-fundamental law, you confuse that. Try to proceed with we're going back to the criminal proceeding, how it took place. So we can just say, that this Navajo Nation Council is against the death penalty of our own tribal member, which is not within our tribal belief system. That's it. So that's where we get confused on. Can somebody clarify that for me? That's it.
Elmer Brigade, you had a question of privilege and just a clarification.
Okay, yeah, I'll go. What I'm saying is that what are we trying to do? Just like how Delegate Crowley mentioned that we're saying that the legislation reads as a reaffirming the position of the Navajo Nation Council.
Yes.
And we're trying to do is we're trying to go, then as we go along, we keep mentioning making the allegation of how the criminal proceeding took place.
No.
And that's the reason why we're trying to appeal it again. We're trying to do that. What are we trying to do? And we can just simply say the Navajo Nation Council opposed the death penalty of our own tribal member, which is not within the belief system. That's all we can say. So that's where I kind of get confused on it. So that was my question that I wanted to ask.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, let me just. We have passed the discussion of this legislation right now. I think everybody's trying to continue this discussion. The question is right now is that the legislation is tabled until we have further discussion from the public, input from the public, and that's what was a tabling motion. And then we come back until the next Naabik'iyati committee, which could be next week. Now, with the process that we're doing right now is that Honorable Slater is asking to amend the agenda and suspend the floor rules and add on a new item. That a new item is to schedule public hearings or public input comments from individuals through public agency calls or through some kind of public virtual town hall. That's what we're scheduling right now. If there's any further clarification on the legislation itself, that can be asked at the next Naabik'iyati committee meeting. So I'm going to go back now to Honorable Slater. Did we get? So I'm going to ask Honorable Slater. We did get a motion by him. Now, is there a second to add this on to today's agenda?
Chair, I'll second. This is Delegate So.
Okay, Honorable Charlene So.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Colleagues.
Yes, we get time to think about it.
Yeah, good time. Let me go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. Holy. Thank you, everyone, for getting back online. I do believe we have a quorum now, so let's go ahead and try that roll call now again.
Roll call for Naabik'iyati Committee. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. C. Alan Begay Jr. is excused. Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Mr. Begay is present. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Virginia Charles Newton. Virginia Charles Newton. Amber Naabik'iyati. Amber Naabik'iyati is present. Seth Damon.
Present.
Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Mark Freeland.
Present. Thank you.
Mr. Freeland is present. Pernell Halona.
Delegate Hall is present. Thank you.
Mr. Halona is present. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio. Vince James.
Idaho Country is present. Delegate James is present.
Mr. James is present. Ricky Nash.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Mr. Nash is present. Charles Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Mr. Slater is present. Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Mr. Smith is present. Wilson Stewart Jr. Wilson Stewart Jr. Charlene So.
Present.
Charlene So is present. Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Daniel So is present. Eugene So is excused. Aldo So.
I'm here.
Aldo So is present. Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker present.
Mr. Walker is present. Edison Winika.
Here.
Mr. Winika is present. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Yellow Hair is present.
Mr. Yellow Hair is present. Elmer P. Begay. Members present, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, 15 members present. Let's go ahead and move on down. We were on Honorable Slater's amendment to the agenda, second by Honorable Charlene So. So with that, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. Speaker.
Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I would like to propose a potential compromise and survey my colleagues right now. And that is to provide a directive motion to the Speaker that would state that the nation is opposed to the death sentence of Mr. Mitchell, and commuting it to life in prison without the possibility of release, without establishing or reaffirming or getting into the issues that Delegate Crotty identified. And I hope that this would be a reasonable accommodation, and maybe that's what we could vote on right now. But yes, Speaker, can we see if Delegate Charlene So would consent to that that change, and then have some discussion from colleagues to see if that would be amenable?
Chair,
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure we have the exact language. Directive to the Speaker's office. Freedom memo document, and in that position statement would be that we as a Navajo Nation Council changing this would be to the federal government. And could you restate that one more time? Almost later.
The request is for the Speaker to send a letter with the President of the Navajo stating that the Navajo Nation opposes the imposition of the death penalty on Mr. Mitchell and seeks that his sentence be commuted from death to life in prison without the possibility of release. The nation has never opted into the Federal Death Penalty Act. That's the position. We have never consented to that.
Right.
No matter what loophole the federal government is using, and that we are now ascribing and assigning our own culpability to.
This is a directive to the Speaker's office and working together with the President's office. This is modifying the request. Now with that, Madam, our Honorable Charlene, so are you good with that?
Yes, Chair. I agree.
And it'll come out on this directive. We'll follow up with the vote. Any comments, questions? Once, twice, 3 times. It's a directive. We're aboard.
Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. The Elmer Begay Jr. is excused. Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Mr. Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown. Daniel Brown. Eugenia Charles Newton. Eugenia Charles Newton. Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Mr. Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Mr. Halona votes green. Jamie Hinio. Jamie Hinio. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Mr. James votes green. Ricky Ness. Ricky Ness. Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater Green.
Mr. Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Mr. Smith votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Mr. Stewart votes green. Shari So.
Green.
Shari So votes green. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So is excused. Otto So.
Green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Mr. Walker votes green. Edison Winika.
Green.
Mr. Winika votes green. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Mr. Yellowhair votes green.
Elmer McGay votes green, or
Elmer
is it?
McGay votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Jamie Hill. Jamie Hill. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Nez votes green. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Mr. Chair, a vote of 17 in favor and 0 opposed.
You can call me, Jimmy Yellowhair. Oh,
Sure. Sir Yellowhair, we did call you.
I'll vote green. I did, yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did vote green.
Yeah, I did. Sorry. Sorry, speaker.
All right. That vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. We'll get on that, Honorable Slater. Moving on down. Legislation 0160-20, sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Keelan McGee, co-sponsored by Honorable Helena. Honorable Helena will be the sponsor here today again. That, Mr. Patero, if you could read into the reading legislation 0160-20.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council or committee, tracking number 0160-20, an action relating to an emergency requesting Congress to extend the deadline for Native American veterans to file for U.S. Veterans Administration disability claims and claims against the Indian Health Service for substandard medical care. We do have a committee report from the Navajo Nation Council on the 22nd of July, 2020. Referral motion to refer legislation 0160-20 to the Naabik'iyati Committee. Motion by Honorable Ricky Nez, seconded by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. With a vote of 13 in favor and none opposed, Speaker Damon not voting, legislation has been referred to the Naabik'iyati Committee. Mr. Speaker.
That was there a motion?
Chair, motion. Delegate Charlene So.
Motion by Honorable Charlene So, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Any comments, questions? Once.
I have a
Twice.
question, Speaker. Delegate Rick Nez.
Okay, with that, Honorable Lona, 20 minutes. Floor is yours, Honorable Lona.
Thank you, Chair. My colleagues, good afternoon. It's been a long day. I know we'll try to get through this quickly. The update on this package here that was going through the Senate and the Congress is taking a different turn. Between the Senate and the Congress, that there was $1 trillion agreement. The Congress Democrats were trying to shoot it for a $3 trillion agreement, but the Republicans on the Senate side agreement with that $3 million. They want to cut it back down to $1 trillion. So there's not really been any decision yet made on this bill in the Senate. I do have Mr. Carlisle Begay on the line to give us another update on the proposal with the Senate and the Congress as far as the CARES Act funding. But the HEROES Act actually changed. It's now called the HURD Act funding. So there's some new developments there, but they're not able to come to an agreement on how much funding they want to put forward within this legislation. Mr. Begay, Carlisle, are you on now?
Delegate Holland, yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Could you go ahead and give us the update?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Delegate Holland, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak briefly this afternoon. Just wanted to give a brief update with the ongoing negotiations, as Delegate Holland stated, in terms of the Phase 4 COVID-19 stimulus relief. Last Friday, officially on August 7th, the 116th Congress, both in the House and Senate, did adjourn for their previously scheduled August recess, which is scheduled to run through September 7th. As you know, as Delegate Halana mentioned, both the Senate and House continue their negotiations over the next coronavirus relief legislation and negotiations directly with the White House and Chief of Staff Meadows and Secretary Munchin are the representatives from the White House negotiating the positions from the White House. Last Friday, senators in the U.S. Senate did meet briefly, but left Washington really still with a cloud of uncertainty in terms of a path forward. It is understood that if there is an agreement in the coming week or coming few weeks, members of Congress will be given 24 hours notice if a deal on the pandemic aid should emerge. The last negotiations as of this week, well, we back up a little bit to Delegate Alana's point on the HEALS Act. On July 27th, the Senate did announce, and Majority Leader McConnell outlined the Health Economic Assistance Liability Protection in Schools HEALS Act, and HEALS is the acronym for the legislation. This was backed by Senate Republicans as their opening bid for the Phase 4 economic relief ahead of what has been the negotiations back and forth in the last couple of weeks. The Phase 4 relief, as it stands right now, it really is in a follow-up legislation to, as many of you are aware, the $2 trillion CARES Act. Again, CARES is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act that was previously passed by Congress back in March. The HEALS Act that I mentioned that was introduced back on July 27th was substantially smaller in size and scope than the $3 trillion House-passed HEROES Act, which reflected really the House Democrats' Phase 4 priorities. Speaker Pelosi was the spokesperson for the HEROES Act that the House passed. As you look forward to the Phase 4 ongoing negotiations, we expect that the negotiations will be ongoing, as I mentioned, in the coming week. But when it comes down to it, the both sides, both the Senate and House, Democrat and Republican leaders, are at the moment about $1 trillion apart on what they see as the Phase 4 stimulus package. There's a huge focus by a number of members of Congress on schools and returning schools back as soon as possible. So there's a substantial amount of funding for back-to-school plans and also funding for businesses to reopen. Trump, as you may have followed the news, ridiculed Democrats in both in the House and the Senate, and have really outlined the lack of negotiations moving forward, and blaming the House and Senate Democrat leaders for the lack of movement on the ongoing negotiations. One of the biggest sticking points right now is aid to state, local, and tribal governments. Democrats in both the House and Senate, as of this week, offered to cut their original $3.5 trillion proposal by about a third, but insisted on keeping about $1 trillion for governments that would include tribes. The Trump administration and congressional Republicans have pushed back on that proposal, and there are a number of members of Congress and the Republican side in particular that have said that they've given enough help to states and local governments, and that ongoing negotiation will likely be ongoing in terms of what potential money that the Navajo Nation may receive as part of these ongoing negotiations. As many of you are aware, there are parallel legislations introduced specifically by Congressman O'Halloran. On July 9th, he did introduce House Resolution 7557, which would be a bill that allows tribes who received CARES Act funding to have until the end of 2022 to spend that money. As you know, the CARES Act currently requires the funding to be spent by December 31st, 2020. This proposal by Congressman O'Halloran would extend that time frame through December 31st, 2022. It also includes some legislation to expand some flexibility as well. There's been a similar bill introduced in the Senate by Senator Martin Heinrich, and there's a co-sponsor in the Senate by Senator Steve Daines from Montana. But with that, Delegate Halana, Speaker, members of the Council, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Carlisle, for that update. Speaker, ready for questions if there are any?
Vote. Hey, thank you. Sorry. I was talking to myself. Let me go ahead and go to the floor. Honorable Vice Chair, or Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Ado Shinant I, Anna, and Honorable Halona. Appreciate your legislation. But I would like to inform all of you, Shinant Arno Senegi, on August 7th, Northern Agency Veterans Organization had a resolution before them to support this legislation here for the extension of the deadline for Native American veterans to file for U.S. Veterans Administration disability claims and claims against IHS. The vote that they took that day was 5 were in favor of it and 51 against opposing. And that just happened Friday, this past Friday. And just to let you know that I'm going to have to vote red on this based on our Northern Agency Veterans Organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that update there, Mr. Nez. I didn't know that they had re-voted on that.
Okay. That, everybody else once. Vice
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Smith, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Halona, for this legislation, and Carlisle Begay for bringing an update on this. The way that this legislation's been introduced is it's an emergency. And during the time that it was presented, the veterans were saying it's not an emergency, that they still get services regardless, and they can receive services. And that's why it was tabled and sent back to Naabik'iyati for us to reconsider. If this is an emergency, and it's going to really hurt the veterans, I definitely protect the veterans' interests. But through the resolution or resolution from Northern Agency, they said they don't support it. And several veterans have voiced that too. Wondering why did this come out as an emergency? And what is actually happening on that? That's why I thought it was going to be a work session to discuss this, but apparently nobody mentioned work session. That's why I went back to Naabik'iyati. So with that, Northern Agency is saying no, and other veterans are saying no, then I think the question should be to Health and Education Human Services, is this really necessary to put in front of Naabik'iyati? And most of the veterans from Northern Agency are saying Dota. And I spoke to Mr. Z, and he was saying that the same thing. Northern Agency did not pass this, and I was hoping that he'd be online. I don't know if he's online. Maybe we could hear his side on behalf of that, because he's the director of the Veterans Affairs for the veterans. I don't know if he's available, Speaker, and get an understanding on what is actually taking place on this. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. The request, Mr. Zorlang on?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm checking to see if Mr. Zorlang is on.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you.
Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, with that, have anybody else on the board or in the queue? Going once, twice,
Speaker.
3 times. Go to board. On legislation 0160-20. No. Somebody on the line? I didn't hear anybody.
It's Chairman
I think
So.
that was Honorable.
Chairman So?
Yes, did you, I basically, again, the question I had at the previous was, at the time it was the HEROES Act. But in looking at the HEALS Act, there is no talk about veterans' benefit being terminated. And I really feel like the crafters of the original and what's now being deemed emergency, it's being alarmist when there is no alarm. I think the main intent is basically for veterans to file claims against the IHS. And that's not being relayed out front. And as Mr. Begay, Carlisle Begay, relayed, the Senate will not reconvene until September 8th. And for this legislation to be deemed emergency, I don't think is valid. I really want this legislation to go back to the HES committee and to have the committee really research this aspect of extending the deadline or extending the appeal process deadline for veterans. This is a hoax of a legislation. And I don't think the Nabi committee ought to fall for this hoax. Mr. Chairman, that would be my statement to the committee, and I would vote red on this.
Okay, thank you. Pat, there's no other comments. Go to the vote on legislation 0160-20.
Okay, Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay.
Vote red. I vote red.
Mr. Begay votes red. Al Begay Jr. is excused. Paul Begay.
Red.
Mr. Begay votes red. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Amber Knazbot-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes red. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Mark Freeland.
Red.
Mr. Freeland votes red. Pernell Halona.
Green.
Mr. Halona votes green. Jamie Hiniel. Jamie Hiniel. Vince James. Vince James. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Mr. Nez votes red. Carl Slater.
Support the principles, but not the execution. Delegate Slater votes red.
Slater votes red. Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Mr. Smith votes red. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Red. You say red?
Yes, red.
Okay. Mr. Stewart votes red. Charlene So.
I vote red.
Charlie So votes red. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Daniel So votes red.
Eugene So is excused. Otto So.
Red.
Green.
I vote red. Ka-ching.
Otto So votes red. Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes red.
Mr. Walker votes red. Edison Winnica.
Red.
Mr. Winnica votes red. Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Mr. Yazzie votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Mr. Yellowhair votes red. Okay, the vote is 3 in favor, 15 opposed. Mr. Chair.
Chair, this is Delegate Daniels. I vote red.
Daniel votes red. So the vote is 3 in favor, 16 opposed. Who? Mitch James votes green. Okay, Mr. Mitch James green. That will change the vote to 4 in favor and 16 opposed.
That 4 in favor, 16 opposed. Chair not voting, motion fails. Moving on down. Item number A, under reports. Report from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the new online legislative request system by Ms. Dana Barbara. Barbara. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel, and with me on the line, I hope, is our office assistant, Martina Smiley. This will be a very quick report. As most of you are aware, my office, the Office of Legislative Counsel, has been struggling to find an appropriate system to keep up with the requests for legislation and other services since the pandemic and the shutdown of the various branches. It has become overwhelmingly confusing for my office to keep up with the requests for legislation that are all coming in online. They're going to different attorneys in our office, and it's just been kind of nightmarish. So we are attempting to bring some sanity to that system, and I requested Martina Smiley, who you all probably know. She's usually who takes your legislation requests when she comes into when you come into our office, and I tasked her with devising a system so you can make your requests online and do not have to come in to the office to submit them. She put together this system, and an email was sent out this morning from her. I actually will send it out again, but it sets forth the process, which is relatively, hopefully, simple and will work well. What it does is, I don't know if you can find your email from this morning. It was from Martina Smiley. I'm not sure exactly what time it was sent, but right around 10 o'clock. And basically what that email includes, it includes an instruction sheet and then for online submission, and it also includes a PDF form, which is a copy of your regular legislation request form, but this one is fillable. It means you can just pull it up, go on, fill in the empty blanks, and so you don't have to handwrite it out. Basically, the way the system will work is that you will complete the PDF form service request. You will then submit the completed PDF form to a new email address, and that email address is included in the instructions. That email address is legislation-requests@navajo.nsn.gov. You can attach exhibits or supporting documents in the same email, as long as those documents do not exceed 20 pages. If your supporting documents exceed 20 pages, you'll need to have somebody drop them off in person. Often with the network, which is kind of a local network, separate for us of Legislative Council, when there are more than 20 pages of supporting documents, things have a tendency to get kicked back. So if there's more than 20 pages of supporting documents, you'll have to hand deliver them. And then there's some further instructions and some tips, such as, and they're pretty standard as to your regular hand delivery of submission, meaning only delegates can submit legislation requests. When legislations are completed, you will be emailed, and you will need to come in and pick them up. We're not ready to go all the way online yet. That may be coming up, but it's not there yet. So right now it's just a request, but I think that this new system will allow us to track your requests better and thus get the legislation out quicker. Let's see. You can still, of course, provide, you can still submit your requests in person at our office. Nothing has changed there. The instructions sent out this morning do include kind of a step-by-step as far as your PDF forms go. The one thing I do need to tell you is that it appears like the only way we're going to be able to take online requests is if they come from your Navajo Nation email account. That would be your at navajo-nsn.gov account. Other types of emails, such as Gmail, Yahoo, MSN, they get sent to the ICE box, which is basically the firewall. They get blocked by the firewall, sent to spam. Those are primarily the what I wanted to introduce. Hopefully this works out much better for the delegates and for my office. I'm not sure I have anything else to say right at the moment, but I would like to at least have Ms. Smiley introduce herself if she's on the line. After all, this is her project. I'm very proud of her. She's a very great young lady to have in our office. Martina, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, why don't you introduce yourself and add anything you would like, and then we'll go to questions, if there are any.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, speaker, delegates, and staff. So pretty much Dana covered the layout of how we're going to start this online submission. The first part is very simple. Fill out the form, with the form, if there are any exhibits or supporting documents, you email it to the legislation request email. After submission, we'll begin the process of assigning the documents and drafting them. Once it's completed and drafted, I'll notify the sponsor, co-sponsor if there are any, and their LDA. If you want me to contact you by phone, please put that in the request form. Other than that, we do ask that if the pages do exceed 20 pages, you submit that in person. We work better with the hard copy, and our printers can't handle so much printing. Also, again, only delegates, the sponsors, can pick up and submit the request. It's only for legal reasons, which is why I keep implementing that rule. Other than that, also, again, the email accounts, we will only accept them from the Navajo account. To my understanding, all the employees under legislative branch have a Navajo Nation email account. That's about pretty much it. We try to keep it as simple as we can for this first step. So I'll be taking any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Martina. Speaker, I think that would be the end of our report, other than to say we will, of course, answer questions and assist delegates as they get familiar with this new system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff, and for your staff. This is Delegate Amber Crotty. Speaker has asked me to help pro tem the meeting. Colleagues, are there any questions regarding the report? We do not have any delegates in the queue.
Jamal, I have a comment.
Yes, Delegate Stewart.
So, yeah, so, Ms. Barbara, thank you. This legislation and your staff, I commend you for doing that. Now, if we can only go towards online signatures, that would be great. And also doing the documents like that. It does make it easier to submit and also be more clear on what presented in our legislation as well. So I thank you for that, and your staff as well for that route. And just again, thank you. Yashma.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Stewart. Before we move forward, I do need a motion and a second on the report.
Motion. Stewart.
Second, Halona.
Delegate Stewart, motion, second by Delegate Halona. Thank you. Ms. Barbroff, if you could answer Delegate Stewart's question, thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Stewart, for thanking us for establishing the system. It has been, as we've all gone through the pandemic and the short shutdown and moving on to doing more things online, there's been challenges all along the way. We have learned a lot, and this became quite apparent to me that too many requests were getting lost because of the massive amount of emails we received. So I think by setting up a discrete system, we will be serving the delegates better. And yes, we will be looking at going further. That is going to take much coordination with the Office of Legislative Services, and so that will be the next step. One of the challenges, which I'm not sure the delegates realize, there's no reason you should. I didn't realize it for a good 3 months, but the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services have a shared file, which is how we deal with legislation getting posted and various things, but it is a discrete network. It's not the one run by DIT and such. And it's not accessible really except right in our offices and within, I think somebody told me, within a mile of our office, a mile of Office of Legislative Services. So that is one of the challenges we will have to overcome to make the whole legislation system online. So think of this as step one, and so I appreciate your support going forward, and we do have a future look as to how to get actually the next step completed. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbara. See no others in the queue. Delegates, are we ready to vote?
Round the
Hearing
horn.
none? Thank you. Let's vote. Ms. Spencer, thank you. We're having some technical difficulties. We'll get Ms. Spencer.
Elmer P. Begay. Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown.
Elmer Begay votes green.
On all of that,
Elmer Begay votes green.
where they're at.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Yes.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Mr. Daniels votes green. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Mr. Freeland votes green. Cornell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Mr. Halona votes green. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio. Fitz James. Fitz James. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Mr. Nez votes green. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Mr. Slater did not vote. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Mr. Smith votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Mr. Stewart votes green. Charlene So. Charlene So. Charlene So did not vote. Daniel So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So is excused. Otto So.
Green.
Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Mr. Walker votes green. Edison Winika.
Green.
Mr. Winika votes green. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy Yellow Hair.
I'll vote green.
Mr. Yellow Hair votes green. Seth Damon. Seth Damon. Jamie Hino. Jamie Hino. Vince James. Vince James. Vince James did not vote. Jimmy Hino did not vote. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Mr. Slater did not vote. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Mr. Yazzie did not vote. Okay, with the vote of 16 in favor and 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you. With the vote of 16 in favor and 0 opposed, the report is passed. Moving on to the next item on the agenda. If we could read that into the record, the next report. Mr. Platero. Moving on to the new report, letter B, a report on the status of elections by Rodriguez Morris, Acting Executive Director of the Office of Election Administration. Mr. Morris, are you on the line? Second call for Mr. Morris, are you on the line? Third and final call for Mr. Morris. Are you on the line? Colleagues not hearing or receiving a text from Mr. Morris, we'll move on to the next report. The next report is report letter C, report on the proposed projects from the potential funding by the Navajo CARES Act, funding by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and Native Renewables on solar panels. Mr. Rex Kuntz or Arash, are you on the line from NTUA?
Delegate Crotty?
Yes, Ms. Vicente?
Yes, good afternoon, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Arash is making his way to the phone. If you would just give us a few minutes, he will sign right on.
Oh, Shade. And so I will also ask, is Ms. Wahala Johns from Native Renewables on the line?
Pro Temp Speaker Crotty, I'm on the line. This is Wahala.
Oh, Ms. Johns, while you're on the line, if I may ask a motion, if I could ask for a motion from my colleagues in a second, and we'll move on to the report. I have a motion by Delegate Freeland. Second.
Second, Halona.
Second, Halona. We'll move on to the report. Ms. Wahala Johns, if you could start by introducing your company and your plans for the proposed funding for the solar projects. Thank you. 20 minutes.
Okay. She Wahala John Dinisha Ashihin Nishlin do She Bashishin Isani Dasha Che Aldo Kia Ani Dashanella. Like to say good afternoon to the members of the Naabik'iyati committee and Pro Temp Speaker for having me on today to give a report on behalf of Native Renewables. We submitted a proposal to do 1,500 off-grid solar systems with battery storage for the CARES funding. And to this date, I think we submitted 3 weeks ago, and our whole team has been working every day to prepare ourselves to assemble and install these off-grid solar units. And we have been reaching out to a variety of partners, install partners, Navajo business, construction companies, as well as electricians. So our approach to this program is to utilize existing workforce within the Navajo Nation, and to the design of each off-grid solar unit is to provide enough power for a refrigerator for if people want to get access to the internet, satellite Wi-Fi, and for some people do direct TV, and small electronics, lighting, and in this proposal we also are going to do house wiring for 1,500 homes. And there's a line item in there for replacement of batteries too for existing off-grid solar units out there on Navajo Nation. The other piece of the proposal talks about refrigeration. So each off-grid solar unit is going to come with a refrigerator. We see this proposal and vision for, it's called Hojon Homes, is to make our homes stronger on our nation, and to provide power to the people. We think about the families that live in really remote places, and we understand, you know, a lot of these families can live 5 to 10 miles away from the nearest transmission line, and usually it's, you know, off paved roads. And we have done installs in these rural areas, and we have learned a lot from the past 30 years that off-grid solar has been on Navajo Nation. And a part of our program is really to build in a place for good education with the customer so that they know how to use and manage their own power, and maintenance for us to help support them when they have questions regarding an off-grid solar unit and managing their load, their energy load. So our program is designed to help support the customers, but also be there for, you know, many years to help support these families that get an off-grid solar unit. Where we're at today, we are anticipating, we have our distributor, one of the largest solar distributors in the country we are working with. And so we can meet the demand by December 30th to deploy 1,500 systems. This is a really great opportunity to help lift up the workforce that exists in Navajo, but also refine the qualities of building robust off-grid photovoltaic systems and battery storage. And these systems can last over 20 years. And if it's well taken care of by the user and the customer. So I just want to give you an update that we've been working very hard, and we've been really excited about this great growth in opportunity, that it can provide jobs, and we can do it in a safe way that will help us navigate through COVID as well. And we're going to have great safety procedures and how we do installs. And, you know, our values is really rooted in our communities and rooted in, making home stronger. And a lot of times calls that we get are from families that live in remote places. And so this program is for them. It's to deliver immediate relief, energy relief to these homes out there on Navajo. And we understand there's a lot of restrictions too when it comes to power lines, and we think this program is going to help our people. So we have been also, we have a lot of questions as well from our end for the different Navajo Nation divisions and departments. This morning we spoke to the Office of Navajo Nation President and Vice President. We gave a report on our funding proposal and who we are, introduced ourselves, and they are, vetting, I think, all of the expenditure plans throughout the CARES Funding Act. And so just wanted to update you that we did that this morning. And we're, again, wanting to coordinate and collaborate with all of the 24th Council members on this call, that we want to touch base with all of your chapters and the community health relation folks to get a list of the families that are in need of power as well. We want to also coordinate with NTUA on their list and how they're going to start to deploy these their off-grid solar units. And so that if we can work in collaboration and unity, this would be a huge impact on behalf of the people. So I just want to update you where we're at. We got a lot of people excited to work, over 75 people right now. And so I'm just really happy and glad for this, opportunity to speak with you all, because we haven't had too much dialogue. But I would love to continue to ask more questions about this process, and also how we can best support your communities and the people that you serve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I have Ms. John. If we could move to N2A, I believe, Shiaj, are you on the line, Arash?
Yes, I am. Yes. Thank you, Naabik'iyati.
Thank you.
You want me to start?
Yes, you have approximately 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. First off, thank you, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Arash Nathan Moalimi Initiative, Tohalini Initiative, my Persian clan Bashachin, Kia Ani Dashache, and my Persian clan Dashanali. I am General Counsel for NTUA. I've been of service to the Navajo Nation for 10 years now, first working at DNA People Legal Services, a brief stint with the Judicial Branch, and for 7 years with NTUA. And today I'm going to talk about the CARES Act, the proposal, or NTUA's proposal for the 1,000 units that was approved by Council and is being under review at the OPVP. So NTUA, first off, I just want to thank the Council. NTUA is excited in combating the pandemic through solar units in rural and areas where it's difficult to extend power lines. And we're talking about homes and families that are very much, that will not probably receive power through the electric grid for the near future. So we're serving homes that are way out there, and as Ms. John said, that's really what the focus is. So I wanted to go over NTUA's proposal, kind of give you some high-level information and some of the challenges that we will face and that we're aware of and what we want you to be aware of, and how we intend to meet those challenges. So with NTUA's proposal, we propose 1,000 units of our power refrigeration and water pump system unit. So this unit will deliver 3 kWs, and it will include a refrigerator, and the size of the refrigerator that we're looking at right now is 18 cubic feet. Our proposal also includes a water pump system. So as you know, one of the big pushes, and I think NECA and NTUA is working on a different project for cistern systems to pump water through. We will provide a water pump that will, if the customer would like to, purchase a cistern system, they could do it, but it's compatible so that this system can be expanded to reach water as well, those units. We talked about the importance of the actual warranty on units. So for these units, as Ms. John said, they will and they may last for 20 plus years, but each item has a different warranty, and with NTUA's proposal, we're providing those warranties. For example, we're doing the RFP right now, and I won't get into details, but for example, the inverter has a 5-year warranty. The solar panels have a 20 plus year warranty overall. So we're trying to protect the units and the Navajo families that receive the units, and that's one of our big pushes as well. With the unit, it takes about 4 hours to get a full charge out of the unit. So if there's 4 hours of direct sunlight, this unit will be fully charged. And without any power, without any direct sunlight, and with a full charge, this unit will produce power for approximately 3 days. Okay, so if we have those overcast days and the battery's full because it was sunny before, then it would produce power for 3 days overall. Okay. And I just wanted to go over some other information as far as some of the challenges that NTUA is going to face with this. So we have 1,000 units. We're already right now in August. As you all know, NTUA has been around for over 60 years. So we're going to be here. We provide the warranty on the item and also the O&M on the item. Okay. Some of the biggest, we identified 3 big challenges through this process with this particular funding, with this award. The first one is having vendors have the capability to provide 1,000 units within, not by the end of the year because we have to install them, but within the next few months. So as you know, if you do business on Navajo, you have to follow the Navajo procurement process. So as of now, we will be, by Saturday, we will have advertised or begin to advertise RFPs for these solar units. Okay, so that's a process in and of itself to actually advertise and to award and do your due diligence and to award these to vendors. That's going to take some time overall. We identify that as the first challenge. Based off of our timeline and given the fact that we have already completed the specs and already completed the RFP and we're ready to advertise publicly, we believe we can reach the 1,000 units and we can get vendors that will provide us 1,000 units in the correct time frame. By December 30th, we can get those in service. The next challenge we're facing is the identifying the homes and customers. So, we have a path forward, and the reason why we have a path forward is we're using the same or a similar approach to Light Up Navajo, where we have to identify 1,000 homes and customers that need, and I'm sure there's more than that, but that will, come forth and fill out an application for a solar unit. And, this is where we're asking the council and chapters to assist us in reaching out to NTUA, and we'll be providing a brochure and information to you shortly, probably before the end of the week. That will lay forth the project manager, the lead, and how we can get these applications to families. So that's one of the big challenges that we feel like we're going to face. But we have a path forward with kind of using the same approach as Light Up Navajo. And the last challenge we have is the timeline. We have 1,000 units that we have to connect by the end of the year. Based off of our workforce, right now we have 40 trained Navajo NTUA employees that have the capability to install and do O&M on these units. They're all properly certified through OSHA, through NOSHA, and through the proper approving bodies. So, that's one of the other challenges we face with these units is connecting 1,000 units by the end of the year. Once again, NTUA understands the challenges. We're excited to combat the pandemic. And I think the challenges that we face are going to be the same challenges that Native Renewables face. But, we're doing this for the Navajo people. So we're excited about it. This is going to be a company-wide effort, and we believe we can get the units installed by the end of the year. One of the other questions that might come up is, warranty and what happens if a unit's not working. And if a unit's not working after they're installed, NTUA has a dedicated call center. So they would be treated just like any other, like other customers. They have a call center that will handle the call and route it to the solar PV technicians to go out there and provide O&M on any warranty work for those units. And one other issue or thing that I want to bring up is disposal. So one thing that EPA might be worried about and the Navajo Nation should be worried about is disposal of units. So these are solar units overall. As part of our RFP, we required vendors to provide recyclable units. So that means when the unit is no longer, when the life of the unit has been completed and run out, there's an ability to recycle these units, meaning either we can sell them or we can tear them down and remove them from the site based off of how they're built. Okay, N2A is using a lithium hybrid battery for these units as well, which is a little bit higher technology, cost efficient, but a little bit higher technology for these units as well. I hope I gave you a high-level brief overview of our proposal, and we stand for any questions.
Thank you for your report. We do have a motion by Delegate Freeland, a second by Delegate Halona. Colleagues, are there any questions for the presenters?
This is Delegate Brown.
We'll go to Delegate Brown first, Shiaj, and then we'll go to Delegate Freeland. Thank you. Delegate Brown, please ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Shema, Delegate Crotty, and thank you for the presentation to NTUA. Right now, I'm actually on a call with my chapters and CPMD, and we're talking about multiple projects that are supposed to be funded by CHISN. So my question is, I know that the nation is going back and forth on spending the CHISN funding and also using some of these, specifically power line projects. I'm looking at the Chochimbito and Kayan Benehutso scattered short line. Benehutso scattered short line, and the other one is the Chochimbito down trail. So my question to NTUA is, do you know exactly which funding these power line projects will be used from? Which funding? Would it be from CHISN or would it be the CARES Act? And how are we ensuring that we're not double dipping or we're not overpaying or we are saving some of these funding? If you can, that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Brown. We'll move to Delegate Freeland for a question.
Thank you, Shmaja. Wanted to thank the presenter, Arash and Denise, Yate, NTUA, all my colleagues and everyone listening this afternoon. Wanted to ask Arash, for us in our area, of course, we're Eastern Navajo, and it's the territory of Continental Divide and Hamas Mountain Electric. I really wanted to emphasize for us, because of our land status, we're at a huge disadvantage for rights-of-ways and obtaining any sort of power line service agreements or any sort of lines out in our area. So the only option to look at was solar and cistern systems for our people. Of course, people do have to have a home site lease in place as well. My question to NTUA and to the partners is, would NTUA because you would be going into Continental Divide and Hamas Mountain territory, would that suffice? Would they be okay with it, or do you have to go through an agreement with them, or how would that work? And we're looking forward to, of course, our area being serviced because, like I said, there's no way we can get any rights-of-ways or any sort of obtaining of rights-of-ways by December. So wanted to pose that question, Shmaja. Thank you.
Seeing no others on the queue, we'll go back to first Ms. John, if you want to answer that question. And actually, I think they were both posed to NTUA. So maybe, actually, Arash, if you could start, and then we'll go back to Ms. John. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, on the first question, Honorable Delegate Brown's question, for the CHISN, for the projects that we listed in for the CARES Act funding, those are separate and apart from the CDBG projects. So we're not going to double dip on any of those projects at all. For the CSN project, folks have been talking about this, and I don't know if we have a clear direction, and that's up to the council on that one. Whether the CARES Act provides you can use that funding on CSN funded projects. So that's a question, that I don't know if that's fully been answered yet by either chief counsel or for legislative counsel for the legislative body or the executive body. The CARES Act funding in relation to the projects on CDBG, we will not be double dipping on that. We cannot double dip on that. Those are separate and apart. On the second question related to the will NTUA provide or will NTUA construct and install solar units throughout the Navajo Nation, including areas it doesn't cover? Yes, it will. We have done it in the past. The unique thing about these the off-grid solar units is you don't need a right-of-way or service line since it's a standalone unit. So it goes on the actual site property. So we don't need to get a service line or right-of-way because it doesn't disturb or trespass through the trust land. It's actually on the physical site of the individual's home site lease. So we don't have to wait the extra time for the right-of-way or the service line, and we can serve these units across the nation. Thank you.
John, did you have any additional comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, and for your question, Delegate Brown or Delegate Freeland, is the systems are designed to be portable, so they're not like a permanent structure, so they are on a metal frame, and we can deploy them pretty much anywhere, and they operate similar to a regular gasoline generator, but they are a big solar generator. So we can, from I guess brick to mortar, design, assemble, and install these systems all on Navajo. And I think that's the opportunity here, is that to create more workforce and skilled labor to learn how to maintain and these systems, and learn to also refine, so that maybe next year we'll be able to do something a little bit different that can actually accommodate other needs. And I think that there's much growth in this technology, and I appreciate NTUA, Arash, for NTUA building out their off-grid program as well. And so really excited about this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other delegates with questions, I'll go to we do have, I do have Delegate Halona requesting to speak, and then after Delegate Halona, Mr. Walker. Delegate Halona, please ask your question.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, colleagues and Pro Temp Speaker. On your solar stuff that you said, your portables, I was more curious to find out how much power does that put out? And then also the batteries power is stored in. How long do those batteries last on average, and when do they have to be replaced? What's the time frame on that? And then the cost of those batteries, how much do they cost when you have to have them replaced? And of course, how much the output is on there, because usually, a lot of those families out there have big families, and so they're going to be using a lot of electricity. And so, will that generator have to be coming on during the middle of the day at the same time they're using that electricity? So there's a couple questions I had on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Halona. We'll move to Vice Chair Walker.
Hey, Sumaya, Pro Tem Chair. Ado, Ishmasan, Shananda, Naabik'iyati Committee, Ado, presenters, though, NTUA and Native Renewable Company. Yatero Kiagwe, Chao Agi. A question on question and concern, I guess, on the security how to secure the solar equipment at people's homes after install or after delivered, and how to safely secure to prevent the equipment from walking off. I know once you probably deliver and set up the equipment, and it's responsibility of the homeowner. I know that's always the case, but I think we so that leads to the other question, ownership of the equipment. Who takes ownership of the equipment? Is it NTUA? Is it Native Renewables? Is it the homeowner? Is it Navajo Nation? Any of its divisions? Insurance, so insurance coverage for damages to it, lost or theft. Those kinds of questions all come up over on this end where I'm sitting here. Although these questions just came up, and I'd like to ask that to either NTUA or Native Renewables. I just heard that the equipment is portable and they will be, meaning they can be easily shipped around and moved around, so which is good and convenient if it's being shipped to your place and you live in a remote area. But it brings in the question on security. Will the equipment be insured? And then who has ownership of such equipment or devices? Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair.
Oh, yeah. And then we'll move to Delegate Vince James, and then we'll go back to the agents because Delegate Freeland has a follow-up question. Thank you.
In regards to project listing per chapters, listing for the chapters under the CSN fund, and then also under the CARES fund, and then possibly even under your own funds. So I'm figuring it out to the point where that there should be 3 tiers, maybe even 4 different tiers of listing that maybe NTUA can provide to the 24 delegates regarding their chapters. That way we have a comparison of what kind of projects are on your guys' table and on when you guys will be addressing those projects. So that would be my request to you as NTUA. My next one is going to be in regards to sending out my appreciation for Kikichi chapter south of Kikichi Cross Canyon Trading Post, south of that area. You guys did a tremendous job by turning on those lights just recently. So I hope we continue to see those in communities, and that was more of a cost share with the CSN fund. We do have additional individuals that have been waiting for power line within the heart of Ganado, and it's been a while since they've been told that will be serviced. Mainly, I'm talking in regards to those individuals that were under the Light Up Navajo. And then also, I want to thank you also for providing essential items to those applicants under the Light Up Navajo program. They were amazed that you guys provided some donated items to those Light Up Navajo individuals because we knew that we don't have electricity. But again, like I said, what is the status in regards to those Light Up Navajo individuals that were eventually told that for sure they would have light by the end of June because of the Light Up Navajo 2 program, but because of the pandemic that was put on hold. So where does that leave those individuals? Thank you very much. Going back on mute.
Thank you, Shiaj. If I can go back to the presenter, it sounds like a majority of the questions are for the NQA. Thank you.
This is R.S. Moalami with NTUA. I think there's an echo on there, but that's okay. So the unit for NTUA, and this is just a general idea. I think I'll try to simplify it as much as I can. It's a 3 kW unit, and what that generally can light up or provide is power for an 18 cubic foot refrigerator, probably one TV in the household, one of the newer TVs, more of the energy efficient TVs. You can have enough power to supply a energy efficient microwave as well. There's outlets around the house that will be available, which can provide power for cell phone charging and also for the students if they need to do the homework. It'll also provide, the power ability or capability to charge their laptops or electronic devices. So these units are they provide much more benefit overall than older units. As technology has changed, these units have provided more capabilities. As far as the batteries are concerned, NQA's in our RFP, we are using a lithium hybrid battery. It's a little bit different. It's a newer technology. It's not full lithium, but it's improvement from the lead acid battery. So we're using that as part of our battery source. And the capability of that battery is 38 kWh. So as I said before, if that battery can hold enough storage of energy to power that house for 3 days, if it's at full, if it has a full charge. And then what I also mentioned is to get a full charge, there has to be direct sunlight for 4 hours. We'll give the battery a full charge. Okay. And the second question was related to Honorable Delegate Walker, vandalism and theft. That is something that NTUA and I'm sure Native Renewables has looked into. So NTUA has been providing these units and has installed over 2,000 units across the nation for the past 20 or so years. So what we do is for those units, they are put on a skid base. So it's true that they are movable, but they're under a heavy steel enclosure. And we have theft protective screws that we use. So there's a special type of screws where it prevents theft and vandalism from any type of person from trying to unscrew those units. So it's not fully proof, but that's one of the new things we put on them to try to prevent theft. And we have had units damaged, vandalized. What we do is if the vandalism or the theft or what have you is not caused by the homeowner, NTUA will fix that unit. If it's a replacement of certain items or certain equipment, NTUA is responsible for that. The life of the battery, in general, the life of the battery for RFP, it has a 5-year warranty. So that means if it's defective before the 5-year warranty, actually it's a 5 to 7 year warranty. I apologize for RFP. So if the battery is defective or it's not working, let's say in year 4. We'll go back to the manufacturer to file a warranty claim on behalf of the homeowner or customer to get them a new battery for that unit. Okay. And then from Honorable Vince James, yes, we can. First off, thank you for your recognition for the Kimchi Trading Post projects, and I really want to thank our engineering and district team as well for getting that completed. We can provide you a schedule of projects. You're right, there is a 4-tiered approach. We have CDBG, we have CARES Act, we have CSN, and now we have solar units. So we can provide you that. We did give an update in this, a project listing for some of the Light Up Navajo homes, but we can give the delegates a more robust and complete picture of what NTUA is working on for each of their chapters. Okay. And I just wanted to reiterate that under the legislation, NTUA will provide 40 units per delegate, and then we'll additionally provide 40 units or provide services to 40 units per delegate, and then 40 units for veterans. And there's no restriction on the veterans. Okay. I don't know if I missed anything.
Thank you, Shiaj. Ms. Johns, did you want to add anything to the delegates' questions?
Yes, thank you, Pro Temp Chair and committee members of the Naabik'iyati committee. Thank you for your questions. And the size of our systems are 2.3 to 2.5 kilowatt systems with battery storage. And this is enough power to power a refrigerator, a home. We powered a single, like a Hogan, to 3-bedroom home. And we, in the installs that we have done, we've seen the improvement of each home. And the key piece for maintenance that lessens our kind of worry about maintenance is sitting down and educating the customer and providing them with good materials so they understand how to manage their energy loads. As I mentioned earlier today, that there's a family, an elder family that we replaced her off-grid solar unit that she'd been managing for 25 years. And she knew exactly how to manage her energy load with all of her grandchildren and children. So that to us was a good example if you take the time to do education with the customers and with all of the extended family members in the household, that they can learn how to manage their power and also get access to Wi-Fi, get access to connectivity. But also, I think this is really important for students on rural communities. So our approach is really to, in finding a lot of the homes, is working directly with the council delegates and with the chapter officials to build a list of families that are in need of power. We have a list of our own, but we want to make sure that we're working with all of your representatives, and that we're also working with the executive branch and the Department of Division of Community Development. We would like, and we haven't set this, we would like to offer the systems to the chapter as type of ownership, that they understand that it's going to the families that they select in their communities, and that there's that ownership coming from the chapter or from the region. So that's how we see it. We aren't expecting any payment from the families either. So that's something that, we're excited about this CARES funding that'll pay for it. And, but there has to be a lot of education. And I think there was a question around the security of the system. These systems are really heavy and they're hard to move. So we anticipate them, as far as anyone taking them, it would be really challenging for somebody to take them. You have to have the right equipment to be able to take it away. But it is designed to, if we need to pick it up and transfer it somewhere else, we can do that. So, and our commitment is to provide, in the proposal is to provide maintenance 7 years, and the batteries can last over about 10 to 11 years. And, that's going to require replacement, and battery replacement costs sometimes about anywhere between $2,000 to $4,000, depending on which distributor you're going to. And we also do triage, where we do we get calls from families who have existing systems, and we do an assessment, and usually it's the batteries that go down on an off-grid and they need to be replaced. So in this proposal, we have a section in there that supports families to get battery replacement. And we do that too. We help to troubleshoot their systems and get their systems going. So I think that was all of the questions that I saw, but thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Johns. Delegate Walker's question regarding ownership, if NTUA can clarify your position for the solar units. Thank you.
Sure. As part of our program, NTUA does retain ownership, and there's a few advantages to that. Number one, if NTUA owns it, as far as the warranties are concerned for the solar panels have a 20-year life. The batteries have a 5 to 7 year life or warranty, and the inverters as well. So we would handle those claims for those individuals or those families that need to file a claim. And then also on the maintenance side as well, the installation. So that's the advantages of the ownership piece. Those are some of the advantages. And another thing that I didn't talk about, and I think in even Native Renewables' proposal, is the house wiring is included. So NTUA is responsible for providing the house wiring for these installations as well. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I hope that answered Delegate Walker's question. If not, I'll go back to him. Delegate Freeland, did you want to ask some more questions? Thank you very much. And then we'll move on to Delegate Elmer Begay and then Delegate Herman Daniels. Thank you.
Wanted to, I forgot to mention this in my initial question. I asked about the rights of way. I also asked about the territory. But what about allotments? Would allotments, agreements, or approvals be considered as well? We do have a lot of our Navajo people out of the Eastern Agency that live on their allotments. So would that suffice as far as those who are living on allotments? And they don't need a home site lease because they are individual allotment owners. So would the allotment situation be okay for them to get a unit put on? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. Moving on to Shania, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we could hear you, Delegate Begay.
Okay. My question here is going to be I know that NTA had some of their solars that are out there. I know that at that time it used to cost $75 a month. I know that there's a lot of community members that I know that are having problems with that, and it doesn't create enough energy for them, and they wanted to have removed from there. So if the family still requests that, can they replace with this new one? There's one question for one question, and the other one is going to be next one is going to be so how many this new unit that we're talking about, the solars, is there some units that are already installed in our community that we could maybe visit them, or maybe I can go see those families, see how they're see if they like it, or maybe see their comments on it. They could share it with us too. And then my next question is, I know that the understanding that this unit can run a refrigerator. Does it have to be? Does that if the family wants a refrigerator, does it have to come with that unit, or is there does it come with the unit, or can the company or the native solar can provide that the refrigerator that they want? Meaning that if they want a refrigerator, do they have to go through your company to get it? That will be my question. Great question. Thank you.
Yeah, Shania. We'll move on to Delegate Herman Daniels, and then I have Chairman Rick Nez and Vice Chair Otto So after. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pro Tem Chair, Shema, Aranda Kododa, my colleague, his staff, Otto Nana Kododa. Appreciate the presentation that was made by NUA and also Native Renewable. So, yeah, it's about that. Some of the questions that I was going to ask, I educate for the great and my colleague for the Omar Gay, I guess, typical. So, we have a lot of elders that live in remote areas. For example, in my area, there's a mesa between Ojeto and Navajo Mountain. It's called Paiute Mesa, out on Tall Mountain. Without families, they don't have electricity. They don't have running water. So she says, I'm more focused on the remote areas out of the families. Some of the questions I was going to ask you, monthly payments this is coming from CARES Act dollars. I know that I just heard one has been presented out of maintenance. Yeah, I got that. Other than that, I don't have any questions. Just a comment today. The remote areas, families, I see passion there. I don't know if this solar, what has been brought up by the Delegate Elmer Begay. I know that solar families run by NTUA. I see the picture in the life of the battery. A year, 2 years after that, it's good. After that, it's no good. The battery be. I'm just wondering if it's the same type of a solar unit that they're gonna what we're talking about. So thank you, Chair. Chair Shema. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. What we'll do is we'll go back to the agents to answer those questions and return back to the delegates to finish asking their questions. Thank you so much. If we could have N2A respond, and then Ms. Johns, you'll be right after. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, this is some Honorable Delegate Freeland's question regarding allotments. As long as the customer has, or the potential customer has access to the allotment or some type of legal right to the allotment, they're okay. Usually it's in the form of a residential permit. So if they have a residential permit or other form of documentation that allows them to be there, we have no problem with serving that area. And then the next, I think that was it for Delegate Freeland. For Delegate Elmer Begay's questions regarding an upgrade for a customer who already is already has a solar unit and wants to upgrade to a new unit. Initially, we focused. There's no restrictions, but we were trying to focus on individuals who don't have a unit in place currently. That's not to say that might change if we don't identify enough homes, or we need to provide these services because the unit is so run down. So we have to assess that a little bit further before we determine if that will make the customer ineligible. I don't think they're ineligible at this point, but we just wanted to hook up new customers that haven't had these units before for our first, I guess our first listing or first round. I think another question, Delegate Elmer Begay, was on the site visit. I could talk to our team, and Derek Terry is the lead, and I can check to see if he can arrange a visit or see if we could do something about that. And the last question was a refrigerator question. The units do come with the refrigerator. If a customer wants to use their own refrigerator, we can evaluate and do an assessment on what refrigerator they want. And if it's compliant or if it's energy efficient and compliant, then we have no problem with the customer using their own refrigerator for their home. And I think, Mr. Daniels, you also had some questions about some customers. Yeah, and I'm trying to remember exactly what your question was, but NTUA, I know you asked about the charges. You know, the NTUA is the owners of the unit as part of the O&M that NTUA provides. The monthly O&M that it provides is $75. So if a battery is in year 9, let's say the battery's out of warranty and there's a battery that goes out, NTUA is still responsible for replacing that battery. So NTUA will cover the cost of the battery, the installation of the battery. If an inverter goes out past the warranty, NTUA is responsible for that as well. So we're responsible for pretty much all of the unit. That's part of our ownership responsibilities. And the O&M charge is that we cover the cost of that unit to run fully functional. And I don't know if there's any other questions that I missed.
I believe you answered them. Ms. Johns, did you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Delegate Crotty and members of the Naabik'iyati committee. So in regards to the comment about, or the question about allotment, yes, we can deploy systems there in Eastern Navajo. And, you know, because they're such a, the way that we've been deploying is using the transport, you know, taking a flatbed and taking it to the actual home in really remote locations, and just kind of goes over the other delegate that in Oljeto and Paw Mountain area, we have put out systems in really remote locations and have been able to navigate even not having a hardware store nearby, and making sure that all of our equipment, tools is there on site. And so that's the part that is unique about the way that we go about installation, is that we have to do a lot of prep and make sure that we have all of the necessary equipment to be able to turn on the lights at the end of, you know, whatever time frame that we have to do the deployment. To Delegate Begay's question, yes, we have installed in Delcon, and we can set up a time for you to take a look at the system there. And we do have a few examples of what it looks like, and they're all about 2.1 kilowatt systems. And so happy to organize for you to take a look at and talk to the customer there. I think on the refrigerator, we are going to use Energy Star rated efficient refrigerators that pair well with our off-grid solar unit. Sometimes we'll go to homes where, you know, they have an old refrigerator, and we recommend for them to get an Energy Star rated refrigerator because it would use less power, draw less power. We also do an assessment of their home and what they're powering in their household. And we give recommendations of what's good to power and what's not good to power. So there's that understanding. And again, that goes back to the education. But we will be delivering the refrigerators with the off-grid solar unit. But if you have more ideas and around that, we're open to hearing them in regards to refrigeration. And the idea too is that we want to give pointers to a home how to make it more efficient, so that you're maximizing the the use of this renewable energy source, and that it is that management that the homeowner has to understand, and that there is limitations. And I think it's more of a little behavioral shift that has to happen to really make this work. So, and it's not also too bad, you know, I live off grid, so, and I have a much smaller system, and I'm able to still maintain a good, you know, energy load. So it's enough power. Even 2.1 kilowatt is a, you know, to me, it's a good enough size system for a household. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. John. Now we'll go to Delegate Rick Nez. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Crotty, Adosh Nantai, honorable members of the 24th Council, and NTUA Kodo. My concern with all this and how this money will be spent on our Navajo people, it's good that we're going to distribute this money so our people can have electricity and water. Now, one concern that I have is our people, some of them have homes, houses, homesteads for quite some time, and some of them are still trying to work on their home site leases, and they're incomplete. What I would like to see NTUA do is perhaps go ahead and have some of these homes have electricity, even though they're working on their home site leases. And that's just my concern there. And I don't want these people to be left out. And I'm sure some of my colleagues feel the same way as I do over some paperwork that's still in the process. Now, earlier, Ms. Johns, having a list of people from our communities. I have 6 chapters. Yes, all 6 of them submitted names of people that are in dire need of electricity and water. And some of these were all submitted, but how do we know that you have these updated lists? Can I go ahead and submit it to you directly so you have a list as well? And could you provide us your email and where to send it to? An updated list from all 6 of my chapters, and perhaps all 100 chapters, 110 chapters do need to submit an updated list of people from their communities that are in need of electricity. And I hope that even after all this money is spent, that there's no extra fees or costs that our people are made to pay. Thank you very much.
Chairman Nez, we'll move on to Shiaj, Vice Chair Ottoso.
Thank you very much. You guys hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't. One area is that I guess we have homes out there that once upon a time had some sort of solar, and their system is probably outdated and so forth. And I'm wondering if those type of individuals would qualify for them, because a lot of them their battery packs are probably shot, and they're old. And look at that and help assist those people that really live off the grid. I can think of one like in Ghost Spring. This is in Coal Mine Chapter. There's a house out there that has a big solar panel, but she don't have electricity because her battery has gone out, and it's just too old. They don't make those batteries no more. The other is that I guess the conversion of AC to DC, and so forth. Some of these homes have wired that with the regular house wiring that's connected to the power, but the conversion, will that happen, or would you have to rewire the home? That's all for now. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shiaj. We'll go back to Delegate Elmer Begay, and then we'll move on to the sponsor, or I'm sorry, the agents to answer your questions. Thank you. Shania? Delegate Elmer Begay? Okay, while we wait for Delegate Elmer Begay to come back online. Oh, I see you. Delegate Elmer Begay?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Shania.
Okay, yeah. I just one more question. Is NTA going to be charging the customers? Because I know that if you're going to be providing the maintenance, are they going to be giving the what they're going to be charging the customers? That's my question.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We'll go back to NTA to answer, and Ms. John.
Okay, this is Arish from NTUA. The first, Honorable Nez, Chair Nez, the first, I know you had a question regarding the waiting for the home site lease. And right now, there's no restriction that states that we can't do that, that we can't provide those services. The intent of this ordinance is for homes that aren't necessarily going to receive power anytime soon from the NTUA or other electric grid. But there's nothing that states that if the customer is still trying to obtain a home site lease, that we're restricted. I think that's more of a land department question. But as far as NTUA is concerned, we support the notion that if they're in the process, that we can provide a unit to the customer. Second question on the need to for the customer list or potential customer list for electric homes. We definitely support that. I'm sure Native Renewables does support that as well. It would be a huge help for NTUA if the delegates work with their chapters to get us a listing, and we can go through that listing and vet it out through the process, have them submit applications. That would greatly reduce the time needed to go and search out customers at this time. Just because we're under such a tight time crunch right now, that if the delegates can work with the chapters to submit a listing of customers along with their current phone numbers, that would be greatly appreciated. And I can provide my email address now or via Ms. Crotty, or whichever form is best for you to send that listing to. And then what we intend to do is once we get that listing, the phone number and the individual's name, we would be responsible for calling them and going through the process to determine if they're eligible or not. On Mr. Honorable Delegate So's question, one of them is about the older units. Once again, the intent of the legislation was to provide these services to the homes that currently don't have electricity. However, we haven't eliminated the ability for those customers to receive those units. And then house wiring question, I wasn't clear on exactly. For the house wiring question, NTUA will be responsible for hiring the electrician, the certified electrician, and getting the house wire completed. So it'll be part of our application process, and then we would obviously either have an individual come out to the home and work with the homeowner to get that house wired correctly. So we have to follow Navajo Electrical Standard Code, and we follow all the applicable codes when the house wiring is complete. And I'm trying to remember the last final question, I think was from Mr. Elmer Begay about and I think it was a charge question. The units are part of the CARES Act. We talked about that. The warranty is part of it, is part of the actual, the manufacturer warranty. NTUA does charge the O&M charge, and that includes replacement of any of the batteries, the inverters, or whatnot. It also includes a site visit every 3 months to check the unit to make sure it's up and running correctly, and to make sure the batteries don't have any issues, inverters or any electrical equipment don't have any issues, and also for the site visit. So that there still is the O&M charge. The warranty charge is covered. The house wiring is covered. And then, that charge. I don't think there's any other questions. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shiaj. Johns, did you want to answer anything?
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. There was questions in regards to older systems. We have replaced some certain components to make a more efficient system. And then, sorry, I'm hearing back. My voice is coming back, so kind of. On the house wiring, we are going to be hiring certified electricians as well, just like NTUA, and so that the wiring is done correctly, and to actually design for our off-grid solar units. So that will be in there, and I think there was another. I think that was about it that I see. Oh, back to Delegate, I think Rick Nez. The 6 chapters you were talking about, yes, we have 2 people that are going to be collecting, reaching out to all the chapters and to you to get a list. And right now I can give you my email. It's WAHLEAH@nativerenewables.com, and I can send that to everybody. Actually, we can get that out pretty soon, and who to contact, and we can start to generate a list. So I think that's all I have on answering the questions that you had.
Thank you, Shiaj. We'll go back to Delegate Otto So. He had a follow-up question. Shiaj?
Thank you very much. One area, I guess, this is to Arash, with the delegates working with the chapter. That is really good. We are in a lot of the conversation with the chapters. I know that NTOA has engineering technicians that could actually be that, start that groundwork. And I believe you have those employees currently employed that could start up those that process. And that way, there's a collaboration between your agency and the chapters directly. The reason why I worry about intervening with delegates to directly with the chapters relating to listing of individual clients, issues come up such as they're friends or they're relatives, and people begin to feed on that, on whether it's social media or out in the public. So I really truly would like to have that aspect be more of a collaborative effort from your engine. Well, it's going to probably be to both sides of the individuals that are presenting. You need to create that so that you're not subjecting delegates into these positions, because someone's going to say, "Oh, that person is related to that delegate," and they're getting services. And I was able to go, oyo sad, Bishmas, Nante. So, just a recommendation that you guys work directly with chapters. You have, remember, you have 110 chapters to work with. Whether you have services in that area, but you know, this is something that NTUA and the other entity presented their proposal to the Navajo Nation Council and said, hey, fund me. I can do this. That work and that responsibility is on you. The other thing is that I guess a lot of the when the units are installed, usually you know, the what do you call it? When the facilities items are going to be transferred over to the homeowners, some sort of maintenance, some sort of homeowners training to be put in place. For instance, IHS has that. When they install a 1-inch house service and with the septic system at a home, they have an individual homeowners training to tell and teach the homeowners relating to the O&M of the facilities that are installed. They provide numbers to call if there's a water leak between the water line, the main line, and the water meter. Agreements. That way they know that, you know, at this home, this type of training happens. You have documentation relating to that, because someone is gonna ask, or someone is gonna say, oh, and that's what I'm relating to, homeowners training, to train the homeowners on the O&M. And then I believe with NTUA, with the O&M and so forth, you know, to some extent, homeowners have to be responsible for that system at one point in time. You just can't pay for everything for them for forever. Sometime when they take over that unit, it's their responsibility. Really need to work with this chapter official, or especially the chapter managers, because that's where they can get staff out there, and they know who the staff members are, or who the individuals who need power or who need off-grid system to light up their home. I don't be the husband. That's just my recommendation. And again, you know, the two entities came forth and said, hey, I have a proposal. You brought that proposal to council. Council approved the legislation. The legislation is not signed into law yet, but once it's signed into law, or if it's signed into law, from day one, you can start installing those units at those homes, because you have a deadline. And now the responsibility is on us. And I really hope that you do expend these funds. The other thing too is that I guess with the pandemic, where these supply orders are coming from, I really hope that materials are already ordered, or somewhat you have you have your source that you reached out to and already guaranteed. So we have so many units ready to go. Because with the pandemic out there and some of these companies, some of these manufacturing companies not fully staffed, there will be shortage. And what is your projection timelines to get these materials related to solar? That's all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair Otto So. And I did get a text from Delegate Elmer Begay, who wanted to know how communities or constituents who live in very rural areas, how their systems will be maintained. Thank you. So if Shiaj, Mr. Arash, if you could answer the question, and then we'll go to Ms. John.
Sure. So for the Mr. So, Honorable Delegate So raised a good concern as far as the some type of conflict or whatever you want to call it with going through the actual delegates. You know, what we're going to do is we're going to provide the necessary information to the delegates, and then we're going to work with the chapters. That's one of the approaches that we've looked at. You're right. We do have folks that are on the field and have those relationships, but you know, with COVID, things have changed, and especially with the time constraints we're under. So, you know, we're not necessarily asking you to identify the customers. You know, we can provide information along with the application, and you can forward those, if you don't mind, forwarding those to the chapter managers, because essentially the local districts will be working directly with the individuals that are on the list. Okay, and we can, you know, we're still working through the process, but it's going to be a situation where, you know, we're really under a tight timeline, and I know Native Renewables is under that timeline. So, you know, it's all for a good cause, so we're excited to do it. We just have to really, you know, put our feet to the ground. On the training and overview that Mr. So also mentioned, NTUA does have a homeowner training that it does after the unit's installed. We have a certified solar tech go out there and provide the energy efficiency training and the general maintenance training on those units. And then the last question that was texted in by Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, as far as the rural customers, NTUA treats those customers the same as the customers who are 2 miles away. Obviously, it might take longer to get to those customers, but the intent is not to have. The intent is for NTUA to provide them the services that we do for customers that are closer. If they need a new battery, if they need a new inverter, or if their unit's down, we have to go over there. We have to react to the call, and we're not going to put any constraints on the fact that the customer may be, you know, X miles away from our office. So that will not be an issue with NTUA. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Shiaj. Ms. Johns, did you have any input or answers?
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker and members of the committee. As mentioned earlier when I opened up, is that maintenance and education is really key to sustaining the off-grid solar units, and that's core to who we, all of our education. We've been doing solar education to chapters throughout Navajo Nation, and then we also do workforce training. So we want to be able to also serve the chapters to create a maintenance person locally. So if there is issues, they have that resource to be able to help maintain. But Native Renewables will also be there to troubleshoot and take customer calls if they have questions about the system. And we're available to do teaching and training remotely as well, online, to help build people's capacity. And I just want to mention too that, you know, I think this initiative is, we're going to learn a lot, and we're going to refine a process that helps to build stronger support for families that live in really remote locations. And I think that even a mapping tool that will be accessible for you all. So, for example, we have the number is 15,000 families that don't have access to electricity. Where are all these families? Has anyone done any type of analysis on this? And I think this is the opportunity for the nation to have that for your chapters in the areas that you represent of the families that need power. And again, this is in response to COVID-19, that these could be quickly deployed systems for emergency relief. That's kind of why we are doing this and really see how it would improve the quality of life of families that are struggling today that don't have access to electricity. And, many of us do have access. And I think this is, for me, it's really to push more initiatives that with off-grid solar, that it's designed for rural living and for the ranchers and farmers that, don't want a transmission line and also don't, want too much, power, and they can manage it. And I think that's the opportunity here, is to service those families. And so I just want to say that we get contacted every other day from families that want electricity. So they want to go solar, and that's a big need that I've been seeing all on the comments, all on the wants that families would like to see is power to the people. So I appreciate all of the questions, and we are excited, and we've taken everything that you have asked and have written it down, and going to be thinking about that even more deeper. And but I just want to appreciate the 24th Council for approving this amendment and talking with us and even being open to this. And we hope that, this sets a foundation for how energy can look into the future, that it's renewable, that it fits in line with our teachings as Diné people, and that it's going to get better. So I just want to add that to the end.
There's we have delegate delegate Jimmy Yellowhair with a question. Delegate.
Hello, Yate. Good afternoon. Yate, NTUA. Yeah, being before the Navajo Nation Council this afternoon. And I just listened to you and what needs to be done by CARE Act funds, and I'm very wishing to what we can do for Black Mesa. Rush, thank you very much for assisting us the best we could use the CARE Act funds. You have funds for under a NTUA pipeline project. I was looking at it. $13 million and $897,000, and into capacity for $24 million. And I'm looking forward, Russ. We talk about this one here in Black Mesa, and I just keep my finger crossed to submit you our chapters resolutions to our Navajo Nation Legislative Office, and I'll send it over to you. And we're doing a lot, and thank you very much. We discussed a lot, and I look forward and keep this thing on top with the Parliament project. So I'll do my best for my people up there. We're way behind, 50 years behind, my dear friend. Shemayaja, yeah, Pro Temp Chair, Body, yeah, no. This is my comments, and I'm looking forward to get some things done under the CARE Act funds. We just have all positive mind to get the project completed. We don't want to bring this send this money back to the United States Treasury. Let's do it and take care of this. Yeah, wonderful. Protect Church, Mayaja. Thank you for your support in Black Mesa. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Waterline project. Same way, my friend. The same we talk about it, and we'll discuss this with the Jason John too, and NTOA and IHS. Thanks a million, my friend. Yeah. Go back on mute.
Nijone, thank you. So Vice Chair Otto, so you had a follow-up question?
Yes, the other thing that I would really like to request is that I guess when if the president signs this portion into law and the funds are made available and the transfers are made to the controller, or the controller makes a transaction to the company, what I would really like is an overall reporting mechanism on related to funds, related to how many homes are they serving at that time and moment, and so forth, to give us a actual progress of the accomplishment of what's being utilized in the CARES Act. Because I really hope that you guys do really get these dollars expended. And I also want to ask, and if you could once this portion of the 114 signed into law, 0144-20 is signed into law, that you provide that type of financial reporting to the council, so we know in depth of how many homes are being served across the Navajo Nation. That way, we know that you're working. Because what companies intend to do is you give them money and they go to sleep, thinking that they have all the time on their hand. But with these dollars related to the COVID relief funding, you are subjected to a date, timeline, and I really hope that you spend the whole dollars that are appropriated, that we appropriated to you for to help many of the Navajo people out there. And
yes, thank you for that question. We have Shania Delegate Elmer Begay with a follow-up question. Delegate Begay.
Can you hear me, Shadeja?
Oh, we could hear you, Shania.
All right, thank you. Back to NTA. I know that you mentioned that you can include O&M costs for these solar units. So, can you give us a cost? How much you can be charging to people? Because we know that the $75 fee that was applied to the previous solar units was too much for them. And I was listening to you that you said that you can be visiting this site maybe every 3 months. So is it gonna be like you're gonna be going over there charging it every month or until 3 months? Because of that, it's just gonna be a brand new unit, so I don't think it's not gonna be the maintenance shouldn't be really shouldn't be there. It should be really new, and I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be guarantees or warranties will be covering that too. So can you elaborate more on it? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. We'll go back to NTA to answer, and then Ms. John.
Sure. Honorable Yellowhair, first off, we appreciate your comments. We will continue to work as hard as we can to try to provide services throughout the Navajo Nation in water, wastewater, electric, natural gas, and communications. So thank you for your kind words. We appreciate that at NTUA. Honorable Delegate, you had a request from NTUA to provide a progress report. and we will provide that to you. Give us a little bit of time, but I'll work with you and the rest of the delegates to make sure that we provide a progress report on, first off, projects that are scheduled, and then a progress report on where we're at with those projects. And then Honorable Delegate Naabik'iyati, on your cost question, with the CARES Act and the funding, this is something new. You are correct that the previous O&M cost was $75 per month. We will evaluate that O&M cost, and we will provide you an update on that O&M cost. Okay, it's something new, it's something different, and we have to evaluate a little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, Ms. Johns, did you have any follow-up?
Hello, this is Suzanne Singer. Ms. Johns is having connectivity issues, so I'm going to do my best to answer your questions here on out. Suzanne Singer, Yanisha, and Tamzati Nishle, Nakaidan and Bashichin, Bipatwadi, Dashache, Doshi, Dashanala. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair and committee members. Our first question was response to Vice Chair, and I completely agree with you. I think reporting is really critical. I think we should all make an effort and a goal to be as transparent as possible on financials, what we're spending, but also the install progress. One of the efforts we're working on, and we hope it's successful, is to provide a mapping tool to be able to update you on our progress regularly. And in terms of Delegate Elmer Begay's comment, we have some maintenance costs built into our proposal. And I think you're absolutely right. If we're doing our job right, we shouldn't have many maintenance expenses. For our particular organization, we have so far with the families, we make an effort to check in with them at least annually, just to get an idea of how the system's working. Have they plugged in any new devices or electronics, and then how is that working out? So that is one of our goals, to try to maintain contact with the family on a continual basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response. And not seeing any more questions, I do want to remind and make sure that my colleagues in CMY-4420, we did add a provision for transparency, and I will follow up with the Department of Information Technology on the status of that website. All of Navajo Cares funding should be uploaded, and there should be some kind of dashboard that the public can have access to, so I can follow up with that. And I will also state that a few minutes ago, an email was sent out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council from the Speaker's office to assist with getting the solar unit proposals from each of your districts. So thank you very much. And if there's no other questions, I'll call for the vote. So the staff are setting up the voting machine.
Thank you. Elmer Begay? Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Key Allen Begay is excused. Paul Begay? Paul Begay? Nathaniel Brown? Nathaniel Brown? Eugenia Charles Newton?
Thank you.
Colleen votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knezbach-Crotty?
She has a vote.
Oh. Seth Damon? Seth Damon?
Green.
Seth Damon votes green. Herman M. Daniels.
I vote green.
Herman M. Daniels votes green. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Mark Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Charlene So. Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Jamie Henio. Jamie Henio. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Jerry, you have 17 in favor and 0 opposed.
Colleagues, we're back. 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Thank you very much to the individuals from Navajo Utilities Authority and from Native Renewables. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on. Moving on down to the report from item number D, report from Ms. Gareth Watchman Moore, Chairwoman of the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. Anybody on from the Navajo Housing Authority?
Mr. Speaker, this is Frank Davis.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening too.
They had an election. The chairperson, the chairwoman is now Jerry Begay.
Jerry Begay?
Harry.
Harry? Okay.
And I
All
believe
right.
she's on the line.
Okay. Great. Let's go get the new chairperson on the line.
Good evening, speakers and honorable members of the 24th Council.
Good evening, Ms.
This
McGee.
is
How are you?
Terry. I am well, Michelle.
Oh, we're doing good.
Good to hear.
And yeah, thank you for being part of this discussion. I know it's a late invite, but I'm glad you guys are on board, and I'm glad both yourself and Mr. Daesh are on the line. So, Mr. Gay, I know that we sent over some information on just getting some updates. If at any time those updates you feel that we need to go into executive session, you may request that too as well. So I'm going to give the floor to you, Ms. Begay. I know this is probably your first time presenting before Navajo Nation Naabik'iyati Committee. For the record, you have 20 minutes to present. In that 20 minutes, you can go ahead and it can just be yourself. It can be other members of Navajo Housing Authority. But most importantly, you can utilize that 20 minutes to express whatever anything in your presentation to go ahead and address the questions that were requested of you and of Navajo Housing Authority. So, without further ado, we'll go ahead and give you the floor, Ms. Begay.
Speaker, question privilege.
Thank you very much.
Hold on real quick. Question and privilege from Chairman Jamie Hina.
I'm kind of losing signal in and out here, but who's presenting right now?
We have a new chairperson for Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, Miss Carrie Begay.
Okay, All
right. And she's going to introduce herself now and go from there. Madam Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for allowing us to be on the call this evening. Jay, Kabangishlan, Fotohi Bashishin, my days I come from Steamboat Community. I've been on the board since 2019. I'm the representative for the tenant home buyer as a chair person for Navajo Housing Authority. Upon request, there were 3 questions that were asked. Question 1 was reason CEO was placed on leave. Question 2, Navajo NHA response to COVID-19 and expenditure of the stimulus funds through HUD. Question 1, I'm just going to say that we do have Mr. Daesh back on board as of last week, and I myself don't feel comfortable discussing any personal matters. And I do have Mr. Daesh and some of the NHA staff team on the line to discuss Navajo housing response to COVID-19 and the expenditure of the stimulus funds. So if we want to start with those questions, and then I believe Ms. Yazzie had sent over to your office the quarterly report. Pretty much that explains what NHA has been doing, the summary of the quarterly activities, the financial conditions of the authority, the conditions, priorities, number of units and vacancies, accomplishments and challenges that we are currently seeking or have been seeking with Navajo Housing Authority. And then we also have the plans for the future. So So, and then the other pertinent information we can go ahead and discuss. So, Speaker, if I could have the time over to Mr. Dayish to cover those two questions that needed response from Navajo Housing Authority, I would give him the time since we have the 20-minute session here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With that, Honorable Dayish, floor is yours.
Yep, is enough. She but in Slido is gone so that she na quite the night as a nullo that she does a she. Chene she had that she nan an choyat and get Slido le 15 begin. Oh, yeah, nan nishigi a day on the whole just by here it I don't yeah, nata ho just yeah, dinal tos dot ejigi. Kon na ba the hogi ya hawan tapah nasi niligi ya ashe el aita adon ta asha the meal to the beat ata ya ta na the zido ya ashe ndahwil ne ya pekho ya na so sigi sa ni chen etelia ya council report but ya de ya ho akot and the at the ben I think kidigi it is nan this is the COVID-19 the question nas is at no what you do shin hold get and that oh what about no ya be ya do quid shin ya hindasi as I don't have any Synergy the next I don't the agent home resource development committee I don't the honorable speaker Antito has Anjito so you have to see how the other picture as any picture the base of Sudo in Higito aid of a has on the ya a cow a yeast zola. Ben yes, Stolzen, the Cosensanas, that Ben yes, that it is niche. He has a by Sotlavo, not Chico, one nice stuff. A base of best, Onigi, a 22.3 million. Upon that now, about a bigito, another, so a 3,700,000. Ebenat aro ben yes der nehigi hot out edelia the base sheet up in the aron the hot khanneki aron the base behne be khanneki aron the the base chi up in the sigi ho achen yan fido ho igise si insa anigi Edo bade ya hot ya ba salako even yes it is happy ya kon nana kon ya bit akat endigi prevention ya by sala ako at sanigi ya di hawan on zahajen based on the indigi you have a car yediki 213,000 the jadelia nana a hot either tonte lo ehad it and then has tado he pays a hot indigi 8 bus so you have 445,000 upon that now you have a babaja elia nana di hawan bena annesto aron da sohotente lo khaida sada ito inshiki to kagis kizen dindigi 845,000 bas do aron da yaha akon nana gi yaha di nana low income gi base yaha dish inigi yaha 24,000 basto. Aron da yaha edi shelter in place so then the bahagi 8.983 million hot yaha babaja aliya. Hot yaha edi 22.3 million niki bajada aliya. Nana di I see bit on nishkat yaha a response adiki yaha na kita tapa pas sohlaho yaha di tenne di tabat el khahagi edo tagoda ti be clean tahad inigi نحنيهي بس أرون دا أشيطات النبال دولة تش خطات هي $10 million بس ده أرون دا دي سودان تيلو نانا تونزاج أيها تنبهي دو آشكي هون هت أنا هز أتين باهر نج أن دا خايجي هون هت أرو ديليا أيها $220,000 Nana di das tweedo sani ba ta hayanako akon has anako to baka yedi yaha 3.5 million hone da baja aliya Nana di at is fight out na tio aje ka yedi gi yaha di base hodesh enigi $232,000 hot baja aliya Nana ti Chihawan ti Nahite Zido Bikani Ilgahe Nahas Hanigi Aji Watliki Hait Ada Baka ye 600,000 Huna down Yaha Epa Baja Aliya Nana Sat Ahun Yahit O said Hawan Yaha E Hot to Kagish Kijan Deni 20,000 Nana di at isba ayanjiki yaha peso ayu adda adish enigi 10,000 bas. Nana to den telo ajeto nana the nabaka yedi di chinta den ba do cleaning supplies on nana tested up the enigi yaha edi peso adda adish enigi 300,000 what aho ba de ba paja aliya Nana di so then telo what was said has ADI yaha peso dish in 10,000 by so a did add a finite double yaha $22.3 million what a pajade ya the person tragina the peso ya abaja alia nini even I think kitty what yaha yaho Nana di $30 million. Edo sato hot ya pas another seat. Nana pen yes, edo nehe edo ya 15 million. Kunne ya baka nana nelo de ya edi bahashnegi asan ish. Dahe based up in Sake Sikito Banaj iki on the page be hota hota hona lai pa pecha aliya Nana di the ne nakhanda nishiki ya tel khosota edo tagota atya no ta epic agi to edo hota aj be chachu do isigi do hota aliya aron da ya edi betahit neho edo tago ebeto naki na gaudi the person try edo quarantine isolation edo on the astado le digi pa chadalia but ya 2 million what ebeja adia aron da dia the nebhan nabat in chin aron dan le tino ti pa ya da ja ko ya be khata hodet di hanne Tapaka Aron da ya inal so sigi bigeta shon the nabich hota ne Aron da ya 18 hilahot zai pahan ne ki 8 ya 5 million what ya pacha adiya Aron da di nana the concentrage nas eda kon ay hay tin hitten de ne sekwan aron da di aslaat ta fi khazaa the nabakaya bekaya fi nas sabak khai di awan tapak nesliki agent de nesliki akon ay sanitize or disinfect that ne ho just do it ini buke ho for that khot beja ya 2 million nana so nana cleaning supplies aro atet or for that ya ho tin ni hit ado na hit zero and da aron da one day ni do khot 2 million ba beja ya ho aron da ti da hanza da over begin that so no what to ya 2 million base ya ha tish enigi ya hona da babaja ya aron da aha da ti the net ayo down go hawani na has tham khayd betol na khaida pahito ya ha base tish enigi jo ya what out of 2 million babaja de ya 8 kini go ya 30 million for what out ya covid did the question not that nigi ya what out base gi bas adasi so aron da ajin hin khaz and shanan ajnat honorable speaker and ajin ya in hinan site no sanj aje hot ya hanegi in hodelia nana to ya sanan and denegi ho president Navajo Nation to hot out hanegi bijete ya but ya di banai kidigi one so ya in kitchen adole shenanta I don't she had nine with the sneedole na ito kito ben na ya kon kit isan hini don when the ho this aron da komba na so tejibik ha kitahan na ito ba honi zendo edo ka do nda i John kit snow don kit kosh na ho ya hon so ko ko do han na deni ni je wish la do le she
You, Daesh for that presentation. That, let me go ahead and go, colleagues, Navajo Housing Authority uses up their 20 minutes. I know that there'll probably be some questions, so let me go ahead and go to the floor. Anybody have any comments, questions for Navajo Housing Authority at this time?
Speaker.
Yes, Chairman Yazzie?
Yes, sir. Just real quick, if I may, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Vice President Daesh, thank you for your report, and also one of the board members for NHA. I just would like, I don't know if I would like to make a directive, motion second, and hopefully get the votes, but to encourage President Nez to make a selection of the board, and whatever selection is made, the final confirmation is with the council. And so I like to maybe just ask, Speaker, if you could draft up a letter and send it across and let the president know, hurry up. Because from what I understand, the board now, current board, their terms all expire. And of course you hear a lot, but I'm not going to go there. But we need to, just basically get, fresh board members and get the help that the people need out with the housing issues and concerns. So that would be my thoughts, Speaker. If you're willing to draft up the letter, or maybe it'll be a lot stronger if the council will vote on it, and hopefully the president can, act on it right away. because from what I understand, the board's application has just been at the office there, months now. And so we kind of like want to hurry up so we can start getting business done. Speaker, sir.
Chairman Yazzie, we don't need a directive. We can do that. We can do that immediately. We have sent over a letter prior. We will send over another one again as a follow-up. Then we can move from there. So staff that's listening online, let's get a letter over to the president. I know the president and your staff, OPVP, are probably listening to this. There is an encouragement. We have sent a letter over prior. I don't know if Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco is listening, but that was one of the concerns, not only from the chairman of the Resource and Development Committee, members from the RDC and from the Speaker's office to push that forward, and that was something that was addressed at the summer session. And that summer session, I know, Mr. President, you indicated that was something that you were pushing through. So you'll be getting another follow-up letter from the Speaker's office on that. As soon as you can send that information over, we can process that and have Office of Legislative Counsel draft up those nomination reports. But we haven't had any kind of formal notice. Again, Chairman Yazzie, but what we can do is make sure we can do a follow-up again.
Speaker, thank you, sir.
With that, going on down, Honorable Vince James. Floor is yours.
Ando ya ide aksa launch iki the kosan sanas za ta piti naniki ako hashit eshi hawani ke ta hato ada etaten so me ako hitada eteni le itada but ada eteni le ko je ada the night has Hana Kashi has Hana Naedon ship a cat. The Nina Kadeya Nachahato Ne Hala is another ship a cat at the core, Nitaho Lord. The quit our a sheet Ashin hit in the end the Navy. Aya, but in how it now comes up in his word Jishako. So if one of your home renters or individuals, an applicant of the housing, passes from the COVID-19, NHA is coming back and telling the family, you are not on the application, therefore now you need to move out because this person that was on the application has passed away due to COVID-19. And that's what I'm running into with that steamboat housing, cornfields housing. And I really don't understand where NHA is coming from to make that move and have those individuals move out while they're still going through the grieving process. Number two has been a big major concern, which is when we have families that have been in a unit for some years and they're told, okay, now you need to move out, even though you've been in this home for the past 20, 25 years, we're going to renovate the house. But then they end up moving back to the home that was renovated. And that puts enough depression, stress on our Navajo people, and they're told, you can't go back to your unit, even though we got you out of there to renovate was our excuse. Now you can't go back. And if we have individuals that do move out from that unit, they're put maybe in a home that they thought that it was going to be a temporary home while their home is getting renovated, and now they're stuck with a home that has steps or a 2-level home. And you have individuals that are running into problems, health issues, and they can't really move around in the home anymore because now you put them in a home that has stairs. And it all goes back to administration of NHA or the local individuals that go out and do the home assessment. The accountability is not there of staff who are hurting family in this way. Akon nisitana hashid eshi natin donde natin slana hajata hawani keta hato ado ba chinita iya da hosa ado ba chin da istha adesho na cha hanna qala ya hawan lani ki HADs ni HADs ni fi no hashi ha hatla bennache to sa holon da tache it's hot hashi ti hawan lani ki ani do na andi ni hatni ko the nahata hanaho ado hawan atso achennal eho to the naya hana neta ade ajasinta aje hawan lani ki bi santa iki bi na so tani aje na so ta ade hawan achennal ya sa hot any so na so chonsa ta ko ta na ben nda ji sa ho da ji ni sto le ka ho shi ta ta ho ni ho ba na ka ko de ya hit the name lani ki which in ta yosna and non lani ki khala hawan lani ki hinesten khait shi kaya ka ami ki hinesten bogan yi dot the kushi na khai it doesn't get na hat it no ne bet kushi ka na halena hot inan ita to ka ho ba na khai da to ban sta case NHA hum ni khai ando da ye ko na ismani ki aba hashi shin hayat inat anni lini the dika large not ani tambe no hinji ka hoshi do yo no yad ta ba ta now na honda kai dan le de ho ya te hawan sa ande ina da dos ka ge do ba ya das kita it the na ada na ha kai it that na ta has na it's that ta has na go between the has ka so ko that everyone the ba ya das kita ka shi ta ni ho na cha ban na to ka ko la hit ko ta hin hat le ni di hat la to chon na hat be has ani di no ba is ke ko ta hat to le ko to best other target kodo kaya lani ki the question hata hadesta shisha anje kota iski hata kota so he ko the kaya ta baka hawan ata sa dan hit no this gene that aton the sa aje no hata aton the other kaya baka the hospital kode shi na ja ti kaya ta litin kaya na li ke kodin hata shi ta no kot kaya ni je kon ho as bit on shi ni shi ta hon sis ako ela holjish we've allocated some land in Cornfields, Arizona. When is it that you guys are going to come and put some housing on that land? When is it that you guys are going to step up to putting some housing on that land? We've been waiting for years for you guys to develop housing on that land. And up to this day, there's still nothing. And you guys, as board members, as administrator, you guys, we've always said, you guys print and tell us this real nice picture, but in reality, you know, there's land there and you guys are not doing anything with it. And that's very, very disappointing to see that here is the land. Here you go, NHA. Now do the development. But yet, there's all of these things, excuses that start coming up. So I really don't know when you guys are going to make that development in cornfields. So, that same problem. There's land over there. Here's 90 acres. When is it that you guys are going to put housing on that 90 acres? When is it that you're going to move forward with putting homes on that land? We have now whole families that have been relocated elsewhere to other towns because there's no home within the surrounding area of these communities, these chapters that I represent. But yet, you guys say, oh, you guys can move to Navajo, Arizona. You guys can move Navajo, New Mexico, excuse me. Oh, you can move to Kayenta. We have some homes out there. We have some homes out in Tubai City. You can move out that way. But yet, these lands, I'm talking about over probably about 120 acres compared to these chapters that land has been given to you guys. Nothing has been done as of today. And me voicing this to you, I hope you take those into consideration and start doing your research on when these developments are going to occur on these vacant lands that we have allocated to Navajo Housing Authority. Thank you for listening to me. Ashahat, going back on mute.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James. Let me go to two more individuals, then I'll come back to the Navajo Housing Authority in a response. So let me go on down to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair?
Hello, Yat
Yes.
Good afternoon, good evening. Yat Not Ani. Yat Navajo English A Housing. Yat not to hear Boston, Mr. Manteus. Yeah, no. Earlier, yet you brought out a summary of the cost amount that will be used by NHA. Earlier, so I sent that information to the Navajo Nation Council, 24 councilman, Mr. Days. I don't Jaya Nuichi Magari Nasha Le Aholie Nachichin there on Nanshini Tohan Honagari, Turich in Bashin, Ishin is Chade out there, Scott Social. Didn't she and they could Penny on door, Black Mesa door, Force Lake, Whippoorwill, and Hartrell. Quiet on this case there, Mr. Days. When the way NPL, I see the Hatati store. Hashing Hall, the show open chapter, Hartrell. Before COVID-19, I thought I had done last year. NHA housing that is like in Sonia in this case, Mr. Dash, according to Nabolni, Kaya, Paperholni, such as I really respect those community up there because unless all discussion, Navajo housing can't talk, Mr. the hard Roger. I see you waiting at the chain, not the Mr. Dash. Hutaya event artist and so no cost money. There's any extra money, please put this in your record, so we will talk about it, and I'd like to share this with my community out there in Hot Rod area. I don't know if what's made. I don't. So now the Hot Rod, yeah, now the wants to go. I'd like to bring this to your attention. Don't cut the Jahito and a new chairwoman. We don't need to cut Zito. Yeah, what about this? Joba Hassanibe, Ahwent Ibe, respect the Ibn Jahasi, Mr. Tesh. We haven't talked for him a long time, but not here again. Wanted to go. Speaker, I'll go back on mute now. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, let me go on to Chairman Bricknez.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and 24th Council, and Mr. Dayesh, Ms. Begay. Let me just touch up on what Honorable Edmund Yazzie said earlier here. This election of board members, NHA's board there, the plan of operations states that the president, the speaker, and one member of RDC will be the selection committee, Naabik'iyati. We've been talking about this since January, and it's been 6 months, and I'm wondering why it's taking so long. We blame the pandemic, but we still have to take care of business. Now, I did write my email to the president as well as speaker, and speaker's office did send a letter over there across the street, but there's nothing. I believe that the thing to do now is I would like to introduce legislation to where we just remove the office of the president off of this election since it's taken this long, and perhaps give it back to RDC to be the selection committee, just like we do with NTUA. We don't have to wait this long. This is really taking too long. And I think that's what we need to do, so that's what happened with NECA. And I sponsored that legislation to remove that off of that plan of operation for NECA, so they could directly do business, conduct business, and as RDC, we still are the oversight, so we can just do that instead of waiting another 6 months. So I just want to say that. So thank you very much, Nanda.
Thank you, Chairman Hess. With that, let me go back to the chairwoman of Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, Ms. Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. We'll go ahead and that statement from Honorable Vince James. We do acknowledge and know what the family are going through. So we are diligently working with the staff. We do have, within the certain communities, and know that there is a need out there. So we are working closely with them and not adjusting, but looking at the plan and going down one by one. When you see these reports out, the staff there notes the concerns, and I'm not going to blame all on COVID because, these have been in plans for years. They're there, and that is our main concern is wind as well. So now we are working with the staff and making sure that they do continue to put these projects in full force. And we are also requiring the chiefs to go out to the community, attend chapter meetings. That's for ourselves as well, you know, go out to the community and see, because the things that we want to do is all data driven. You know, we're collecting different community assessment needs. Based on that, that's how we're going to continue to plan. Now that I got, you know, the information on Hard Rock chapter, you know, I will go back to staff and pull information on Hard Rock chapter and other the surrounding chapters as well, to see where these projects are sitting at, and making sure that they're in full force. And Honorable Rick Nez, you know, that's our same thoughts too. We've been waiting ever since we've lost the CPA since then. So we've been in questions. We had gone back and forth to President's office, and still, I know that there was an announcement made, and they only received one application. So it's good to hear that there was more applications came in, you know, for these positions. And this position, you know, it's supposed to be held by 5 commissioners, but we're only down to 3. So we are doing our best to make sure that the housing needs are addressed. And let me go back to Honorable Vince Nez, you know, the concerns that you had with the family, with those families being asked to move out. We are unaware of that. So I'm pretty sure we are going to hear it next meeting to see what concerns and issues that the public had made, and where what's really going on at the local level. So we'll touch base back with the team, and then we'll get answers to see what, you know, what's going on there as well. So if I know I do have other commissioners on the line, and I don't know if they want to express their concerns and to some of these issues that have been raised. So I'll go ahead and leave the floor to them, but you know, that's all I have to say for now. So thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to explain that gap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kay. With that, colleagues, we go back to the floor. Line up here, we have next in the queue, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Speaker. Advocate Shenanda, Navajo Housing Authority staff, though. Lajda Sintaigi, Mr. Desh. Good afternoon. My concern and the community's concern is based off of a project that was supposed to be done. It's called Bluestone. How'd you let this kid? What's going on with that? What's happening to that project? So it's other. And folks are still wanting to know when NHA is going to put in the housing. Land there, power's there. They upgraded the NQA power line grid. And the land is fee land. And they were talking about putting in homes there for folks that need homes, all the way to 200 homes. And that's still in the back of our mind. We want that Bluestone because homes are hard to come by. Folks need homes, overcrowding. And people need to have their own place to call home and to enjoy themselves at their home. That's the main question. What's going on with that? I heard Vince James, Honorable Vince James, speak about his area. And I'm in the same situation. What is happening? What is taking place? Is Bluestone no longer on the plans? Is Bluestone no longer going to be considered? I know it was way up there. It was like number 1 and they keep talking about it. But now it's 2020. We're going into 2021. And this was talked about back in 2015. It's going on 6 years. Not one groundbreaking. Not one home has even been planned to be put in there. So I'd like to have an answer on that so I can report to the chapter. This would be beneficial to not only Houck, but also Pine Springs, also Burnt Water, Torino, Allentown, Lupton, Sanders, Chambers. That's the, and even White Ruins folks can move in there. Not too far from there. Sagatow needs homes too, quality homes. So that's what I'd like to hear. What's going on with that? And for the board members, if their term is expired, someone dropped the ball. Someone needs to be on top of these things and make sure that these board members are either replaced or kept on, depending on their term limits. It's like aqua behind it. So thank you, Speaker, for letting me express this, and I hope I get a solid answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Let me go ahead and move on down to our next individual, our next individual in the queue, and that is Madam Chair Charles Newman. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Diaz, and then also Ms. Begay for the presentation. We have been hearing issues that have been going on with NHA for quite some time now. And I believe last year when I did attend one of the NHA board meetings, there was a question regarding the money that was paid ahead to the board members. And, you know, we found a lot of issues with that. I wonder, one, have the board members who have completed out their terms actually completed the meetings in which they were already paid? I cannot recall, and perhaps some of my colleagues could help assist me with this, but I believe it was around 40,000. And I think that was one of the issues that we have had. So that's my first question. The other question that I have is, what exactly, and I'm on your website right now trying to get information, but it seems like NHA continues to put their CEO on some type of leave, and they're there around 6 to 9 months, and then there's, you know, we hear about them being on leave. In the last year, we've had 2 CEOs, and then we've had an interim CEO who have come in and out. So I want to know, what is the process or the procedure for completing housing concerns? More importantly, what does the board do and what does the CEO do? You know, who has the power? Is it the board that has the power, or is it the CEO that has the power? Because it seems that when we ask these type of questions regarding the lack of housing in our communities, there's this back and forth volleying of, you know, what the plan is to get it done, but it seems like the plan is not actually coming into fruition at this point. And so it really makes me wonder, you know, like, what is the holdup, and how is it, you know, that we continue to be sitting on as much money as we're sitting on with housing, and we have our Navajo people who are out there who need housing who are not getting any type of assistance. And I say that specifically because in my community since COVID hit, I've been trying to place 4 families, and we've reached out to NHA, and initially we did have Mr. Dayish assisting me, and then all of a sudden I get an email from Mr. Wasita saying that he is, you know, that he's going to be assisting me. I get another email from a Mr. Shirley who's saying that he's going to be assisting me, and that Mr. Wasita is no longer going to be helping me. So I'm not really sure what is going on. And what I would like to know, because my understanding of the way that a organization is supposed to work is the board does not get involved in the daily activities of, I guess, the employment. And I noticed that happens a lot here on the Navajo Nation. And so I'm always scratching my head asking who has the power at this point? And then, why is the board always getting involved in the day-to-day operations of the business? And do they have the power to do that? Because my understanding is the board oversees the CEO, and the CEO assists and also informs them of what's happening within the company. So I would assume in this case that Mr. Dayish would have the authority and the power to move forward on these projects. Perhaps I'm wrong. So if I can get clarification from both the board and Mr. Dayish on what his responsibilities are there at NHA, perhaps that can, clear up a lot of things on my end. So I know who to reach out to. If I need to reach out to the board to place families, then I know to send an email to the board. But I have been sending emails to the CEO, and as I stated previously, it has been jumping around to different people. My last question is, if the board members' terms have expired, which, it makes me question their actions and whether their actions are even legal at this point, putting a CEO on leave. I'm not sure how much information is conveyed to RDC and the actions that occurred from the time that these decisions are made to the time that, I guess, to today. It seems like at least I can only speak for me, but I didn't learn about the CEO being put on leave until I believe it was summer session. So this kind of information is not sent to the delegates, and we just need to know who do we work with to get these projects going. Because I did hear Ms. Begay, the president of the board, who said, we are trying to do this. We are using data to, to decide how, housing is going to be addressed in certain areas. So with that statement, I can only assume that the board has taken control and that the board is in control at this point, and that the board approves everything that's happening within the community. And if that's the case, I wonder, what is the job of the CEO then? And why do we even have a CEO if the board of directors is going to be the final say-so in determining our housing needs in the community? So with that, speaker, I'm going back on mute. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go ahead and go on down to next individual in the queue. Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours.
Oh, I can't tell Chairman Jeff Damon, other tenant colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'iyati committee members. The Shay Dorset, not us. Mr. Days, Mr. Gay. Shay, Tenjikin Sko, Namis El Kachini, Bassishin, Ado, Eskisni Vassito, Nakana, Sukoi, the Shay Dorset, not us. I love it. Oh, Craggy, not civil. He's on administrative leave. Just right now, the question there: are you back on the job? Is the administrative leave canceled? Hey, Craggy, it's a yes or no. Just like every other coalition, there's certain projects that were on the list. One is White Horse Lake, Sentado. So those are a couple of them that are really primary. On some case studies, but those items, Iggy, if you could just provide me a folder when the other individual Wasida Dashamulia, when we were talking, had meetings with him, and I had requested this same setup. Give me a binder that has all the projects that are within your files related to the 8 chapters that I represent. And Quaggy, what is the status? So Quaggy, ato aneta. Oyo da to shata tlo. Oyo da to chachivo tlo. So what our 8 long case. Toy Arun Yahat in Yokadi give up at the business that wins in a over a year when that commitment was made to get me that binder that has all the chapter requests from these 8 chapters. I thought Napa. Even the 8 hotel Bihastita. So a Nikajan Hastita. Oh hotel a Yahaz. And the board chair. Within each entity, board officers are placed at certain times, usually once a year or once every 2 years, and in some cases once every 4 years. Since March, we've had 2 different chairs of the NHA board. Even what's I don't say you can the Kishin needed Sego Equagid night or your Saho needs a Panayos. A quaggy has all son olds and a quaggy toy. And he thought about when it's in the list. So I'll see what art a budget in the list. No, a yield keep only. A what a sato. Finish has 3 list. Miss Begay, I think you're quaggy kept behind. Yat the February, the George had this, the city, and the Joe H. Carnage on this. That should be needed on the hotel. So, a seat on this, and idol speaker from the appreciate this time. But 8 only. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, let me go to one more individual, then I'll go back to Navajo Housing Authority. Honorable Aruso, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On the Navajo Housing Authority, thank you for your report. And Madam Chairman of the Board, Shuma, Carrie, Yate, Ishanti, do additional Mr. Dave, because Rashid Sopana, Cincinnati, did CARES Act pesos that nest di ako Genova hindi na do aban sidiki do de la niche one area that I have concerns is that there was a project that was going on in the former Bennett Freeze area. I believe of 36 homes that NHA has committed, and the Navajo Nation has committed a financial commitment to help support that project. And I believe we really have not done any update from Navajo Housing Authority related to that particular project. But I really would like a response, in-depth report to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission related to that project there within related to the 36 homes. I haven't seen anything indicating that the key had been turned over to that family, to those individuals that were selected, and I believe it came out to 4 homes per chapter. And I see hard light was so hard naho jish. Bila kada zakawa shish ato da tsari kada Diego na jita. Ako go na sheh. Ako size I don't know. Number 2, the board of NHA. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for working on repairing the road there in Tuba City, called the I called it Pothole Alley. It was on the road is on pin 608, and I've been advocating for that road improvement there for so long. When I first came into council under the 23rd council, one area is that we have another the same situation within north of that same area, which is within the NHA withdrawal with the Navajo Hopi Land Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation land withdrawal. The land withdrawal is held by both the NHA and Bonnier. And again, just want to tell you thank you again. I will be approaching the board again related to that matter. Just try to fix those little areas that have potholes. Out on the R20, there's another road called Cinnamon Drive. On there's another road. There's a loop adjacent to that. NHA back no those issues related to where NHA has direct responsibilities on those road improvements. We really need a conversation related to those matters, because those road improvements really need to happen. Out on the number 3, the other is that I guess thank you for your report. And I've been looking at number of homes that you guys built and so forth. In that this is how many homes we have conveyed, the conveyance to the Navajo family that paid off those homes. How many homes were conveyed within that report? Those are things that I look at, And I see the Naabik'iyati and the Naabik'iyati and Nahuan Ginzen and that Hawan Yitan Todings and Shiftains and we really need to focus on how can we build more homes. I know your funding is but the idea is we get about $68 million. I'm just in general, it may be less or higher a year, but how many Navajo families have we utilized those dollars to turn over their to turn over the house keys to them? And I'm actually thinking about taking back the TDHE because the board will start to work and look at this mission to try to build homes for Navajo citizens. I am looking at maybe pulling back the TDHE and maybe having having it come through the nation and have NHA request for a down draw related to their projects in that fashion, because the current board is supposed to be a professional board, and that's what I'm getting to, is that the Navajo people want homes. They don't want a mansion. I hear that NHA home costs about $300,000, and it really concerns me. And Yalchon Inikidon the Hajopi in that Nagagin. I let ego peso chitayo edo hit a peso yada zit. Ako that is my statement here. And then the dollars that is in the lock system. You know, maybe the Navajo Nation government, we need to make sure, maybe change law to say that you should only have $50 million at the end of the year in the lock system. Because if you have over $200 million in the lock system, that's telling us someone's not doing their job there at NHA. We need homes. I come from a region of what they call the Bennett Freeze, the former Bennett Freeze. 46 years of no development, infrastructures, housing development. Washington, is 46 years. To this day, I have not seen anything related to NHA to say, we have federal dollars that are in place. Navajo citizens, whether they're affected by the FFBA or Navajo citizens that are living out there abroad, they can qualify. How do you make it help those families get qualified. I don't alcohol so that now just convey the. And if you have that much money in the log system, that tells me that someone's not building those homes, someone's not processing those contracts. Honorable Vince James indicates that there's land withdrawals available in Naabik'iyati. Those land withdrawals needs to be occupied. Maybe we can turn around and say, forget it. Let's go lease. Let's go increase let's go impose a maximum lease fee to NHA on the amount of lands that they lease from us. Lease that and through the land withdrawal. The Naabik'iyati, but nada this ango hajoni na neka kent ido le het. So hadit ego da adet na hawani ato adet sabada. The Navajo people want home. Congress, we go to Congress. Leadership goes to Congress. We advocate on housing. We advocate when we get up there to the halls of Congress. And all the time when you get there, when we advocate on housing, they say, "Oh, NHA has this much money. You already get housing dollars. How come you don't want it? How come you're asking for more money while you can't spend your money?" That's what former Senator McCain told the former council. He says, "Oh, how you? I should ask. I never lost it. Not that no kid who wants that don't nego. I could tell on hit a heart. Somewhere, something has to change in NHA. We need to get those homes built. Maybe it's just a program that's that people are taking the program as a job security. But if that parent that's raising their children on the low income, wanting a home, who is living in a G-shed, NHA is not doing their job. In the public outreach to those homes, to those people living in those G-sheds. You just drive into Hunters Point there. Hunters Point, I see 3 G-shed units. 3 young Navajo family lives in there. I seen a Navajo Head Start bus pull up to one of those G-shed units and see this little child get off the bus happily running back to their home. And it's a G-shed. I know how it's Ellenson. Oh, you better on you should have to who do we hold responsible for those? And we need to change policy related to the expenditures. I think if we want to enhance NHA to build more homes for the Navajo people, we need to go in and change their policy. Make Navajo leadership be a part of the conversation that happens in the boardroom. Because we don't know what's going on in those boardrooms or in those conversations. And with that, as leadership, that's what every Navajo leader wants. Different livelihood for Navajo people. Because of the Navajo people, that's how we get these federal funds that comes down the pipeline from HUD. and it's based off of a population base. I really hope that the board moves forward to try to build homes. You have these I look at it as recurring costs that comes down from Congress every year. Spend those monies. Give the homes to the people that apply for them, that qualifies for them. And don't put payments on them. Convey those homes directly to those families. NHA staff. The Navajo people want homes. Nothing else. Thank you very much.
With that, thank you, Honorable Otto. So let me go back to Chairwoman Begay, Navajo Housing Authority, for the response.
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Begay, are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry I had a little phone difficulty, but I'm here. And so I'm sorry about that. Going back to Honorable Smith regarding the Bluestone project. That in itself, in a nutshell, it's still in the plan and works, but coming to this project, there's a lot of corrections that we had to do. And there was an analysis that operations had to come up with. There's more cost to this project, and I believe we have a meeting set, and that's one of the projects we're going to discuss. And there's more to it than just to, build these homes. And as we look at this project, there was a lot of corrections. And not only that, different testing that we had to do that was way, it was an overcost of this project. So last year, just right before the pandemic, the COVID came, the staff were supposed to go out and do another field site visit and come up with an analysis of how much more this is going to cost than what they projected at the end. So we will go ahead and share that full detailed report regarding that project. And we do have documentations in there that we can elaborate more on during this meeting. So, Speaker, if you don't mind, if we could provide more detailed report to the meeting that we have set up next week on the 19th, more information can be provided on that project.
Okay, great.
And then Honorable Charles Newton, annexate issues. The Board of Commissioners does not have the power. We only supervise or oversee the CEO. We do not have daily activities within daily operations. It is up to the CEO and the Chief branch to, take care of those daily actions that needs to happen. And any updates, we do get a weekly update from the CEO, and we do get monthly reports from the chiefs, the managers, and directors. And those are discussed during our monthly meeting. And lately, our monthly meetings have been teleconference. So there is a calling number that we did provide, and it's the same number for all of our monthly meetings. So as of the board, no, we do not have the power to make those daily operation decisions. Regarding the HMOs for the application, there is a process to that, and any seeking families, the process was to go to those home management offices. That's where they do their applications. I know that I've gotten some requests, and I've emailed those requests to the HMOs to make sure that they contact this family, because when I was out doing food donations, we came across several families in those situations. I got their information and made sure that the NXA staff does do a follow-up or give them the contact information. They send out the application and work with their with the families as well. As of right now, they are in a process of opening the HMO's office, the local housing management office. So those should be opening up soon within all of the agencies. We do not have the final say. Whatever is recommended by the chiefs, that's how we approve those resolutions during our meeting. So we work with the CEO. CEO works with the staff, and that's how these resolutions come before us. And then Honorable Daniel Soy, I know your question was directed to Mr. Frank Dayish, so I'll go ahead and leave that up to him. And then we did, to answer your question, but we do have asked also, these binder projects that NXA has, and all of those should be in our operation branch. So in due time, we will go ahead and request projects per chapter, per agency, and what is available out there. So we will go ahead and request through the CEO to get those reports for us, and we can go ahead and present those as well. And then, Shiaj Aroso, I know, many times that you spoke to us, many times that you came to us, and the times that you approached us, attended our board meetings. I always had, great respect for you and the love that you have for your people. Again, we will continue to do our best to give the families homes, and that is what I advocate as well, is that, we don't need this huge house, but HUD does require, different requirements. So with that, I asked for blueprints and see how we can accommodate, because when us as board members went out to each of these HMOs housing units, we discovered, different data, and we got back together and we analyzed what is really needed.
think we have, lost Mr. Begay. Mr. Begay, you back on?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I got bumped off.
Okay.
But,
Go ahead. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. So I did take note of each and every one of the concerns and different projects that have been idling for years. And we will definitely make it known to the CEO to do follow-ups through the staff and, to get answers as well. Get answers to the, idling projects that's been out there. So once we get that, we will go ahead and share it. I think that's all I have to say right now. I don't know if Commissioner Lee and their Watchman Moore is on the line to add on.
Commissioner Lee here.
Speaker?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Chairwoman. I was talking to myself. I was muted. If it's up to you, you can have any of your agents. Again, this is your time to respond.
Okay. I would like to give time over to Commissioner Lee as well.
Okay. Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Speaker. This is Commissioner Lee. And I thank the council for being able to address on NHA. As the engineer, licensed engineer, commissioner on the board, coming in 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago, I certainly had my eyes opened to the situation with NHA and the Navajo Nation. But I can say that the NHA is very complex, and what we have taken on is a complexity of responsibilities that stretch far and wide, beyond dealing with just building houses, which is what we're there for, and I constantly stress that at meetings. We have larger issues on where we can build, what land is buildable, what we can build upon, and where people can safely reside on the reservation. Years past, projects were built in floodplains. Projects had issues with construction, and with the roads issue up in Page or up in Tuba City, that's a common issue that we've been dealing with system wide at NHA, and it's a issue that was not foreseen in the past by NHA. I mean, the council members struggle with trying to maintain the infrastructure with the Navajo Nation. We're struggling with trying to maintain the infrastructure with NHA because we have roads, we have pipelines, we have electrical systems that all have to be upgraded. And years past, decades ago, there should have been a fund set aside by NHA where they would put money into that to cover the costs of infrastructure reconstruction. Once these homes reach the end of their lifespan of 20 years with monies coming from the federal government to maintain them, then the burden is entirely upon NHA to continue to utilize those homes and keep people within the homes, and all that cost is borne solely by NHA. So it's a system where we have to maintain a balance, but also try to deal with these burdens that we have with highways and pipe systems and water systems. You know, as a board, we went out and took a tour of the Navajo Nation 2 years ago, and it was eye-opening. We did it in December, and visiting communities across the reservation, and we discovered some communities that were no longer part of our system, but monies had been devoted to those communities decades ago under all the other housing plans, and we've been striving to get back with those communities and get their infrastructure upgraded so they have clean drinking water, they have operating sewer systems, and they have the power that is the electricity that's running to their communities. And also many communities that don't have roads running, paved roads running to the communities themselves. So, you know, I realize what the road costs are. You know, that's the business I was in for many years, was road design. And, you know, we're doing everything we can to stretch the monies so that we can create a better system on the infrastructure side. But we have issues to deal with, like with power upgrades. That's a big issue with us at times, because like with the Bluestone, you know, that required system upgrades on the water side as well as on the electrical side. And now we're realizing just to get access to the site itself, there should have been a bridge that was under consideration of being built to gain access to the site. And access itself was a big issue. The right-of-ways were not finalized. So, you know, as we took on this role as commissioners 3 years ago, you know, it's looking at a project like Bluestone where we realized the planning process was not conducted the way it should have been done to identify all the problems that we would be encountering in order to make that piece of land livable. So we're waiting to get that report back, and you know, hopefully this coming week we're going to get that information for us to review, and then ask our questions back to the chiefs and their staff. You know, we've got great staff; they have great information, they know how to do their jobs, but it takes time to collect the information and process it so that we can look at, you know, how this fits into getting to our goal, which is constructing these houses. You know, it does take time, you know, and when you look at the LOX balance with how large it is, that money is already dedicated. It takes time to plan out a project and then apply through the Indian Housing Plan to get the money from the federal government, and then once we have that money, then it's another process to get the contracts awarded. And it takes time to get that all out there. And then we struggle with trying to get a number of contractors to undertake the work that needs to be performed. And, you know, we have federal procurement requirements. We have many federal requirements that we have to comply with. And it's a long process. It's a lengthy process. You know, it would help us out immensely at NHA if we could have the council, through the chapter houses, work with us so that we can identify, NHA can identify where the land is most buildable and where we can maximize the effect of our monies. You know, when we can build communities that are closer to existing infrastructure, that's a big benefit for us, because we don't have to put so much money into the infrastructure side to put in miles of pipe and miles of road, and miles of electrical line, upgrading electrical systems. And then also a big problem we're having now is finding a water source. So we're dealing with all these issues, and then with climate change thrown into it, you know, we have to plan far into the future of the effects of drought, diminished water resources, and heat effects upon the housing. So we're looking at all those things from an engineering perspective. I'm looking at that, you know, and from a cost perspective, you know, we have to keep all that stuff in mind as well. You know, I really encourage the council to meet with us in a session of learning where we can show the council how complex this operation is and all the requirements that have to be met. You know, I'm a professional engineer. You know, I work as an engineer daily, and taking time out of my day to do things like this conference, it takes a lot of my time, and I don't get paid for this. I'm not going to get paid for this whole thing. I mean, I've been on the phone all day long, but that's what I've devoted to the tribe, is my time to do things like this. And there's many other instances where we're talking with the federal government, with different operations on the federal side, to work towards solutions, and that's just time that we're just giving away as well. So, if somebody wants to know what it is like to be a commissioner, I welcome you to come to one of our meetings and just sit there the entire day that our meeting lasts and see everything that we go over, and then ask your questions about, where's this money going? Where's this housing community located at? What are their needs? And you'll see the extent of involvement that we have in continuing to educate ourselves and trying to meet the needs of the people. Foremost, NHA's task is to build housing, and we are striving to do that. But we need to find the land that we can build upon, that has adequate water resources, that has electricity that is there for us to utilize, and where we can run our sewer systems. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to continuing to serve Navajo Nation and NHA. Thank you.
With that, Madam Chair, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, with that, let me go back to the floor then.
Speaker. Question of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, question and privilege. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that my questions were directed to the board and also to the CEO. We did get information from the board, but I wonder if we can also get information from the CEO in regards to the questions that I asked. Thank you.
That, Madam Chair, Begay.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard Madam Chair Charles Newman?
Yes, I give the floor to Mr. Dayesh.
That, Mr. Dayesh, you still with us?
Speaker.
Okay, there you are.
Aron hinan na shudid on zahol just ani. Tibi yahoye nan the shwana koigi hinan the shudash on zahol just here the dishni shido. Aron the Honorable James yat en identikit. Aron the hanan enaliya do Honorable Yellow Hair do yat eho ani. Nade here the honey zendo out aron edo hon. In identity Honalia Chairman is Yat Edosan and Nathaki Tahoil Natina Senergy, the Hantaro, Tahoil Naho, so Yat Eo, Mobayata Kigi, Hodon Yat E. I don't the Vice Chair Smith though, even identity Sad Nat Aro, Ato, Chairman Newton, Honorable Chairman Newton Yat Eo. I don't know if should now. Ko at the Hodo Oka Janta 18 so is Hasta Gunne Bas. I don't the April Ganch the Partner the Zido on that source the Siki as the mail over the beat at the Hagi 8 Yaha. Bikaho isla. Ede yaha report digi hot abehedit the no. Ahot yahanan isla Chairman Newton. Arona but national digi yaha COVID digi yaha. Aro yaha ape yada hasneho. Hot elaho. Ede hot yaha shadow to besha hot idaho. Na I hot abe but not abe not zero le Chairman Newton. I don't the nana Chairman so yat so aro edo ya sich honan ya o ho nasa tanana ho aro e koro sich nada ho ilne ho ya ho ha ya be not ant hades aro the vice chairman to honorable so ya ho edo ho ya not ho sa la ede ya shi koro hot ya not be hanas ti do le ai ko na te kidigi ya hot la ho
Speaker, question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair.
Speaker, thank
Charles
you.
Moon.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I did ask questions that were, I think, that were for the board and also for the CEO, and now I'm hearing that the CEO can't answer questions. How can we resolve issues if the CEO can't ask questions? Unless I mistakenly heard that. It sounded as if he said that he's been told not to answer questions. I guess I just don't understand that. So, Speaker, how can we get the CEO to answer questions? Because these are really legitimate concerns that are happening with NHA. We do have COVID-19 still amongst us, still amongst our people. There are many people who don't have homes. And so I get really frustrated that, we have all of these homes available, some of them boarded up in our communities that nobody is living in. And so I want to know what is going on and what we can do to start putting people in these homes and to really start addressing the issues that pertain to housing. Thank you.
Question of privilege is back to Navajo Housing Authority.
Speaker, this is Carrie here.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
I'm also not understanding the statement of why the CEO wasn't able to answer the questions, but we did get the email from your office requesting those 3 questions, and I think he was referring to that. I'm not too sure. So, but Honorable Charles Newsom, what questions were not answered? If you could please restate your questions.
Yes, the first question.
Okay, Madam Chair, Charles Moon.
Sorry, Speaker, I should have waited for you to recognize me. I apologize. The first question that I had is, we were informed, I believe it was in the spring, during an NHA meeting, that the board paid themselves ahead of time for meetings that had not occurred yet, but they paid themselves for future meetings. And we questioned why that was the case. My issue is the meetings that you paid yourself ahead of time for, did you complete those meetings? That's my first question. And I believe, and again, I was hoping that somebody could clarify, I believe it was 45,000. Maybe I'm off on that. I'm going off of memory. That was my first question. My second question is, what is the process or procedure for completing housing concerns? And I asked, do we go to the board? And do we ask the board directly to help us with housing issues in our community? Or do we go to decisions? The board did answer those questions, but it was not answered by the CEO. The last question is the board members' term expiration. Which board members have their terms expired? And does the action to put the CEO on administrative leave, is it within the, is it legally binding if the board has a term that's expired and they acted on, or they have actions in place at this point right now that affect the Navajo people when their terms are expired? So those were my questions, and it sounds as if the CEO is not allowed to answer questions.
which kind of makes me, I guess, wonder. I know that in the past with this council, even in most recent past, like in the last month or so, we've learned that there have been memos sent out to certain directors asking them not to speak to council. I hope that that's not the case here. But I want to know, Mr. Wanika, can you put your phone on mute, please? But what I want to know is whether the CEO currently has something in place that says that he can't speak to the council delegates about answering some of these questions, in particular those concerning the power and day operations that the board may or may not have any involvement in.
Madam Chair, Brigay. Questions from Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Charles Newton. First question regarding the money. All money, the meetings that were paid out, yes, they have been completed, and I believe we do have the CEO online. If you want her to confirm that. So those the question one, and not only that, we did return some funds. And those were meetings that have been placed, and based on that, that the meetings were already taking place. According to the plan of action, as Chairman Rick Ness has stated, the plan of operation states that any expired terms shall...
Lana's bleeding again.
Shall still be in place until we are replaced and another individual is appointed. So just like everyone else, we are waiting, but we're continuing to do the due diligence of NXA. So based on the plan of operation, that's what we are running on, and that's how we are holding our monthly meetings as well and working with the CEO. Housing issues, I know a lot of councilmen and other entities do come make an appointment with the CEO, or they also put in their request to meet on the housing issues within their area. So I'll go ahead and let the CEO speak on that part of what the process is. Should there be any issues, how do they go about that? Normally, I know that according to the housing director, those issues are directed to her. She takes care of it internally along with the local housing director. So there is a process, and we would just need to work through your local housing management. And there is no memo in place to where the CEO does not speak about NXA or its operations. Speaker, that concludes my answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, this is Council Delegate Charles Newton, point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Since there is no reason for the CEO to answer questions, can I get the CEO to answer those questions that I posed earlier twice for the record? Thank you.
Mr. Diaz, are you there?
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, Yat Nana, Honorable Chair, Ms. Newton, what I Sadigi, when I did kitten Denigi, Ashe, around the A Asanat Lehigi, Behez Anigi Hodlo, She what Abishki. It's never Washington, $250 in Nadige, ne. I don't da height on as none of what I thought they saw. A hot out has on a koya Nagoide and das Hagi, das Ha, or Koya Beha or Zido, what this year, hot out a hodge. A Koya a Koiki. Height out or Nisto, Peso, ye, had a heart or the Hound at that not or Joe Koigi such kid. Even I just kid Chair Newton, what out a behastido list. Ado Madam Chair, Board Chair, upon Nenigi Penina, what I behadest. Nana the Hawanda, Negi, Hawan, a has Anigi. As adat hat ehigi to ho the wages na khanda ni shiki bechen hota ne akho khai shi ayo petrahon so natle benina petrahon ho aho ko bechen da il and shipichen is and akho o hot ho hot be net hates Aron the deeds and the sheets and the ligi or a commissioner leave the Kadi Ash a dick a debit even a Yahida not a has another that no. I don't the Edo a Yahibenite this kito on the whole just Edo a what Ella he a quite nice Beshaho, I been I hot I be having that many Hana zero list Chairman Newton, though I don't Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the
Commissioner Privilege, Speaker.
Commissioner Privilege, Chairman Hino.
Again, not one question that I think could you, Madam Chair, was not answered. There has listed to be a name whose term has expired. That's the question that was asked, and it seems like they're dancing around that question. Seems to be before with us and tell us whose term has expired. Let us know.
Chairman Hino, I can barely hear you, but your question is whose term has actually, yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay, all right. Hey, I'm bouncing around. I keep barely talking about. Charles Newton, Madam Chair, Charles Newton asked the question, and that was my answer. It seems like a straightforward question. Whose term has expired on the Board of Commissioners? We need to find out.
With that, Chairwoman Begay, question of privilege, whose term has expired that's currently on the board?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Hino. The report that we sent over, it does explain to you, it's the first page's message from the Navajo Housing Authority, that the Navajo NHA board is currently comprised of 3, which is myself, Frankie Lee, and Dareth Watson Moore. I was confirmed in 2017, so I was only to serve 2 terms, which that expired. And then also Vice Chair Frankie Lee, he was to serve 3 terms. So he just recently His term recently expired in July. And then we have Dareth Watcherman Moore, who was confirmed a 4-year term. So hers is still active as we speak. Sir.
Thank you. Let me go on back to the board. Next up, I have Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, sir. The chair, Otto, colleagues, and the 24th Navajo Council, Naabik'iyati committee members, Mr. Deis, Mr. Gage, Zeta, Soyat Inc., Shaya, Wilson Surgeon, and Shadow, what's on the ancient donors, as Kachina machine, Kachin that should check the big point on Dashanella. Arata told that Nasha, the Kodo, based on Shanko, Arokagi, Aya, Planet Operation Inch, Aya, Big Quaggy. He days, he can add this kid given that you get Nana, a Nasigi, Aya, terms, Linigi, expiration term, but Aggie, Joe Kodo, Aya, policy beyond that Aya, is still that it shall consist of a resolution from Naabik'iyati, conclusive evidence to call for reappointment or appointment for all board members, commissioners, obvious still. Kodo Aya Bansiska Aya Nishe Naabik'iyati of the 24th nomination. Aya do Aya Bahbeliada.
Honorable Stewart. Are you?
Sir, I got cut off.
Okay.
Okay.
You can continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, quick abo. National. Aya, at Ispania at the Intanjiska. Aro at Ispania. Shana, Mr. Deis, administrative leave.
They told me that the body was that they did. So it wasn't like a long conversation. They just said her body's ready. I said, so her body's ready. So pick it.
Aro Nana ki Aya. The board and then the commissioners that if they're expired, they should just remove themselves. The resolution Aya Auto Bahada Kajala. We never renewed a resolution for them. Aro Nana Nabdish Kedigi Aya had Ishabrina Askati double attorney for law as a board. AI not the attorney for law. It's hosted out now this. At this been the attorney the attorney for law for the board. I don't understand that. Out of politics, so it doesn't state that the board will have their own attorney. Oh, so those are my questions and my concerns.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Stewart. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Brown.
Speaker, can you come back to me? Thank you.
Yes. Moving on down. Let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, Yate. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Good
Yate, man. Yate, good evening, everybody. Yate, Speaker of the
evening.
Organization Council. Aro Yate, so, Shady Bashan, Navajo has no story, no Kagi. I'm from Black Mesa, that, na heaven, since she has lay for slate, people, the pigate. I want to see Miss Ada. What else in there? People. The people in the Black Mesa cat, any, they live in Kiyenta. It's like, oh, I want to see your kid. The old lady, she's 94 years old. She wants to move into Kiyenta. It's an Frank Davis, the CEO. I want to see your kid. Buy at 94 years old. I want to see the people at the program. Eddie, I want to. I'll forward a name to you. Anyway, but not just and people. I'd like to ask my community to build some housing out there in a beautiful place because most of these Navajos up there that they live in Kiyenta now are they up on winter banda they come back up to Black Mesa. They're over here in Mr. Dash, CEO, so all the faculties on Navajo Housing Authority and he doesn't share one something. This is going to be the first time in history that you're going to put a house up there. I'll keep in touch with you. I would love to ask my community, is there possible to build a house in the housing in Peabody area in the valley right there? It's a beautiful place. There's housing right there too, Fort Slater. Those are quite a ways too. Of course, the area, right? There's Hajoy, Business, those speaker, he caught those one. Speaker team, so he helped me out to put a house up there. Out of 24 councilmen, he not said this case not on. I see how one ain't the as a card, I cut it the Kahana, bring your own vehicle and what up this, so, I'm looking for a positive plan. I don't have no complaint, but I wish you guys look for a good membership, board members, or just put me on. Thank you very much. Get off the line. Get on the line. This is not my workers and board members. I think they're on the line. One thing because these should not on so in its thank you, Speaker. Go back on mute now.
Thank you. That for that on yellow hair. Let me go ahead and go on down to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Nana, Ados, Nanda. I'd like to second that directive on what Honorable Edmund Yazzie said earlier, Speaker, on behalf of the board members, getting a letter to the president and getting that motivated, moved along. So that's what I like to say, Shinanda. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If the directive is still moved forward, the Speaker's office will work on as indicated, as I explained to Chairman Nez, we will get that completed. But if there is a directive, I can come back to you and we can do a directive, but the Speaker's office will still get it done. I will come back to you after this presentation. I'll go back to Chairman Yazzie and see if he still wants to do that. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. All right. So
moving on down, Chairman Hino.
Can you hear me, brother? you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Shout out to the Speaker Damon, this is the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the PSC Committee. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to Mr. Frank Gage, CEO of Navajo Housing Authority. It's good to hear your voice again. Hope they don't put you back on admin leave again just because you're answering questions that we are asking for, answering the questions that we're asking. And so, Evan and I was real concerned about the fact that, that's shown. We have Navajo professionals that want to come back and they want to work for an entity or the nation itself. From their with their experiences and education and down the line, they come back and they want to help. But at the same time, for some reason, Ochi doesn't live in that job. We decide to fool around with their professional careers, and we start wanting to shorten their lifespan on the Navajo Nation. And so we start doing that, putting my administrative leave. I need to know about this. And we continue to operate in that manner. So, I guess I've heard this many times over as administrators on the Navajo Nation. When it comes to board members, they start having this mentality that they and and start to micromanage the program in different fashions. And Kodo, as the chairperson of the NHA Board of Commissioners, has stated that there's no micromanagement. It sounds fine and dandy, but if you were to survey the staff there within the organization, I'm sure they'll be telling a different story about board members coming in asking for special favors of this and that and everything else. But down in the trenches, it's a different story. So, the other part is for those of Select Delegate Stewart Yahatzigi, it is troubling to find out that there are members who have expired terms.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
That is still acting in the capacity of their old position. And so, with that, the Speaker Damon, would you like me to stop so we could log back on?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, I'll stop for now here till I'll log back on.
Sorry for that, Chairman Henry. We just make sure it just clarifies the recordings. Individuals, thank you. We're going to have to end this call and call back in. Everybody that's with us on YouTube, Vimeo, and Facebook, we'll be right back.
Please stand by.
After these few messages.
transcribed.
That 7:19 p.m. For the record, we are having the Navajo Nation Council Naabik'iyati Committee meeting. Today's date is August 13th. Back into session. With that, let me go over Chairman Hino and continue on.
Why, if your term expires, you just move aside and let the company continue with business. When your term expires or when you're out there trying to still act in that capacity, that's illegal and does not fall within the rules of ethics too. So that's how I'm looking at this. And it's concerning that it seems like there's only one board member that still has a term that's intact. And so I do agree with my brother, Vice Chair Smith, that there needs to be a directive. If he's willing to issue that directive, I'm willing to second that directive. So let's speak to Damon. With that, thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hino. That, we'll go ahead and go to one more individual and then go back to Vice Chair Walker. Go back to the board. Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours.
Chair, Speaker, members, good evening. Presenters, initiate, Mr. Frank Dayish, Board of Commissioners, Board Chair, Member, so the Western Navajo Agency, I represent 5 chapters, and 4 of those chapters are in the former Better Freeze area. So last year, 2019, that NHA had committed to providing resources with solve implementation plan. NHA rescinded that commitment, that support, or you could say reversed commitment
ako kwege
Hold on. Colleagues, staff members, please put your phones on mute.
So my comments are direct at Mr. Dayish, the CEO of NHK. He has unnecessary several weeks ago, we did explain this to you at one of the meetings. I raised the same issue again. I want to do that this evening again. Also, I had also sent a letter to yourself explaining what it is that is concerning to myself and the and communities that I represent. So NHA's commitment that was reversed without any real explanation. I see so Mr. Day is then yana it's good as yet Navajo Plan Commission Edo Address and he today's Edo and the Handak. I got the former benefit free area to Idaya Banan should I yusin Ado Navajo saw initiative with Yao Edo Inan Shabatin or the Aja. I got 8 episodes Hine Krego. Yeah, Jaba Yado Chief and Nanigi. Ado it's that what the NHA had that or yet what that in Hojo Joe Acorda del Key. According to that is Anna a nasnet that is all this. Ada could Sudanese no data. A call quagget letters a yen genadishly. I could echo Ado Naokado Boltan or the store. Eshazido, though the Lebanasha Gigi a Bayacho a Dishneko. A call a Sanjibat or the aside the door or what the heck. Naoka, dog everything to change the need echo. What something does it change that a bit that and echo. Look at and the ko e hot get a hiti in a way dana feda a could echo at the benefit freeze da ita ka nature edo hatsa ita Navajo Nation Vice President bundling go da you than that because jedo kaya nali e could but ayadel chigo ben de national could just link like or you than in dash nishikon here quite a larger when it long Joe had a hot in the when that a kaya nali I see elder ayat end or Niskaya. How the dot nif Ado the never in the yat end the dot list. The Nevin Saki spin the dot see. Johatzan echo. Echo Hinant Aruso Yahatzi Kosad. Ayaka Ayatago Nayin the law. Yilla. Go idani kota. Edo Shaha or Three Johnson, a could take a corditi teacher, the Andiki Quare, a now car without none other. Haven't yet he declared Chinantako. Banda did in Nana, she has no that out. She seems like your daughter, so I get a cannot or what. A call by getting it, so and yet eto. Dog is not each, the sun legal. Nan could have had a deal, nature illegal. I got Ella without
has sido Mr. Speaker and the Naabik'iyati committee members. So it's just letting the CEO of NHA know that we are willing to meet as representatives, as advocates from the former Bennett Freeze area to discuss further working together. As you all know, that the former Bennett Freeze area, we have to help people. We have to provide relief. I don't that today because of the pandemic. On top of that, there are underlying issues. The recovery of 40 years of statutory freeze imposed on that land by the federal government. We have to get over that. We have to recover. Then we have to start rehabilitating the area, the lives of people. So we are deeply entrenched in a number of issues in that area. So NHA is a viable partner, a really good resource to help us, to enable us to realize that we can help our people, we can help ourselves. So my communication this evening is just merely to express that in a good way. You know, we're not we've been victims too long. And I don't want to play that song. You know, I want to do this in a very dignified way. Stand, and remain standing and speak truthfully. These are what we need today. And we are the same. We're on the same side. In HA, you're not the federal government. You know, you're the Navajo Nation. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Moving on down, let me go back to some of the questions that were posed by my colleagues. Let me go back to Chairwoman Begay and give you the floor. And if you have anybody else that would like to answer the questions too as well from the Navajo Housing Authority, this is your time.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll go ahead and allow this time to have Chairwoman Commissioner Gareth Watermore to have his time. Thank you. Gareth, are you on the phone?
Yes, this is Gareth. Let me pull over. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Thank you, Chairwoman. Good evening, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, members of the Council, and the Navi Committee. My name is Dareth Watchman Moore. I'm Skidney born for Twohana. My Jays are Tutnazutni and my Nellas are Tapana. So that means my grandfather's mother hails from Komai Mesa out near to the city on my mom's side, and on my dad's side, I hail from east of Navajo, New Mexico, all the way to Crown Point, Naabik'iyati. So I appreciate the questions, and I appreciate Vice Chair Walker's statement about all of us being on the same team. That was actually what I was wanting to say. I've been on the call since I got off work at 5, and I was sitting in the parking lot, because if I leave north, you get into a no-cell reception and you're in an unsafe area, you alone, you don't have the ability to communicate by phone. But I'm back close to home. So Vice Chair Walker, I totally agree with you, and I like the idea of speaking the truth. And the only way that you can speak the truth is to have the facts. So questions are posed regarding whether or not the CEO has the authority to speak. He certainly does. The question was asked whether or not he's restrained in speaking. The answer to that, no, he isn't. I will say that the board is bound by the policies that it creates. The board is bound by the federal regulations that go into our policies. The board is bound by the oversight of the Honorable RDC Committee and the Council. So in the 3 years that I've been on the board and my term is still active, I believe that we've followed the rules and the regulations and all the wisdom around us to make the best decisions possible. And those decisions were only based on truth and fact. And so we also created policies just so that there are mistakes based on the untruth and the lack of facts. And one of the significant policies that we created, because of everything that happened in history, was an ethics policy. We created a whistleblower policy, which I believe the Navajo Nation or any of the 13, 14 tribal enterprises have in place. So once you create those policies, you have to follow the rules. And so we've done that since we enacted these policies, and I believe that any board member, whether they're professional or a board member, that they will be bound to follow those policies. And so we haven't done anything that has been outside those policies. So I want to answer Mr. Stewart, Delegate Stewart's question and concern about expired terms. So we are a board of an enterprise of the Navajo Nation government, and we operate pretty much the same. We are a 5-member board comprised of a CPA whose term should have expired the same time as mine, which is next year, and he resigned almost 2 years ago. That position hasn't been filled and should be filled, so we look forward to someone coming on board to fill that position. We have a vacant tenant representative position, much like Madam Chair, and that position was occupied by Chris Beecher, who served as chair until he left at the end of May because his term expired. That position needs to be filled, and we look forward to that. Now, you heard Commissioner Lee and Chairwoman Begay speak about her and his expired terms, but according to rules, like any other enterprise board, the individual stays until either replaced or reappointed. So I know that the gaming board operates that way. I do know that there are folks that have expired terms, but the work of the enterprise must continue with expired folks because they're there, they're doing the job as long as they want to do the job. And I want to thank Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Chairperson Begay for continuing on to serve as public servants on the NHA board. It's not an easy task. Now, there was a concern about an attorney for the board. NHA is such a large organization, 300 and some odd employees, HUD regulations that are really, really restrictive. Then we have our own policies that make us that more restrictive. And then on top of that, we have tribal rules and regs, especially in the environmental arena, that really makes, the work at NHA difficult. But we have such great staff that that we get the job, but it does take a while. So NHA had a lot of folks that left and retired, and we had a general counsel position that we can't seem to fill. We also had a vacancy in our attorney position, and we have outside attorneys, but you pay a lot more for outside counsel. So the board decided last summer to continue the work of the board in its oversight of the CEO. And we're we're an advisory board. We are not a management board. So that indicates that we don't direct daily operations, but we certainly approve the funding to do operations. So we did procure inside counsel for the board, and it took a long time to procure that role of a board counsel. And it also took some time to find an attorney for NHA, but the board counsel came first. So she came on board back in March, not too long ago. So that certainly helped us in some of the questions that are presented to us regarding real estate transactions, regarding funding, regarding even the CARES Act and how to spend it, and then of course how to implement our new policies and create new policies, because we are an advisory board. We are much like the council. We're advisory and we create rules and so forth. We don't create the laws, but we take the rules and policies to continue the operations. So I just wanted to express my position on those statements, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the board. I was chairperson for maybe about a month, and I was able to speak to the body of the council, the RDC, I believe it was 2 weeks ago in my acting role, but I knew that there was an election coming up. So, Madam Chairperson, who has come back home, she's a young mother who is a grandmother as well, and serves as an HR professional living in the Ganado area. So I wish her well in her new role. She's taking on a huge task. She's away from her family at this point, but that's what we do. We serve and we do the best that we can, Mr. Speaker. So that's really all I have. This is an important role. I served in HUD under President Obama, and he and his secretary used to say that anybody that works in housing has the greatest job and the most important job, because the decisions you make every day affect the quality of life. And so I would hope that we aren't harming people, and we're doing the best we can to improve the quality of life of our Navajo people. And I, too, am a professional. I really never left the Navajo Nation unless I had a job opportunity, and we take the opportunity, and hopefully no one has held me back. I don't think so. But a lot of people have welcomed me back as we welcome our Navajo professionals who want to be on the board or who want to work for NHA. And so we also welcome back Mr. Daesh. He was gone for a moment, and that was a board decision. And we don't take those decisions lightly, but we make a decision. And Mr. Daesh is back, and he has the authority. And like any of CEOs, they are accountable and responsible to their board, and we believe Mr. Daesh will be. And so we move on. And I think that's an important step forward, is to move on. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all I have to say. Thank you for the time, and thank you, members of the council.
Chair Begay, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to the board on the lineup here. Got some new individuals. Honorable Elmer Begay. There. Oh.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, other delegates and other NXA members. The question, we know that today, we're dealing with something that the Navajo Nation or around the whole world that what we're combating. There's a virus out there. People lost their lives, relatives, and even at the home place, some elderly people that we depended on, we lost. So, in that midst of it, we're trying to address these issues. So, even in this case here today, what we have done as Navajo Nation government as three-branch government. They have all these enterprises there for the people, for the nation. And we say that we have all these expertise, and we say that we have experience, we have education, we have a degree. What have we have done so far to combat this? What kind of plans do we have for the people that don't have running water, that don't even have electricity, and that people that don't even have homes? Then what have we done for them? And as a nation, and we say that great Navajo Nation, no, Iban's case today, feel that we lost today. So right now, this is 5 now, and the kids are going back to school and online, distant learning. No, I call people, the kids that we have here today, where I live around here, again, there's no broadband or internet, and some of these they're given laptops, and they're given hotspot devices. Again, people don't. You can't. You can open it. It's available down. No, but it's the slowest and the poorest signal we have on the reservation. And our kids are trying to learn it. Look at all the online, it freeze on them. Out of about 20 seconds, 1 minute, they're behind already. Now say, what have we done? And we say that we're all highly educated and we have the experience in housing and leadership. No, what did we did? What kind of work did we put in? The plans that we put in for this virus. 5 months is there. Then, my question here today is here in Delcon is to see a ridiculous how our kids are learning right now. They had to go to NTAA. So these trees, that small trees, the shade that they have, parked under there, trying to go online for 6 hours. And they had to go to the chapter house to get these internets. What have NHA done for these people, these kids? This is my question to you. What kind of internet or broadband can be available? All I know is NHA goes after is if there's a land available, if there's infrastructures available, meaning sewer, water line, electricity. Is there any other way? What kind of boards can we get, or what kind of leadership can we put in place so they can start from the scratch without depending on the community, the Navajo Nation, to put these, or IHS, environmental health, to put these water line in place and sewer line in place? According to we go in, we don't even have any people that can work or that can plan and that can design a sewer pond, lagoon. And we have all these engineers we say that we're licensed. So it's really ridiculous today to look at this pandemic. So who's ahead of it? Who's really doing their job? Who's here for the people? Now that's my question to you, NHA. What kind of leadership do we need again to be ahead of it, to be a board member, to know these, to not depending on just what you call these infrastructures to be available to go in to move them NHA on, move on. As go as for NTA too. But our kids is suffering right now today. What do we have? DG though, what do we have in place from NHA? That's why I was here to listen to that. I wanted to listen to a broadcast. So right now, today, this morning, Dalcon chapter got awarded for $50,000 for broadband assessment studies. NHA, if we have this in place, how can we work with us? If we have a $50,000 being awarded to Dalcon chapter for assessment for studies in the broadband, how can you help us? These kids are under the trees or park at the chapter houses. How can you help us? My question I wanted to ask.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. With that, let me go ahead and go over to Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker, Chairman of the NABI Committee out of Sinantai, 24th Navajo Nation, delegates comprising the NABI Committee, Madam Chair of NHA Board, and to Mr. Lee and to Ms. Watchman Moore. Thank you for taking on your aspects. And some of my questions were clarified by Commissioner Dareth Watchman Moore. However, my main concern is there seems to be a double standard. What exists in Window is totally different than what exists at some of the HMOs. HMOs are really directed to stay open. But at the main office, there's a structure like a border fence. And with that border fence, there are other items within the main office that you can't even get a face-to-face meeting, a walk-in. And that part really, I think, is a major disservice to the chapter officials, to chapter staff, because there's times that, they're in Window Rock and they say they got time. Maybe I'll go to NHA and follow up. Yet, the main office is inaccessible. So there is that double standard. And I won't name names, but folks are being intimidated at the HMOs. And if NHA is an organization that works by intimidation, that works by threats, and those types of aspects, then I urge the Board of Commissioners to implore the CEO and management to change that corporate character and that corporate personality. It's pre-existing. It's a long-standing way of operation. And that's why this NHA organization is almost untouchable, unmovable, immovable. And that's the part where these conditions exist that there are high amounts of federal dollars not being used. And that part really needs to be changed. Once corporate character and personality is changed to be a service-oriented organization to deliver much-needed housing services to the people of the Navajo Nation, then we can say NHA is successful. And all those awards that sit in the bookcases, they're meaningless if you can't put homes and spend the dollars, the annual appropriation from Congress. If you can't zero it out, then it is not an organization worthy of allocate. So in that manner, again, corporate character and corporate personality has to change. You cannot be a bureaucratic organization to basically put barricades, fences in an aspect of getting housing to our Navajo people. With that, that would be my statement to say we need change. And at this time, for me, it's like, do we again have to change NHA authority? Do we have to give it to another entity? Because the success rate of getting homes in the chapter areas, in the communities, I mean, it's dismal, the success rate. And I implore the Nabi committee to start discussing the fact that there has to be change, whether it comes from changing their authority and putting it to another organization. That really has to happen. And so with that, I would ask Chairman Yazzie and Brother Raymond Smith, no, I can't remember who seconded that, that we really do look at a work session on how this organization can really be changed. They can't do it themselves, then the change has to come from us. With that, Speaker, Chairman Damon, thank you for providing the time. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So let me go back to Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Chairman, I wanted to add some comments. One of my first comments is I understand that according to a press release that was sent out back in May of 2020, according to NHA BOC members, Mr. Lee, Frankie Lee, and Carrie Begay quoted saying that they will, with a lot of so some of the things that they promised to do. Really, what I'm getting to is that they received $22.3 million, $22,333,177 of the CARES funding, and their IHBG funding. They got an additional $30 million in the fiscal year 2020 annual IHBG funds. So that's a total of over $52 million that NHA received this FYI, and I wanted to know what the breakdown on how they have spent that. I know they have spent some on the Gallup hotels for Navajo homeless people, and then some other PPEs as well. And if they were going to meet the guideline, and I think we as council, that's a question that our people ask us also. And with that, I know that there's about 7 estates throughout Navajo. I'm familiar with the Kayenta sandstone estates. I know the names keep changing. Chochimbito. In Kayenta specifically, we have about 30 homes that are boarded up. I think instead of building new homes, you can spend like about $10,000. That's what we estimated when I talked to CEO of Sandstone Housing, Ms. Garcia, 2 years ago. And is there NHA? Can you just buy out the properties throughout the 7 properties throughout Navajo Nation? I know there's a property in Fort Defiance, Shiprock, Church Rock, again, Chochimbito, and Kayenta. Why can't we work together, maybe using some CARES Act funding and buying these homes out, pay off whatever the bank says, because housing is one of the biggest needs for COVID relief, and especially if you have funding over $50 million for housing. I think that would be really good, quick fix. What will that look like? I know we have people in Kayenta who reach out to me who no longer afford rental, and I am told by some tenants that they had to leave, and that's the same with some school employees also, that they have to leave during COVID, but that's another issue. So so housing again is a huge need, and why can't we buy those properties and just give them to the Navajo families that are living there? I think that would be a really good idea to help our people. I know some of them no longer have the income that they used to have. The other thing would be, to be quite honest, and I know that when we recently got elected into the 24th Council, we did attend the Board of Commissioners meeting in Twin Arrows after we had a 2-day leadership meeting with the 3-branch government, the 3 branches of the Navajo Nation. We did have a really good, and I've been meeting with the multiple CEOs. Now I can't keep up with who is the CEO, like Chairwoman Charles Newton has stated. And I'm to the point where I kind of have to back off because I have to retell my story with my chapters, with the directors. And so I just kind of had to stop because it seems like I had to repeat myself over and over and over. And the CEO that I thought was very creative and innovative was Craig Dougal, who we've met and was very creative and innovative. Since then and before that, unfortunately, working and attending multiple NHA BOC meetings, I have not heard another creative CEO who had the experience. And unfortunately, I would say that maybe we do need to get someone like him, or maybe get him back, because immediately when we met with him with my chapters, he said, "Look at this, Delegate Brown. I'm going to save $12 million because we have 400 plus employees, and we were contracting everything out. While our engineers, our staff, our construction workers were pretty much, they were paid to do this job, but we were contracting $12 million worth of projects. We're contracting it out. Is that still happening? We need a CEO who is creative, who is innovative, who's thinking outside the box, who can take us to the next level." And I think he was very, he had ideas that I have not heard from anyone before him or after him. That's just my sheer observation when I go there with my chapters. And we have been working on sweat equity projects with the University of Utah. We have been working with multiple projects with CDC projects from other tribes and looking at that. And that's another thing, is the Community Development Corporation CDC programs, which is a 501c3, and other organizations, other tribes who have been very successful. Does NHA need to start doing that? Because obviously, just like Navajo Nation, your policies, the red tape is just, and I think how much of that we as council did we put on NHA, and as BOC members previously, how much red tape did you put onto these fundings that are coming in? My understanding when I was advocating for federal HUD funding with your attorneys and members in DC a few years ago, I've met other tribes who gave their testimonies in DC to the oversight to HUD, and other tribes were like, hey, we're watching you Navajos really closely. What we know for sure is you put more red tape on yourselves. And they said, we spend our money, our federal dollars, within 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. We're in the red. So the federal government is looking at them like, hey, look at these smaller tribes. They're really spending the money. Or they're not so small. Some of them are pretty big also. And these are multiple tribes, and they're able to agree on spending these funding. So where are we going wrong? What policies need to be changed? And where do we need to advocate as in DC and in HUD to change some of this? I do understand that the lock system is complicated. I do understand that there's that checks and balances. Imagine if the nation, if we do not spend our 700 plus million and you don't spend the 50 plus million, where is that going to land us in December as a whole nation? So I am trying to find creative ways on how we can work together. And that's something that I have expressed to Mr. Dayish when he came on, having conversations with him. And I'll continue to stand by on how we can bring housing to people. Unfortunately, I can't see myself. I'm not employed there. I'm not a BOC member. So now we're working on we have created our own community development corporation, a CDC, with the University of Utah, and we're getting partners. So maybe we're going to show, we want to show the nation and empower our people on sweat equity projects. And we're not just going to focus, we want to focus on our first responders. This was a plan even before COVID, that we wanted to incentivize our Navajo nurses, our Navajo doctors, our Navajo police, our Navajo judges, our Navajo prosecutors, our Navajo teachers. Say, hey, if you move back to Denahoto, I'll give you an acre. We'll buy the supplies, but you have to help in building these homes. But you have to invite your relatives and invite your children. Invest, put in that nail, clean around the house. We had, again, an elderly couple here, Miss Claw. Every Friday she cooked for the students who were building her home. So she's invested. To this day, every time she sees us, even though it was chapter leadership who made this happen, she's always thankful for a home. And now she's like, Hawanan Hasid, I'm doing this now. I'm gardening. So she's now really investing. And unlike some of the rentals like Sandstone or other NHA housing, people are not investing into their homes because they know it will never be theirs. They will always be rental. And I think NHA as a whole, we need to do, if someone has the money to buy it out, so be it. Let them buy it out so they can put up a nice fence and make it and beautify their property. So that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing from my constituents after working with our Sweat Equity Project. So unfortunately, we did drop the ball because, again, the HUD red tape and NHA red tape was way too much that we had to give our $2.4 million back for our Sweat Equity Project. That's before we started working with the University of Utah. So that's where I'm at, and I'm looking, and I hope that, no offense to the interim CEO, I don't know if you're still interim CEO, but we need some creativity. We need other ways of building homes and to expedite this. I have way too many people. I'm grateful that CAN to NHA is able to work with my LDA and my chapters to help out the burnout victims, but it's not always the case. So today I actually drove a around the NHA property in Kayenta. A lot of beautiful homes. But when I drove on the other side, again, sandstone housing, they were boarded up. The roads were in bad shape. And so that's where I'm sitting. What will that look like if you were to buy the sandstone property? If we can just start with that, I think that would be a really good way, especially when you fix up the boarded houses at the sandstone housing and put families in there, because we still have overcrowded homes. And what would that look like? That would be my comment. Yeah, thank you, colleagues. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, let me go back to Navajo Housing Authority. Chairwoman Begay, go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. There were some comments and some questions from my fellow colleagues. So.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, this is Carrie Begay speaking. Regarding the questions, I believe we left off from Chairman Yellowhair. And regarding housing in Black Mesa and Peabody and Forest Lake, Honorable Chairman will go ahead and take a look at that, and I hope that CEO has taken note that the questions that relate to all of these projects does get back to the staff, and that they start the process of getting these things done, and that we could get the correct and response from them. So I'll just go ahead and touch on a few, and most of them I would refer to the CEO, like to answer a lot of the NHA, like the process of NHAs and whatnot. So with that, I'll go ahead and go down to, I believe Raymond Smith just talked about second doing the letter. Honorable Henyo expanded on the terms, and we covered that earlier. Honorable Walker mentioned his 4 chapters, and I appreciate your comments and your concerns in these matters. Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay, he had going back to the internet and hotspots, providing internet. What has been planned and what has been talked about, and we are waiting for the staff to move on, is that we wanted to establish at least one library within each of the HMOs to extend Wi-Fi out to the residents. So right now, that's one of the plans of using the CARE Act fund. So within each of the HMOs, we plan to develop that to assist the children going to school online with the internet services within all 5 agencies. I do understand that HMOs does not have, or Window Rock does not have, the walk-in service anymore. I know that just recently we passed return back to work policies, to where it was devised by the NHA management there in Window Rock, and now that it's been approved, and now they're going to start training the staff how to come back to work. And there was a lot of resistance for that, but now that we have the PPEs and the safety measures in place at the office, where they're able to walk in, open up to the public. And a lot of the times they are doing phone services. Should they need an application, they do have the application online, and that is a whole process with the housing management team. Delegate Brown, I'm so glad that you brought this up. Mining out Kayenta, that is being talked about. That has been in the plan for several months now. So we are working with Sandstone and what other property Sandstone has. So right now we are working with them to do that. And that is something that we hold strongly and that we want to make sure we get this done. But there's also some works in place that needs to happen. So that is our plan to do that. Board up housing, we are taking an initiative and made it known that this is one of our priorities is to fix that still. So once we get a report, we will definitely share that and see how much turnovers we've done within the past 2 years, and also the road as well. So I'm going to turn the time over to the CEO to see what other projects he wants to talk about, or the other questions that have been asked and he had the answers. And also going back to Chairman Lee and Watchman Moore if they want to add any more on. So right now, I like to turn the floor over to them. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dash.
Mr. Speaker, Nana. Oh. Kina hitit kan horsa sa hon ya holjish yat nana honi nana shidel on atlita huil na Naabik'iyati hot ashin ol yaho yat ide ya ke nan kitesh ni sinan ajnak ni kido ndai to kido ade ya hon za holjish ko ya Honorable Yellow Hair Hawan Bayan ki akodia force late Nishe also Hadati Yagi Indian Housing Plan Yaha 2020 15 units so nastes into 2021 Kwahol Jishkatena Nani Kak Aten Ako Hun what Eshenant spells and Dole Aro Hojo Beck is not a wheel now what Aushin a Hojok hit a not Oh, say what in advance kiss. Nana Senanta, he knew yat nana so around the court terms than Lenny who basis the wheel net ani whatever that is Aro who the whole just Ashi Hibayata, she was cut it jail, Jokoshin Yaha Nasnadi ka. What are ya here in the dish? Should shade Honorable Walker yat Around the home behind the Shah the no so near what elho the Honorable Vice Chair so yahat the art has under near what elho pass so de around the yaha to nasi that now no na yahik and that is so de yaha where Peseta clean way hopi आज आपस के खस आने के हो यह टी पिंटो तो एक अति पी कथना न खागी पी 2021 IHP यह बात सही ले निके the 31st yeah the 31st को सही ले यह टी Ben Hanoho, RDC, the Hojon Yego, the IHP begin not Ahagi Pigit at the East. Ha Yabet Yada, now has so Ha Dok, another, so no. What out Betakitatil, Chetoyat, Conero, than he didn't need a call. I don't know. Honorable Speaker, Damon Edo ya Nast Eda con ya besetahi le so Ashin besnada wheel net all this a co happen items kidigi hot out so bindo zo Aron da ya home penigets at that out at ya be na habik in that of ash his that lako Honda si kanzo at ya hot out Indian housing plan 2021 igi jo epa ya ti ho shi hot on ne ko aroshinanta to she brother to Seleo honorable Bigay yat I don't know hold ne hold that ho ta ban da shi ne so da hold ne yat ho ya ni hold that za I don't da DK na li do at ya ho wan ho na no do ho ko as ya ki out a hon na shi ya pe hon yo ben da so na the internet ne ni is na zido hot echo big ya nishke koto ya plapesexit kwe akodit an he Navajo Housing Authority HMO bis na has anako kon ya di internet hon hota do ne no ta ta ko de ya na de way thota be gata hok the dark and trust anigi akwa ya they can sabayi nasi nesigi akwa has anigi akwa da betatil ti aron da akwa da ganido bet hatasi zi abi ga la sacred winds epin days nista khanako aron da kwadi yo thoja ha zogi it at ya hat got kon betraho ho ya di be da hodil aro pa as out ya to ko at nit out ya hata I ho gon bi rakonte date asahagit ya hakin saneligi asahi has anigi hot ya hollon te ya got aron da nana koje hos toja ha zogi to ya di frontier besishahwil ne NTU do besishahwil ne hosjong hidano traso ho ya di kat ho gasligi wen hikel togi benina do ta ultragi benina don ta anishigi akwa ibada hodil an chenen lenigi arot an hido swisani ni lenigi to hido ya kon hido twil ido leslana idne hot te ya got ho bena den kidigi hot and that jo go na hodin na shit ki hidano traso Put out ya Ajapan date nishot aron that shenanta so honorable so yat aroti pahod neki the narrate HMO which has anago kin nas nelego betata in neheki the date nishiki Quapet hide ayo ya and hadden the no behind zero has aniki to ani hot elho kat ya di kathanada is nishiki ko ya nen that nishigi kin khan that nishigi di kin sapaina nishigi agent that nishigi ya ina suspicion ya kade ya nada il detole kade ya ko kanadi jani kanado jahot ya bana te ho ya de ya ne ya ko has anikin de ya hot iki ya ko alla be khana kiseki ado be etet odiki ado hanni ko betahi tadetol soseki Adon da ko be ta hota hegi hodon de diagot shi ya ko a thin hadon sitan no ya hot ya diagot kadi ya nada nisho hoton ni ko Washington the never Washington ajin hagi be kan hot ya ke hitano khasa no ya hot de ya shinni ko ya je be ka isla ya kat in that on the snow what in hinan sidelia aron da kontinent Jason da ligido edo sabje huislago unda hon twan tosnat abe betate shitoko hot zagot ho jon yegon kha nkilpeho zen dole na ho aron da ho shinan Brown yat aro pe yen zago kon at hegit aro anni تنسي سنلي هذا شدو أتزنا تصوصي هون خاهو هون يها خط نو خط يها شيء كون يها يا بكهو يها با بأتهو ياي كهتهو ياي شيء كون يها ب أساسنا تهوي ندولة وجهت إلا نان زهق كيسكو أرون هات تو هون يها كن ندهيتون نتو أرون دنا نستيج يهيكيتا aron da kon ya nsa ke sigi na at no da no ba ya ta ti ni hotel sa an da ahun ya ha kai ho be da isni ho ya kon hot ya aton da ni sta da ne je ho jon ya be na ta hu na dole hot ya na photo sa nan adole shinan ta aron da ya Mr. Speaker sir.
That back to Ventura. Woman Brigade, does that conclude your response? Ms. Brigade?
Carrie?
Does that conclude your response?
I believe Mr. Lee would like to speak. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Lee? Commissioner Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Frankie Lee, licensed engineer. 1200 born for Twatsoni. I know he's Tachini. Chase Kia on me. I just wanted to say that as far as the question on leadership and what ideas we're bringing and trying to push NXA into the future, you know, when I came aboard, I was the one talking about trying to introduce the extension of fiber optic to a library location in each of our communities. My desire was to be able to transmit a Wi-Fi signal through the communities that could be utilized, and that library could also be utilized for training purposes and for other purposes for the community, where high-speed internet would be used to the best effect, like for training opportunities. You know, another area lately that I've been talking with our folks was looking at the FCC, the rural broadband, or the rural spectrum wavelength that was available that we could possibly utilize to try to beam signals from communities to communities in our network, and that would also help us accomplish a high-speed connection to our offices that serve those communities, because we are in bad need of high-speed connections to our offices. You know, whether it's to Hajili or Rama, Tuba City, or you know, clear out to Flagstaff. You know, we've got communities that we're looking to construct and existing communities that need broadband service. And you know, we've looked at many opportunities to enhance services, and that's what I would like to leave behind as our legacy when we're done. That you know, one thing we had considered was opportunities to provide free or low price electricity by establishing our own solar micro systems within the communities. And you know, that would be paid for over time, but you know, that would reduce electrical costs to the tenants that we have at those locations. You know, that's opportunities that I've been having our people look at and see where, you know, we could take advantage of that. The other options also, the other side of the coin is the water system. You know, I've done work off reservation dealing with Bureau of Reclamation, and I've asked our people to try to keep their ears open and be attentive to when BOR is out there talking, and make sure that NXA is at the table to stress how we can build more communities if we can get more water to those locations. And I've talked to them, our staff, about water projects that would extend water lines down through Chinle, Greasewood, where my father's at, and on down to clear down to the southern edge of the reservation. And then the same thing on the far western side of the reservation too. If we could have corridors of water flowing from the Colorado River headed south, why not have BOR work on those projects? They do that for many other tribes throughout the Great Plains and around the U.S. Why not for the Navajo tribe? All these opportunities, we've been pushing them, and I've brought them forward, and with the concurrence of the board, we've talked with our staff about looking at these ideas and trying to move these things forward. One problem we had with the library situation is the libraries got placed in a negative position at the tribe there, and that's an obstacle that has to be overcome with the assistance of the tribe. But I've seen this in other communities, other reservations, where you put in a library, it just adds to all the positive benefits of learning and potential for growth with that high-speed connection. And right when the COVID began rearing its head, we took action on the board and made money available, and we've been monitoring how the money has been spent, and we've had the staff, the operation work with the tribal government and the entities that have been set up to monitor and the use of money, and then also put forth the projects that the money would be devoted to. But we've been working very closely with the overall tribal operations at the government level to make sure that we're using that money to its maximum effect, but being vigilant in how that money is being spent. So we're doing that, but we're only able to go as far as what that operation designates the money should be spent for. We're not out there pushing different things. We're just trying to work cooperatively and avoid redundancy. Early on in talking with the CEO, we're talking about food distribution, and this was after we'd already made the decision that we were going to cover everyone's rent in NHA for a couple months. But looking forward to the elderly and the handicap that we have in our housing, that they'd have difficulty in trying to obtain the food sources that they were no longer going to have access to with the clampdown on movement. And Mr. Daesh had great ideas, and we put those in effect and teamed up with other entities to try to get food deliveries to our NHA people as well as other Navajo peoples as well. So we're trying to use the money to its best effect in the maximum way without avoiding redundancies. And it is a painful situation for me. My mom is from Chilchimito, and I've lost too many family members out there. And my dad's down in Greasewood, and I've been myself and my brothers and sisters have been sending packages to him with masks early on to protect himself and for his workers to protect themselves, because they still have to man the water pumps and get water out for people. And I remember being there with my grandfather and filling up tanks with water. That is an extreme need down there. And I've been doing everything I can to help my family out where they have resources, they have needs, but they're not able to find those needs to be met within the communities. So, I've been very fortunate to have family that can do these things and do food runs to my relatives in Chilchimito. So it's something I feel very, very hard. And the more ideas we can come up with to help everyone live, that's the biggest goal right there. So that's all. Thank you.
That, Madam Chair, Gaze, that conclude your response?
I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Commissioner Watchman-Moore.
Okay, Commissioner Watchman-Moore, anything else to add? Commissioner? And back to you, Chairwoman.
Speaker, if I think Ms. Watchman-Moore is having trouble logging on, but if anything, if we could return back to her later, I would. Okay, I think there she is.
Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Watchman-Moore.
Okay, thank you. I had to call back in, but Mr. Speaker, thank you. And members of the committee and the council, listening for the past few hours and hours before, I think these discussions are very necessary, and I wanted to thank all of our leaders, for the guidance and the kind words and maybe even the hard words, because they have to be spoken and we each speak from the heart. I just heard Commissioner Lee speak about his family personal impacts regarding the pandemic, and I fortunately haven't had issues with the pandemic other than to rally my family, rally the troops to help others around us. I live here in the beautiful community of Crystal, although I'm from just down the road in a place called Footerstone. And so families help families, and we as the Net people, I know that we help one another, and I think that's really important. I think that means partnerships. Council Delegate Walker, you spoke about partnerships, and the funding is coming down. We've been pretty creative so far. We've tried different ways. We've torn things down. We've revised policies to make it easier for families to come into the program, but it sounds like we need to do more. We hear too many stories. I know Madam Chair Charles Newton sent me an email regarding some of the issues within her community, and she has to go to a board member to get action, and that shouldn't be the case. But as board members, we try to have the right and correct influence to help resolve problems, resolve issues. And so the CEO is here today in front of the board, in front of all of you, talking about his intentions, and his intentions go hand in hand with the intentions of the Board of Commissioners for Navajo Housing Authority. And I've enjoyed the job so far. It hasn't been easy. I'm sitting down here at the barn with a sick horse who got sick from contaminated waters. So that's really a sad thing to deal with at this point. And so with families that don't have water, you can only wonder, what their needs are. And certainly NHA is in a supportive position to help the Navajo Nation government address some of those needs. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your time, and have a good evening. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair Gay, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue lined up. No text messages come in.
Speaker, Delegate So.
Honorable Otto So. Where's yours?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Commissioner chairwoman for the commissioner of NHA board, Mrs. Watchman Moore, and Mr. Lee, and the CEO. Thank you for being on the line. And it's really good. It's a good dialogue, talking about housing. And somewhere, the next conversation we have, I think we need to move into a direction in how we could try to address some of the problems related to housing. We're in I always say a housing epidemic also. I think somewhere we need to have a really good sit down with the NHA board and NHA leadership, so that with leadership from the Navajo Nation to look at some sort of direction to try to improve the livelihood of our Navajo people throughout the Navajo Nation, and just try to basically crank out some basic home units. I thought about one of my grandfather. He didn't have this luxury space. There's one he and I believe somewhere we need to look at just looking at basic housing, how we could try to look into that. And again, about here, I want to have more discussions of this sort, so that we could try to look at a plan to try to get an actual home to a citizen who really needs a home. We have a lot of travel workers who live with other individuals. How could we try to get that out and maybe do it first phase and do public education to try to get Navajo people to apply for NHA, to have home site leases who can work with NHA to try to get qualified. And then you have those people that are unfortunate. Now, how can we help them? That's my concern there. And I really, really want to get NHA to go back to its basic mission to build homes. Not to build youth centers or all these other buildings. Yeah, they are needed. Homes are needed. And we need to get back to the basic core of what NHA was designed and built for. We want homes out there. But again, thank you very much. Go on mute.
Going back to Honorable Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair? All I heard was a kitty.
I was on mute. I'm sorry. Yes, thanks to the speaker. Thank you very much for still on the meeting right here. I want to say thank you, Mr. Frank Dash, Derek Watchman, too. Yeah, so Mr. Gay. I was on the line, and I went on the line with the Black Somali United. I was on the line for 20 and 30 minutes. I'll share information with them. We're talking with NHA and talk about a housing to be built in Black Mesa, Peabody area, and I'll share it with them, and they really like it. So I'll keep informed with you guys in NHA housing. I don't share it, NHA. Thank you for your great help. It's a lot of work, but we need to use every penny for the project for our Navajo to have a very good economic. That's the only way things can be done. Yeah, so Watchman, Mar, and also Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Pat, we'll move on down. Thank you, Honorable Jamil here. Honorable Halona.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. My colleagues, good evening. Aro Shea Pernal Halona in Shea. Twitter chain is the Aro Ashea Basis chain. Non-stage that she che, Twana Dasinella. Our conquest, Twatch, and also our question. You know, I have a big spot in my heart for NHA housing. And the main reason I have that, and I looked up to NHA housing, was because back in the 60s, in the 70s, when the NHA housing was being created, it was my father who went after the funding to Washington. It was my dad, his name was Wilson Halona, who created NHA housing for the Navajo Nation. Not only did he create NHA housing for the Navajo Nation, but he created NHA housing for all the Indian tribes across the U.S., especially here in New Mexico and Arizona. All the housing that you see out there that are all NHA branches from all these other tribes is what he worked on when he was in the council. And he worked alongside Chairman Raymond Nakai. And after he got the program in place, Chairman Raymond Nakai appointed him the first chairman of the board of NHA Housing, which he served for several years. Now, my dad was not educated in college. He didn't go. He finished his high school. He was drafted into the Army when he was in 11th grade, and but he learned a lot over the years when he was in the Army. And when he came back, he had trouble with the usual route, alcoholism. But he pulled himself out of the gutter and made a name for himself here on the Navajo Nation, working with all the leaders, and also working with the president and the vice president of the United States and all the congressional leaders back in the 60s and 70s. It seems to me that today we have the housing program still in place, but yet today we have a lot of people that have enormous amount of education. It seems like we should be able to top that, to make sure that our housing program is number one on top of the world, with all these houses that are being built and that were boarded up, needing to be rebuilt. It seems to me like we're not doing what we need to do. We have more education than my father did, but yet he built it. When he started the program, the Navajo Nation, the Navajo people had a very limited amount of houses. And when he started it, it was built with the Navajos, the hands of our people, building their own homes, creating jobs throughout the Navajo Nation. And today, it doesn't seem that way, because somewhere along the way, we had gone outside and got outside contractors that all flooded into the reservation. And then we started getting homes built that were not up to specification. So there was a time in there where the homes weren't being built right. And now we're looking back at it as trying to start to rebuild this housing program. So I look at that from the standpoint of educated people that are running the system right now, highly educated people. We need, like Delegate Walker said, we need to join together and really make this program what it needs to be, because we have outstanding amount of funding coming in. And of course, you know that the people out here today in my community, they're always talking about the land. When you want to go out there and build facilities, businesses, or extra home sites everywhere. We all need to get on the same page somehow, somewhere. And with the leadership that we have now, with all the educated people that we have in all these places in the housing industry, there seems to be a way that we should work these things out. Instead, we're changing over our CEOs, the board. We're concerned about the board. It doesn't seem like we're all going in the same direction. And it has to do with personnel issues. Pretty much a lot of it, what needs to be done is that we need to overlook our personnel issues. Like on the council here, we disagree a lot with each other with different things and different items that we're going through, the programs that we're working on. Just like NGS, when we had to close NGS down, we were divided, but then after that was done, we came back together and started trying to move forward and trying to figure out how we're going to create more funding for the Navajo Nation. And so that's water under the bridge. And that's kind of where I see the housing department, the internal administration needs to be in that manner, is that we can't hold grudges. We can't point fingers. We just need to look forward to the next day and how we're going to make our housing operation better, how we're going to make repair all those houses that are boarded up windows, and look forward to the construction of these houses, that we get better construction and monitor these people instead of looking the other direction and relying on somebody else to do the work. So I just I wanted to say those things because that's the way I see it across the Navajo Nation. And I encourage all the members of NHA Housing and NHA Board, the supervisors, all the members there, to try and look at it from a different viewpoint. And all the red tape that we bury ourselves under, even the Navajo Nation Council, all the policies that we have, we need to be looking at how we can simplify all these rules and regulations. And it's the federal government that also puts those rules and regulations on top of us, just like they did with the CARES funding. They made us jump through a bunch of hoops and put these regulations in there that make it hard for us to spend the funding. But with the Navajo Nation housing and how the process is set up, I think that if the board takes a good look at it, I think we can find better ways to move through and build houses out here on the reservation. You know, because there was a time when we were building many houses were coming up, and then all of a sudden it seems like it stopped for a certain period of time. And why that is, I don't know, because there's a lot of money that's still coming into the nation for housing. So I just wanted to say thank you all for your listening to me, and that the experience that I had with NHA Housing. I did live in NHA Housing for several years, but the program didn't work for me because when my salary went up, my rent went up. And it got so high to where I just had to move out and go outside to another private home off the reservation and paid half the amount of money that I was paying for NHA Housing. So I don't know how those processes are today, but I understand they're getting better. But it is a good program. I know that people rent houses for 25 years and the house is turned over to them. They get a home site lease. But there needs to be some follow-up on that home site lease later on for some help, because then the home by that time is wore out and it needs to be rebuilt in some manner, remodeled in some cases. So, well, thank you very much, Speaker, and members of the NHA board. Good luck, and Mr. Dash, good luck with your job again, and I hope you a lot of success with NHA Housing. Thank you. Chair.
Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I don't have anybody else lined up, so well, let me go back to Miss Chairwoman Begay. Would you like to say some closing words before we go to a vote to accept the report?
Yes, Speaker, I like to do that. And, I like to thank the 23rd Council here for this discussion. And we look forward to working together and building that bridge to partner up with the nation and how we can work together, not only the nation, but also with other enterprise like IHS and NTUA, that we could all come together and make this work and make it happen to build sustainable housing for the families. And that this discussion, lit more fire under the fire that we've been challenged with. And I look forward into working with everyone and being able to have a successful company who is in the business of building and providing homes. I too want NXA to develop a workforce to put our people to work to build homes for our people. And within these next days and weeks before our meeting, a lot of these things will be further discussed and further detailed. So right now, for tonight, I just want to say thank you, and that we will continue to work together and continue to, provide more reports, detailed reports, as we have the obligations to do as an enterprise. So with that, Speaker, I would like to end with that. I'm not too sure if CEO or other commissioners would like to say, have any last comments for this meeting. But if not, that's okay. But for now, I would like to just say that much. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Chairwoman Begay. Colleagues, you know what? I need a motion on this. Could I get a motion?
Speaker, before you motion, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Just really quickly, I hope that the CEO, Mr. Dayish, does not get in trouble for answering the questions that he did today, and that there is no retaliation against him for that reason, or for any reason for coming before this council and sharing the information that he needed to share. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, motion. Is there a motion?
I second that. Speaker. Freeland.
Motion, hello.
Motion by Honorable Freeland. Second.
I want to speak first. I want to speak, Speaker.
Is there a second?
Second by Henio.
Second by Honorable Henio.
Henio.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry I was muted. I had to press the star key twice. Here last night, Naabik'iyati, it's very good discussion. Vice President, so yeah, thank you very much. Commissioners as well. Commissioner Begay, Chair Begay, Mr. Nelson, Commissioner Watchman Moore, Mark Freeland, Sanjay Kinda Chair, I represent 8 chapters out here. Pacenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayeze, Kongi. I just want to say thank you here in Sago. Anytime there's progress that benefits our people, it's a win-win for the Navajo Nation. And I think we need to kind of remind ourselves of the position we're in and the intent of the duties and the obligations that we're fulfilled with. You know, we have such a history, and I don't want to call it a dark cloud with our housing operations, but I think it's time that we remove that dark cloud, and I think it's time that we really find some progression for our people. There's a lot of families out there that are struggling, and I really want to emphasize that. We really need to work together, and if there's a way that we can help you, Mr. Daesh, if we can find a way to cohesively come together with yourself as well as the board and really tackle your IHP. Look at your IHP if you need help with that. More importantly, support you through HUD. And I know there was some instances where Congress was even getting involved. You know, you can rely on us as allies to help you. You can rely on us to help you lobby. But we really are going to count on you heavily to get a lot of this progression done. Let's get it done. And I really want to see results. I really want to see progress that will benefit our people. So, I'm really hopeful. I'm optimistic. I'm enthusiastic. And the work that we do does not benefit us. It benefits our people. So we have to remember that, Shantai. So, I just wanted to mention that encouragement, gratitude, and appreciation. Let's get it done. Shantai, let's roll up our sleeves and get it done. I'll be coming by to see you, Mr. Daesh. I will make an appointment with you. I want to discuss some matters with you and some of our communities, but I'll do that off record, and we'll have a discussion yet, just you and I. So, thank you, Speaker, Chair, Commissioners, thank you. God bless.
Hey, with that, once, twice,
There's Rahenio.
Good board.
There's Rahenio. I can speak.
Chairman Henio.
Thank you. Just real quickly, just echoing the same sentiments as my Delegate Freeland for President Frank Davis. I do agree that we do. Well, from my personal standpoint, you do have my support. We haven't met yet, just through the teleconferences. I mean, you sound like you're a real intelligent person. You have a real good response. Nick, I shouldn't know you change here. If I hear the call, I don't even know you change. I ain't the show call. I don't think that's for the Chicago again. So now you have to go to I say on Saturday she was out there. Even the trading on the show, you see, I want bad though. You see, though, not so bad. So I can get you a tie. In 6 cases, it's a lot of the sits uncle. Even the Jaya could don't China here. So, Mr. Daesh Ado, put so in below says, Kishin Slanko, put it in Basis Chinaco. Dasha, that's the Chinat, and little sleep, and Atako, Hela, it's the Speaker Damon.
Hey, with that, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Bigay. Elmer Bigay. T. Ellen Bigay. T. Ellen Bigay. Paul Bigay.
That was a Paul Bigay vote screen.
Honorable Paul Bigay votes green. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knuzba Crotty. Amber Knuzba Crotty. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Vince James. Vince James. Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green, don't turn.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Charlene Stowe.
Green.
Honorable Charlene Stowe votes green. Daniel Stowe.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel Stowe votes green. Eugene Stowe. Eugene Stowe. Otto Stowe.
I vote green. Green.
Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay. Amber Knezba Crotty. Amber Knezba Crotty. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. Vince James. Vince James. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Chair, you have 15 in favor and 0 opposed.
That, colleagues, 15 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Thank you very much to members from the Navajo Housing Authority for being with us this evening. Commissioners, staff, Chairwoman, thank you and congratulations on your appointment there. Right, colleagues, moving on down. We're now at the close of the meeting. Announcement and adjournment. Motion to adjourn. Honorable Otto So. Is there a second?
Yellowhair, second.
Okay.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Speaker.
Honorable Brown. And Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, there was a directive that was supposed to be done before we...
Well, Honorable Brown.
Yes, Speaker.
Did you have an announcement?
No, actually, I don't. Thank you,
Okay.
Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith.
I do, Speaker.
Okay.
Sure.
Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Yeah, there was a motion from Honorable Edwin Yazzie regarding a directive to the president. I'd still like to have that directive. If he's not available, I'll make the motion, and if someone can do a second, we'll get that done. In a second.
Okay. Honorable Adesso, can you withdraw your motion for adjournment? Ashona? And I'll come back and recognize you after it.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Chairman, Vice Chair, Honorable Yellow Hair, are you okay with that?
Pretty good, Speaker.
Okay, with that, let me go back to Vice Chair Smith. Motion by Vice Chair Smith for directive Speaker's office to write a memo once again to the president, asking him to move forth. And this time I'll have Chairman Nez sign this letter with me, as he indicated. It's a three-way process. We just need the president to approve those individuals that have applied. Directive to the president to move as quickly as possible in getting these vacancies filled and these board appointments that are currently expired filled as well. Second by Chairman Hino. Comments, questions on this directive? Going once. Going twice. Going
Speaker,
three
this
times.
is Delegate Charles Newton.
And Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, on that directive, is it possible to give him a due date to act on that directive? That way, we're not waiting forever to have the board assigned. And I believe Honorable Rick Nez did also bring up an option, which is to have him removed from making that decision and then have it fall back on Councilor Nabi. So maybe including that in there to remind him that, if he doesn't act within a certain time, that option will be acted upon. Thank you.
Okay. Do that.
10 days.
Vice Chair Smith, there's a request to modify.
Thank you, Nanda, on the recommendation. I concur with that, but what date are we going to give him? Maybe no longer than 30 days or 45 days or 60 days? What is the time limit on this? Because it's imperative that we get this taken care of, and what would be fair on that? Need your guidance on that, Speaker. Thank you.
Would look at well, the recommendation is just for president who has nominations requests at his desk right now. Those just need to be put together and sent over. Once they're sent over, that's when it starts the process for myself and Chairman Nez to set up a meeting with the president to funnel through these and put the recommendations forward to the Naabik'iyati committee.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. With that, I concur. I'm fine with that. Let's move forward.
Vice Chair Smith, but there's on the initial part for the president, I mean, that's up to you to decide as the motioning party, as the director.
Just put down expedite the process as soon as possible. Sure. Thank you.
As soon as possible. Hey,
Speaker, this is
that,
Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say that he already has applications on his desk that he just has to review. If that's the case, then I'd like to ask Honorable Raymond Smith if we could just put 30 days to act on that, since if he does have those applications on his desk, Speaker.
Yes. Vice Chair Smith, question modified.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm fine with that. 30 days, since he already have that on his desk. I concur. Yeah, thank you.
Hey,
Speaker
Chairman,
Damon,
you good with that?
I think Speaker Damon, Vice Chair Smith, Deja, Madam Chairwoman. I believe usually the standard is 10 days, given 10 days for everything. So I was just thinking about that, 10 days, but if it's 30 days, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Nez.
Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I believe 10 days is sufficient. I mean, this has gone on since January. Let's do 10 days. Thank you.
10 days sounds good to me.
Vice Chair Smith, there's a request to modify.
Nandad, Neznayo, Class Habiga.
10 days. We've been drafting a letter since the recommendation. So that letter will be sent over tomorrow. If this directive passes. Hey, with that, going once, going twice. Oh. Vice Chair Smith said you're good. Chairman Hino, are you good with 10 days? For the record? Okay. That. Anybody other further discussion on the directive? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. The board.
Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay. Paul Begay. Paul Begay. Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Kenneth Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Cornell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Cornell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Oh shoot, how do I do this? Honorable
Yes, I
Wilson
said green.
Stewart Jr. votes green. Charlene So,
Green?
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Otto So,
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker,
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Edmund Yazi, Jimmy Yellowhair,
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Elmer Begay, Herman M. Daniels, Carl Slater, Edmund Yazi, Chair, you have 16 in favor, 0 opposed.
Hello, this is Delegate Brown. I vote green also.
Speaker Damon, this is Alona Privilege.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Sorry. With that, with Delegate Brown's vote, that's 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries for that directive. We will get that directive to the president tomorrow, colleagues. That, colleagues, let me go back to Honorable Otto So. Motion adjourned by Honorable Yellowhair.
Speaker Damon, Privilege.
Speaker.
Chairman Hino.
Again, real quickly, Shinanda. Could just an announcement real quick. Here in Raymond Navajo community, we do have a leader that has served in the capacity of being a U.S. Army veteran, police officer for so many decades with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, as also a criminal investigator, then moving on to become a Navajo Nation Council delegate. I believe it's the 21st and 22nd Council when the 88 was still there. Yeah, he represented Raymond Navajo community. Although, on top of that, he was a school board member for Raymond Navajo School Board, and I believe a chapter vice president too also. He recently passed this week, at the beginning of the week, Monday, after a long battle with this current disease that we're facing. So if we could just keep Cecil F. Iracho's family in our prayers, and even as he served his lifetime as a public servant. And then also, Speaker Damon for getting the flag, Navajo Nation flag, to his family and a letter of condolence with your signature. And I'll be picking that up tomorrow. I instructed the staff to put it in my box. So his services are coming up, but again, with this pandemic that's upon us, it's limited to only certain people. So that passed unexpectedly. So I just wanted to see if we could do a moment of silence to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Chairman Hino. Mr. Racho served with a lot of individuals, and It was he was a great leader.
Yeah, I was trying not to cry when I was making that announcement too. That's good. You can share with your dad, Charles Damon.
And if you ever met Mr. Racho, he was a good guy. So with that, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Cecil Racho has gone on to the next world, be with his family, his friends. Let's go ahead and give him a moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much for that. Any more comments, questions?
Speaker Daniel Solana.
Honorable Stewart, and then Honorable Alona. Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I just want to make 2 announcements. One, again, thank you, Speaker, for recognizing and assisting with the flag, as well for Dan Smith Jr., who worked with the Windot Unified School District for a number of years, and he saw a lot of students, assisted a lot of students, and helped them out through their difficult times. He was head of security for those years, and he helped them. He saw them through their accomplishments, and he helped them through their difficult times as well, including their families. So I thank you for that, Speaker, and for recognizing him in that way. He's also a coach and very influential in the community as well. He's a brother to former delegate Roscoe Smith. The other one I want to announce to you, Speaker, and to my colleagues is that yesterday evening we lost a council delegate as well, who served from 1990 to 1995. He sat on the Resource Development Committee as well. His name is Mark Kashlagai, and he lived in Sawmill, but he represented Crystal during that time. So our prayers brought to him and his family as well at this time. Those are the 2 announcements I want to make, Speaker. We can keep those families in our prayers and our thoughts as well, and their children and grandchildren as well. That's all I want to say, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Yes, keep them in your prayers. Family members are going through some grief at this time. Colleagues, any other announcements? Honorable Helena.
Thank you, Speaker. A couple of questions. One, I would like to recognize Teddy Draper Sr., veteran from Chinle area, who passed this week also. And then I also want to find out what we skipped one on item B, new business, I guess, for the report election status of the elections by Rodriguez Morse. We're just going to continue that on the next NABI. How are we going to address that?
That's going on to the next NABI agenda.
Okay,
Speaker, on that matter, Speaker, the election office was trying to get into the call, but they weren't able to. I did get a text message from one of the staff from the election office who said they weren't able to call, and I'm not sure what was going on. Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah. So on that election deal, when they got put on the agenda, nobody contacted Rodriguez Morse, and when it came up, I texted him and and then he was able to get on the call. So he's been on waiting to hear give his report. But if you want to transfer it to the next meeting, that's your call.
Okay. He'll be on the next meeting. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Brigade.
Freeland.
Oh, Honorable Freeland, sorry.
Okay, it's okay, Speaker. I'll make this quick. I wanted to recognize the passing of one of my nullas out of Sunrise, Benjamin Denayazi Sr. He passed away on August 8th. He was born April 1st, 1931 in Sunrise Springs, Arizona. His parents were John and Mary Lee Denayazi. His Bamagi, he was born Kia'ani out of Bajagi, Kinsachitni, Chegi, Totsoni, out of Banalegi, Todachini. He attended St. Michael's Indian School and also Sherman High School in Riverside, California. He served in the U.S. Air Force and fought in the Korean War. He married the love of his life, Eloise Delgay. This month would have been their 64th wedding anniversary. They built life in cornfields with their 7 children. He retired after 30 years of service from El Paso Natural Gas, Navajo Station, Arizona. He was very active in the community. He was also the commander for the American Legion Post number 82 in Cornfields. He was a lifelong member of American Legion and the Veterans of Foreign Wars. He served the Navajo Nation. He received the Navajo Nation Medal of Defense of our Land and People for Navajo veterans. I just wanted to mention that one of my nullas out of Sunrise, and our thoughts and our prayers are with him. And I remember him vividly when I was growing up and when I was a young man and going out to cornfields a lot. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for that. Any other comments, questions, Honorable Otterso?
So just a reminder, tomorrow is Navajo Nation Code Talkers Day. Everyone. Idea, just so that you're in the queue and aware of it. There's some sort of festivity that has a flyer that's going on virtual. So appreciate that the council's understands that or knows about that. Yeah.
Oh.
What's it to adjourn?
With that, let me go to. I think there's some things going on here in the morning. Miss McDonald Lone Tree on the line.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
What time do the things kick off here in the morning? Just to let everybody know.
I believe we're going to start with Reveille at 0500, and then we'll start with an opening prayer by Delegate Otoso, and then we will have the proclamation readings, and then it will appear in a program format. Thereafter, we have some very special guests and dignitaries who have submitted videos for the 24th Navajo Council celebration for the National Navajo Code Talker Day. So we are very appreciative of those people who have submitted videos, and we look forward to it. And we encourage anyone who would like to do that from the council to communicate with Byron so that he could upload your videos as well. So thank you again. It's going to be a great celebration and honor for our World War II heroes, the Navajo Nation the Navajo Code Talkers. And this is a national holiday, if you will, as proclaimed by President Ronald Reagan in 1982. So, again, if you have any questions, please email me or Cheryline or Byron or Melinda. We will be happy to work with you, including Donovan. Thank you, Ahiaha, and I appreciate your leadership and all the work that you've done today. Thank you.
Hey, that starting at 0500 tomorrow morning. colleagues. You can see it on the World Wide Web, on YouTube, Facebook, and Vimeo. Be streaming all day. Thank you very much, everyone. Please keep everybody in your prayers. As just indicated, there's so much loss in our communities across the nation. Not just what was said today, but all the individuals that are hurting across the Navajo Nation who have been impacted by this COVID-19 or just have lost loved ones. So thank you very much for everyone's work today. Thank you very much to the staff. Tomorrow's Navajo Nation holiday. So if you're here or if you're online, thank you very much for being a part of that. Just remember our code talkers and their families tomorrow too as well. So again, there's nobody else on the announcements. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Good morning. Journey.
Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay. Paul Begay. Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Amber Kines Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Vince James. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Raymond. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. Carl Slater. Carl Slater. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie. Chair, you have 17 in favor, 0 opposed.
Carries 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Have a good evening, everyone.